We are now live, sound check. General Issues Committee meeting for Monday, July 4th, 2022, sound check.
Actually, it's not. It is actually further along after consent and staff.
You for coming. So we're going to start the meeting today, and we have quorum. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meetings. Members are reminded of a 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require additional time to ask questions or to make comments. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. We have a delegation request 6.1 from Dr. Bob Matten respecting the city's vaccine mandate. This delegation has been withdrawn from the agenda, as well item 6.8 from Val Sargent. That has been withdrawn from the agenda as well. Added delegation request 6.16 from Kevin Duffy, and that's respecting item 10.1, the Commonwealth Games report, as well as 6.17, Dean Hustwick, the President and Board Chair of Athletics Ontario, also respecting item 10.1, and added discussion item 10.12, the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities Report 22008. And just to clarify, as the delegations are, the requests are item 6, but the speakers actually speak under item 9. The Commonwealth Game Report is item 10.1 and immediately follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion respecting the changes to the agenda? I don't see any, so we will do an Evo, please.
Chair, if I
Mover and a
could,
seconder. Oh,
I see
The
that there's delegations and then consent items, and then staff presentation. So I was asking if we could deal with the item 10.1 right after the delegations are heard, which I think would be consistent and certainly would add to the flow of the information that we're sharing. So
Yes, through you, Mr.
that'd
Mayor.
be my request, that we move item 10.1 up after the last delegation.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the delegations are heard under under item 9. The delegation requests, I believe, are what you're looking at under item 6. Once the requests are approved, the delegations are actually heard under item 9. Thank you.
Never mind. Never mind. You're right as always, and I stand corrected. Thank you.
mighty clerk here. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so we need a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda. Councillor Nan and Councillor Partridge. You need an Evo? And it's been approved, thank you. Members of the committee, are there any declaration of interest? I do not see any. Those who have, okay. Number 4, approval of the minutes for, Council Partridge, please.
Yeah, very quickly, I do have to step out at 3 o'clock for a phone call meeting, and then I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes for the previous meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the minutes of June 15th and 23rd meeting on the floor? Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Pearson. Thank you. Is there any discussions? I don't see any. Please Evo. I see Councillor Jackson's thumb.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I've marked you in now as well.
Thank you. Okay, may I have a delegation request? May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the delegation request on the floor? Councillor Johnson and Councillor Vanderbeek. Thank you. Is there any discussion regarding the delegation request? I don't see any. I was asked.
Councillor, we need the votes for Councillors Nan, yourself, and Councillor Jackson to approve the delegation request, please. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan? Okay, thank you.
And I would thank you, and it passes. I would ask for my colleagues, if it's possible, I have a request by Lou Frabrotti and PJ Marcante. Because of some unforeseen circumstance, they have requested today if they could speak first. And I apologize to all the other delegates, but I wonder if we could vote if they could come and speak first. Thank you, Councillor Farr. Second by Councillor Pearson. Thank you. So I would request Lewis. Oh, we have to vote.
Councillor Vanderbeek? Oh, thank you.
And thank you again for all the other delegates for allowing this. Thank you. So Louis Frabotti and PJ Marcante, Hamilton 100, respecting.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, do we not have to deal with consent items first, please?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, PJ and Lou. Okay, number 7, a consent item, Waterdown Business Improvement Area, BIA, revised board management. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the item 7.1 on the floor? Is there any respect? Councillor Judy Partridge. Oh, first and seconder, Vanderbeek, Councillor Vanderbeek?
Yeah, I'm moving the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sometimes I don't know if you're speaking or you're moving it, so thank you. Is there any discussion? So we'll do a e-vote, please.
Councillor Danko, are you able to vote? I don't see him. Okay.
Thank you, and it passes. 7.2, Emergency Operations Center COVID-19 recovery phase and after action reporting. Citywide, may I please have a mover and a seconder to put the 7.2 on the floor? Mayor and Councillor Ferguson, thank you. Is there any discussion respecting 7.2? I don't see any. Please e-vote.
Mayor Eisenberger, are you able to vote?
I voted, but submit won't submit, so thumbs up.
Thank
Thumbs
you,
up.
sir.
Thank you. And it passes. Presentation, annual update of the Economic Development Action Plan. Norm Sheelaham, Director of Economic Development, will provide a presentation for item 8.1, Are there any questions to staff? Oh, sorry. It's done. Let's move on. I have a lot of questions. Welcome.
Up here. Do you want Stephanie's help? Sure, why not? Yeah.
It's plugged in.
Might be a very short presentation.
Just bear with us for a moment, folks. We're just working on something technical at the podium.
Brilliant.
Presentation mode.
There we go. Thank you, Norm.
Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of council. Norm Schlehan, Director of Economic Development. It's my pleasure to be here with you today in person, along with my co-lead on the Economic Development Action Plan, Carrie Brooks Joyner. The purpose of our presentation today is to provide you with a brief update on the 2021 actions and stretch targets that have been fulfilled in the first year of the plan. So after almost a year and a half of stakeholder engagement, which included input from 2 major citywide business surveys, the Mayor's Task Force on Economic Recovery and the Just Recovery Report, staff presented the 2021-2025 Economic Development Action Plan at the October 20th, 2021 GIC, and received formal council approval of the plan on October 27th of the same year. As you may recall, there were 6 priorities in the plan, which are listed here, but I will read out them out for you. They were facilitating a skilled and adaptable workforce, enhancing digital infrastructure, growing business and investments, moving goods and people, revitalizing priority areas and placemaking, and building transformational projects. All of the priorities and the actions and targets within the plan were taken with a lens on climate change and with with EDI, economic development, equity, diversity, and inclusion where possible. And within these 6 priority areas, there were 77 actions identified. The scorecard on the screen provides an overview on the progress of the action items, and as the end of 2021, 10 of the 77 actions were deemed complete, 52 actions were in development, and 15 actions had not yet started. Details on the status of each one of these actions can be found in Appendix A of today's report. Carrie and I will now provide you with a brief overview of the actions that were completed by the end of 2021, followed by an update on the 13 stretch targets that were identified in the 2021-2025 action plan. There were 3 actions completed for the facilitating a skilled and adaptable workforce priority. The Hamilton Immigration Partnership Strategy was completed with the launch of the new HIPC Council and committee structure. This new structure expanded the Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council membership and now the implementation of the HIPC strategic plan. The Workforce Business Needs Survey was also completed in partnership with Workforce Planning Hamilton and in collaboration with all 3 chambers of commerce. This survey, which was actually born out of COVID as a huge collaboration, is now set for annual delivery in January of each year. And lastly, given the ever-increasing importance of workforce development, Carol Murillo has been designated as the Economic Development Division Lead on this action. And one of the first projects for this role will be to actually implement a workforce development strategy, which is well underway. In the enhancing digital infrastructure and services priority, there was one action completed. A virtual tour featuring high-resolution 360-degree drone photos of 5 business parks in the city of Hamilton was created during the pandemic. This was a tool that was born out of necessity because of the pandemic to allow us to do our usual business, but this has now become an additional tool for our business development team to guide potential clients and investors in telling the story about Hamilton. The growing business and investment priority saw the completion of an economic development marketing strategy. This is mostly an internal document that identifies the ways in which marketing supports the core efforts of our division, our key audiences, our geographic targets, and ways to ensure there are measurable results. And lastly, before I turn it over to Carrie, under the moving goods and people priority, the trade port and the city of Hamilton worked together to attract DHL to Hamilton, John C. Munro Hamilton International Airport. And in addition, both DHL and Cargojet continue to upgrade their freighter fleet to more fuel-efficient and lower noise pollutant planes with the recent acquisition of the Boeing 767 and 777 airplanes, replacing the noisier and less fuel-efficient 737 freighter planes. I'll turn it over to Carrie.
Thank you, Norm. To put it simply, place is important. And here are 3 actions that support the revitalization of areas and recognize the value of placemaking. A commercial vacancy assistance program was created as part of a 2-year pilot program to utilize available storefront and office space. Secondly, in Q3 of 2021, Council approved the Revitalizing Hamilton's Commercial District Community Improvement Plan to support climate change objectives. And lastly, placemaking. With the assistance of the Patrick J. McNally Charitable Foundation, the placemaking grant pilot program was launched in 2021. The pilot will carry on through 2022, and this highly successful program has resulted in community-led projects throughout the city. COPS Pier is certainly a transformational project that brings new vitality and public access to Hamilton's waterfront. Artist Simon Frank's integrated piece called Watershed has been installed, and also installed are 2 works called Filter by TH&B Collective, which are comprised of 2 pieces. The first is called Filter Tower, and the other is called Filter Flower Pot. And of course, there is much more to come as this transformational project continues to build out.
I'll switch over just for a brief moment. So, as I mentioned earlier, these the actions that we're reporting on today were the ones that were completed in 2021, but there are a number of actions that are underway already in 2022, and some that have already been completed, including the review of the City Lab program, the feasibility on a food business incubator, creating and implementing a life sciences strategy, and finalizing the truck route master plan. So all these items have already taken place and been approved in Q1, Q2 of 2022. And we have about another 12 that we're very confident that will be completed by the end of this calendar year.
So stretch targets are an integral part of the Economic Development Action Plan. And stretch targets encourage staff and our partners to dig a little deeper, think a little bit more creatively, and stretch our efforts to achieve more. Now, film was one of the few creative industries that did not see a downturn during COVID, as productions were allowed to continue within provincial restrictions. Early indicators for 2022 suggest that the demand for filming in Hamilton will continue to meet the record-breaking levels of 2021, so this stretch target is on target. Now, for the film geeks that are watching today, the image on the screen is from the film Nightmare Alley, and the set is Hamilton's cotton factory. This Guillermo del Toro feature was filmed in 2020, and was nominated for 4 Oscars in 2022. Best Picture, Cinematography, Costume Design, and Production Design. And it's production design nomination that has the most, to do with the overall look and feel, and this is where the city's film office interests most align with the production. And this is where Hamilton is a versatile filming location, and it's the city's logistical support for such things as closing a street for period cars, for turning off street lights to control ambient lighting during a shoot, facilitating the placement of lighting cranes on city streets, and stopping traffic for noise control during a shoot, and similar efforts that help make Hamilton a very desirable place for film business. This transit ridership stretch target is behind target. There was a 55.1% decline in revenue generating ridership between 2019 and 2021 during COVID, which was not a surprise. However, preliminary data from 2022 does offer an indication of pre-pandemic levels. For example, February 2022 reported a 56.3 increase over February 21's revenue generating ridership, so this trend is certainly going in the right direction. Stretch target 11 was attracting 5 major events to generate a combined total economic impact of at least $50 million in the city. It was certainly challenging to be an event organizer or host in 2021. New variants, shifting COVID-related restrictions on gathering and travel, and low consumer confidence in travel were significant influencers. The hosting of the Grey Cup in November was Hamilton's only major event of 2021. And putting the final heartbreaking score aside, it was a successful event and was a hopeful indicator at the time of the start of the recovery of the sport tourism sector. While this is an update on 2021, I can't resist sharing some of the outstanding results in early 2022, which saw Hamilton host the NHL Tim Hortons Heritage Classic, the FIFA World Cup Men's Soccer Qualify, the ISU World Synchronized Skating Championship, and most recently on Canada Day, the FIBA qualifier match with the Canadian men's national basketball team. Stretch target is investing $1 million in tourism development from the municipal accommodation tax. And as a direct result of the impact of COVID on the accommodation sector and travel trends in general, implementation of a municipal accommodation tax had been previously delayed with council's approval. I'm pleased to share that the sector has demonstrated steady recovery over the last few months. So staff are continuing to develop the municipal accommodation tax program and will be reporting back to GIC in August with some recommendations for implementation in 2023. To Norm.
So stretch target number 9 was to reduce the downtown office vacancy rate to pre-pandemic levels, which was the 2019 benchmark. This, as you might expect, is a little behind target. In Q4 2021, there was a 12.9 office vacancy rate, which is an increase of about 1% compared to the 2019 survey results. This trend can be largely attributed to the pandemic and the changes in workplace arrangements across all sectors, as seen through employees working from home and the growth of hybrid remote work arrangements. We are still watching this, as you may expect, very closely, talking to many of the large operators, leaseholders in the downtown, property owners, to get an assessment on what they're seeing. It's not all doom and gloom. While there have been some office folks that have left town or have downsized a little, we have seen an influx of some newer ones as well. So it's much better than it was the year into the pandemic when they were getting no inquiries. Inquiries have now started to pick up a little. On the street retail front, in a survey conducted by the City of Hamilton McMaster in Q2 of 2021, the overall commercial storefront vacancy rate across all of Hamilton BIAs was just over 93%. Our target here was to maintain a retail vacancy of, or occupancy, pardon me, of 90% across all the BIAs, so we are on target there. This doesn't mean that every BIA has a vacancy or occupancy rate over 90%, but if you took all the BIAs together, all their retail storefronts, we are still above 90%. Stretch target number 7 was to create and maintain a list of 1,000 living wage employers in Hamilton. A bit of a daunting task. It's just, as you can imagine, try to find out this information, but we utilized the aforementioned business survey that I talked about earlier with our Chambers of Commerce and Workforce Planning Hamilton. And through that survey, we had a question, and 240 employers self-identified as living wage employers. Among those employers, 101 consented to have their information shared with community partners. And as we speak, there's a meeting getting together this week, actually, with Tom Cooper and the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction and the Ontario Living Wage Network to talk about how we can best utilize and create this list. Stretch target number 6 was probably a bit of a surprise for all of us in a good way, and it was to increase immigration to Hamilton by 25% by 2025. In 2021, Hamilton attracted 5,455 immigrants, which is actually a 68% increase on 2019's data. We're in talking to our folks in the Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council, they said they may have been a bit conservative with their estimate, but I don't think anybody really saw the impact of what we were seeing in 2021. They said the pandemic may have created a slowdown of immigration in 2020. As such, the 2021 values may be inflated, but given some of the certain circumstances in the world right now, they expect that these numbers will continue to climb. So that's good news for Hamilton and our workforce. So the increasing Hamilton shovel land supply by 500 acres. We have not yet done that report yet in 2022. That report will be ready by the fall, but just to let you know, currently in the 2020 data note, we were at about 612 acres of shovel-ready land in our city's industrial business parks. On the same sort of stream and kind of related to AAA municipal tax assessment on the Stelco lands, this report was, our presentation was supposed to move forward on to June 1st GIC. And at that point in time, the city had a tax appeal that was currently in play. And on that same day, Slate actually announced the acquisition of the Stelco lands. So a lot's happened since then. Slate has acquired the lands, and I believe we are now in the process of appealing the appeal once again. So I think either way, we're going to see some movement on this number as we move forward in 2022. Stretch target number 3 was to increase the gross commercial industrial assessment by 1.5% per year. 2021 was a banner year from a development perspective and saw the assessment commercial and industrial classes increase by $204 million. This is a 3.2% increase, far exceeding the 1.5% target. Some of the new developments in the record-setting year included the L3 Harris facility in Waterdown, the Bridgestone Distribution Center in Ancaster, and developments around the airport, including DHL. Interesting note, and hopefully it's on the radar for this year's assessment roll, the Amazon facility, which was purely the largest development that took place last year, was not included in the assessment numbers of 2021. And stretch target number 2 was generate a total of $2.5 billion in industrial commercial construction value. We hit $717 million last year, which is 28.7% of this target. Given this figure, it's very likely that we will attain the $2.5 billion target. And lastly, stretch target number 1 was at 7 million square feet of new commercial industrial space. And in 2021, just under 2.7 million square feet of commercial industrial space was constructed. This represents approximately 35.7% of the stretch target, and subsequently positions the stretch target as very likely to be met within the lifespan of the EDAP. However, I would like to emphasize, while industrial growth and activity still remains very strong across the city, The 2021 numbers were part of a truly exceptional year. So I don't expect those numbers to be at that level for the next 4 years, but I still expect them to be very strong. So to sum up, if you take a look at the scorecard over these two slides, we have 2 stretch targets that have been achieved, 6 are on target, 2 are behind, and 3 are yet to be determined and are still establishing benchmarks. And to close this off, I will turn it over to Carrie for some closing comments.
So in terms of next steps, staff will provide another annual update in the second quarter of 2023, and we are hopeful to be sharing strong results and further indications of recovery as we are today. The results of the action plan will continue to be communicated to the public and stakeholders according to the plan's dissemination plan and the economic development marketing strategy. For example, we will continue to do strategic outreach through media releases, interviews, meetings, presentations, fam tours, and so on. The city's website, the Invest in Hamilton website, Tourism Hamilton website will also be utilized to share information. We have a series of e-newsletters which will continue to provide updates such as the Invest in Hamilton e-newsletter, the Tourism e-newsletter, and updates to local chambers and the BIAs. We will be doing additional council presentations, such as this one and other information reports, such as the Workforce and Business Needs Survey in the coming weeks and months. And of course, we will continue to make good use of multiple social media channels throughout the city. So that concludes our presentation today. We are happy to take questions.
Thank you, Norm and Carrie, and great presentation, and it's good to know that we're ahead of the target, so that's good. We do have a speakers list, so I will call on Councillor Partridge first, please. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And wow, this is just such good news. Even during COVID, you know, we can't hold our economic development staff down. So I'm very, very pleased with the information you've put in front of me. 2 questions for you. The first one, I believe, Norm, and I'm sorry, I don't remember which slide it was, but it was to do with the business parks and shovel-ready ground. And I believe it was 616 acres. Does that include the business parks that are in Waterdown and other business parks across the city?
Through the chair to the councillor, it does include what's serviced and ready to go within Waterdown. So to deem a site as shovel ready, there needs to be a road, a sewer, and water, basically to have that deemed to be shovel ready. So it would include anything in Waterdown that meets those criteria.
So even the privately owned business parks, it would include that. They don't have to be city-owned parks.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's what I wanted clarity on. And I think I missed part of your presentation at the very beginning when you were talking about various programs. The example I can give you is that I have a business. We've already had a preliminary meeting. Their existing business, highly successful. They need to move within 3 to 5 years. And they would need to have double the land that they've got now and potentially double the size of the building. And do we have a program that I could connect them to? Because I would like to have another meeting and bring in economic development staff.
Through the chair to the councillor, we would be very pleased to sit down with you, councillor, with respect to that and explore what programs may be available. It's hard to surmise that without knowing exactly what the criteria is behind the business, but we'd be certainly happy to have that discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Norm, and I will follow up with you on that. And lastly, just very quickly, I would be remiss if I did not say thank you so much to the expertise of our staff in the work that we all did together as a team to bring L3Harris to not only to the table, but actually to have that building open. And L3Harris moving into Hamilton from Burlington is just one of, I think, 10 brand new large businesses that we've got that have just moved into my area let alone the ones at the airport and across the city. So outstanding work on all fronts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, and congratulations to the team for the presentation and each of the targets that have been met, especially through this pandemic. That is a feat, and definitely understand the collaborative nature of those achievements. But I did want to say congratulations in such a tough 2 years to still be able to meet targets around economic development is a great story. I was curious, and it might be part of the reports that you mentioned are coming in the future, but I was wondering if we could hear a little bit about how the city's ECDev department is supporting small businesses that had to pivot to online sales through the pandemic, but thrive more through in-person sales, and how we're supporting the retail of those small businesses, how they're faring and how they're being supported, if I could, please.
So through the chair to the councillor, so through the pandemic, our Hamilton Business Centre has been at the forefront in delivering the DMS program, which you're probably very familiar with, which is basically Digital Main Street, and taking the traditional retail and providing them with the online tools that they require. With respect to how businesses are faring on the street, it depends who you talk to. There's some that are still doing very well. There's some that are having some difficulty bringing their customer base in. But overall, in talking with our BI executive directors and through Judy Lamb's team, things seem to be faring fairly well. We do have a retail commercial assessment study that is going on, and that we're in the process of getting out there to do a bit of a deeper dive on that information, because that is very important for us, the small business piece, as we move forward in the future, most definitely.
Excellent. So it's an assessment is underway, and then that will help further shape the strategy targets going forward around small businesses.
Through the chair to the councillor, correct.
Great. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. And we have Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And the report is very comprehensive, and I thank you for it. The one question I had that came out of the report, I could not find anything that we were doing to assist or encourage the agricultural industry within the city of Hamilton.
So through the chair to the councillor, we do have, there's one item within there, and it's with respect to a community improvement plan for the agricultural sector. When we created the actions and the priorities for the report, especially from the action perspective, we looked at pieces of actions that we weren't already doing on our team. So we have an individual on our team, Tyson McMahon, who heads up our whole ag and food sector, and is in constant communication with the sector, and in terms of BR&E, available programming through different levels of ministry funding. So we do have a pretty good handle on that. The one piece we could have probably put in here the last time, which it happens every 5 years, so it could have been contained as an action, was basically an economic impact of the ag sector. That is in our division's work plan. As soon as the census data does come out, we will be producing an economic development impact report on the ag sector for the city of Hamilton.
So we're not doing anything to encourage the agriculture community, the farmers, to take on more crops, to expand their farms, to include greenhouses so they would have 24/7 farming. We have not developed any type of economic development plan for our agricultural community.
Well, through the chair to the councillor, we would hope that would come out through the development of the CIP discussions, and what those needs are in terms of what the ag community is looking for in that regard.
Okay, I'm a little bit surprised that it's not mentioned or addressed, and I keep mentioning it. We have an issue here. The food security is going to be a real problem, and if we're not trying to take the lead as a municipality to encourage agricultural development to offset the risks of food security, then it'll be the next generation that ends up dealing with the problem. So that's why I keep encouraging it. And the farmers will tell you that they're nervous about it. So it's just something that we need to address more fully as a municipality, rather than it's someone's job in the back of the Economic Development Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And we have Councillor Jackson.
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Thank you very much, Directors Schlehan and Brooks Joyner. Truly remarkable achievement during an unprecedented time, especially. And kudos to your amazing teams that just kept pumping out the work in spite of all the restrictions and difficulties. You not only helped with business retention, which is incredibly important, but new investment as well. Again, up in my area, thinking of the future $80 million Sierra Foods coming, that's underway, Corbeck Steel on 20 Road, and the Walters Group expansion as well of $250 million. Director Schlehan, I'm just going to ask you specifically about office and office work and office construction for the future. And I'll quickly, Deputy Mayor Pauls, I'll use myself as a perfect example of what maybe I have a little trepidation on in the future for office employment and the status of the commercial and retail office in the future, especially for our downtown core. Somebody like myself, Director Schlehan, pre-pandemic, except for a little vacation time, if I was sick or a family emergency, 95% of the time I'm in the office at City Hall pre-pandemic, and I'm there 10, 12 hours on average every day. During the pandemic and since, I'm still spending an overwhelming majority of my time working through my laptop at home. I miss my office. I get in there a little more frequently. I'm out and about in my ward regularly now, but in terms of the office, I'm using myself maybe as a textbook. Can you help me understand where you truly see the future of office, commercial, retail, employment, especially in our city? And does it have a bright future, or is there going to continue to be a hybrid type of working relationship? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Jackson. I wish I had that crystal ball, Councillor Jackson, to look into the future and see what is, but I'll try to give you my perspective from what I've seen on the street and the discussions that I've been having, and even some of the seminars, conferences we've attended. Hybrid work in the short term probably seems to be part, at least, of the short term future, if not long term. There are many companies that have pivoted that way and are utilizing using the hybrid model. So will that still continue to go on? I don't know for sure. I just know myself in terms of similar circumstances to you, Councillor Jackson. You know, we were at home for a long period of time. Getting back into the office now on a bit of a hybrid model myself, it's like I want to be in the office more. So I'm hoping that mentality resonates with everybody. But it's a tough question, and it's something that we're going to be watching very closely. And as I said in my earlier remarks, that we will need to be basically watching this extremely closely. I'm looking at in the gallery some of the office owners and that I've spoken to and business owners. They have gone to virtual models, which is fine from a lease perspective. The spaces are leased downtown, but the impact what it has is on the street front retail. These are the folks that were coming down every day and maybe going out for lunch, grabbing a coffee, and they're not doing that anymore. So it is something that we're going to be monitoring very closely as we go forward, because even at we were at a major land event in Toronto just about 3 weeks ago, and even they didn't have basically what the future looked like clearly yet.
Okay. Director Schlehan, thank you so much. And I know it's obviously top of mind and on your radar moving forward as well. We just don't want any loss of a future investment in that regard down the road. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. And we have Councillor Farr. Oh.
Thought the list was longer. Just on that, Norm, we've spoken, you and I, about the concerns, and sometimes it's vague, others it's pretty obvious when it comes to downtown office space. We had a pitch during the pandemic for some Class A opportunity out back of City Hall. Didn't fly, but it brought to light the need for Class A, which is a bigger attraction and maybe gets us a couple of national or international firms. So through you, a part of your watching closely as our Director of Economic Development. Is that also seeing what trends we need to invest in to attract?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, we certainly watch those trends of what we need to attract. I think right now we're just trying to basically, take care of what we have in terms of that more of a retention and more of an attract. Not that we're not losing sight of those potential Class A opportunities, but there isn't a lot of talk on new construction of Class A office space at this moment in time.
Through you, there is not a lot of talk.
Not at this point.
Not surprising.
So.
Through you, Chair. So again, with the watching closely, downtown we have a few large-scale property managers. I've talked to a few, and certainly a lot of leases are coming up in the next year, 2, 3 years. And they're going to change significantly, they tell me. So is that also part of your watching closely initiative from an economic development point of view? And are we able, even if you're not identifying who these operators are or who these companies are, who may to be dramatically changing their lease arrangements or even eliminating them altogether and moving on to telecommuting and working from home? Through you, Chair, are we able to get a report from you on the status of where they stand in terms of the agreements they have now and what's going to happen when those leases are up?
So through the chair to the councillor, we will be doing we're in the throes right now of doing a office vacancy report to see where we're standing right now, whether it's getting down to, I think we can ask those questions though, in terms of when do you anticipate your leases coming up? Because that's the bigger question, because a lot of these folks, property owners did sign leases prior to the pandemic. And you know what? They're locked in as a property owner. They're fine for 5 years. But what happens after 5 years? They may have had 400 people on those floors, and after 5 years, maybe they don't anymore, right? Or they can maintain that space. So that again, watching closely, absolutely, we are watching that extremely closely.
It includes that. I mean, yes. It'd be great if we could just have those conversations, even with the bigger property managers and owners of these office buildings. If we can, scratch out the names of these companies, but at least give Hamiltonians an opportunity to really understand what we're dealing with and how this and every other major city and medium markets are going to need to adjust. If we want to maintain thriving downtowns, like you say, these office workers are going and shopping and dining and hanging around and adding to the vitality of this and any core. Through you, Chair, one last thing on that. I was going to ask you, Norm. I had asked our CBO, now outgone, Ed Vanderwent, although he's stepping in nicely with the city housing file. If we could get an inventory of offices that may be converted in the core to something other use, potentially residential, maybe parking facilities, that sort of thing. Is that also something that we're looking at? I know some office buildings, it's next to impossible or extremely expensive. But we have an example right across the road of the old Bell building, which is a wonderful condominium facility, which used to be a Bell headquarters. So through you, is there a way down the road where we may get an inventory of conversions to residential or other uses from office in this town?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think as we go through our study here, in terms of we'll basically make sure that is something we keep there as well, like which ones are able. We have had some inquiries by large property owners in the core about potential conversions to other uses. So I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. So I don't think that's a very tough ask. And there are only so many properties that would be available for that anyway. If we're talking about in the traditional office space in the downtown core. I just want to add one other piece of that. What really seems to be getting people coming to Hamilton right now is the brick and beam, the unique kind of boutique type office space seems to still have generated a lot of interest even through COVID. It's the more traditional office space that in a tower that has been more of a challenge.
I agree, and it's good to see. Thank you.
Thank
you very much.
And again, thank you, Norm and Carrie, for a great presentation. And I want to say, as a chair of the BIAs, and there's a lot of enthusiastic people opening even during the pandemic. And like you said, 93% occupancy, it's very high. And I want to thank Judy Lamb. I see her here. She's there every month, bringing good news to them all, what the city's doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will need an e-vote to receive a presentation. Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Powers and Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Thank you, and it passes. 8-2. City Manager 2021-2022 review.
Sorry, Madam Chairman, my vote wasn't recorded, and I am president, but with limited connectivity. So, thank you.
Okay, thumbs up, Councillor.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, Jeanette Smith, City Manager, will provide a presentation.
Councillor Pauls? Sorry, we do need to receive the vote, and I do need on the report itself, which is in your roadmap.
Okay.
And I also need to redo this vote to include on the presentation and close Councillor Danko. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to redo the vote to receive the presentation for item 8.2.
Okay.
So if you just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, that's on 8.1. My apologies.
So if you're having a problem, just put your thumbs up and I can see it, and we'll make sure it's recorded.
Sorry, bear with me here 1 second, folks. I have to add a new vote. The vote on the presentation is now reopened.
Okay, this is on the presentation.
Councillor Danko, you should be able to vote now. Thank you.
Thumbs up. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Thumbs up. Anybody
the vote's
else?
Closed.
Okay, thank you, and it passes. Now I need a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor. Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Danko. Thank you. Is there any discussion on the report? We will do a e-vote then. Thank you. Councillor Powers, thumbs up. Who else?
I just need Mayor Eisenberger, please.
Mayor? Thumbs up.
It's still loading, but it's thumbs up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The vote carries 13-0.
Okay, thank you. 8-2, City Manager Jeanette Smith will provide a presentation on item 8.2. Okay, welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And thank you to clerks for helping with my presentation. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. It's wonderful to be in person in council chambers again. And each year I stand before you as part of my city manager performance review, speaking to the annual accomplishments of the organization. And if we move on to slide 2, similar to last year, COVID-19 and the continued management of impacts across the city was a major focus for us. A comprehensive and sustained vaccination program required the redeployment of 337 employees with 1.2 million doses administered as of May 2022. And we increased the capacity of our shelter system, including warming and cooling stations. We have now lifted the state of emergency due to a number of factors, including those directly attributable to the good work of city staff, such as the success of the vaccination program and continued public education around safe public health practices. In the third quarter of 2021, we brought forward the COVID-19 recovery framework, which provides a path for the city to follow on the road to recovery. The framework provides guidance on a number of areas, including service recovery, term of council priorities, economic recovery, partnerships and collaborations with other governments, and returning to the workplace with new working models for city staff. Next slide. Despite significant attention, resources, and efforts spent battling the COVID-19 pandemic for a second year, we have also advanced important priorities set by this council. A few examples of these achievements include Recharge Hamilton, our community energy and admissions plan, as well as the Hamilton Climate Action Adaptation Plan. Council approval of the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Framework in the Q3 of last year. We've now hired staff to lead implementation and launched a training module for all people leaders. The new board of directors and executive director for the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center is in place. Implementation of the 10-year housing strategy continues, with 875 households supported through the Rent Ready program and the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit. Federal investments secured via the Rapid Housing Initiative to build 155 affordable units. Street outreach with 565 individuals in encampments, of which 81 were housed directly, and 540 access shelter beds. $950,000 in annual funding has been secured to support a new shelter for women, Indigenous women, trans and non-binary community members, and an updated urban official plan with council's adoption of a no urban boundary growth scenario in May of 2022. Moving on. Within the city manager's office itself, we've made strides in a number of areas, including how we work with other levels of government and the community. A small but mighty team has developed a comprehensive government relations strategy that was approved in April 2022 and seeks to ensure your priorities are understood by higher levels of government. And they've advanced a new public engagement policy and framework that will help ensure that we provide more members of the public with the opportunity to contribute to our program and policy development in a way that is accessible to them. In addition to government relations, we've also increased access and use of information and data. These efforts include a new website scheduled for a soft launch in the next few weeks, designed to make city information easier to find, an increase of 9% in data sets available on Open Hamilton, the launch of Vision Zero, COVID-19, and housing dashboards, and the implementation of a new budget system to improve the efficiency, effectiveness, and accuracy of budget reports. Lastly, we had strong engagement of staff through the latest version of our People Survey, which saw a 62% response rate. Action planning is now underway to address areas for improvement. Next slide. As much as we have done while continuing to battle the pandemic, we are aiming high with the work we are hoping to achieve over the coming year. A substantial part of these efforts will continue to focus on the impacts of COVID-19, as well as the recovery we are aiming to support. The work ahead includes reviewing the emergency response to date for lessons learned, developing recovery plans for our health and social service programming, advancing online service delivery wherever possible, preparing for any additional waves of the virus, and working with our partners to further identify and address the community impacts of COVID-19. On the next slide, with respect to term of council priorities, we are focused on a number of projects that will aim to improve our climate response, assist citizens in moving around our city, and address issues of housing. The work ahead includes implementing Recharge Hamilton, our community energy and admissions plan, and the Hamilton Climate Action Adaptation Plan, light rail transit advancements, complete, livable, better streets design manual for council approval, sustainable housing delivery model and investment framework, and strategies to address the impacts of Bill 109, More Homes for Everyone Act. Next slide. A critical goal for the City Manager's Office and the entire senior leadership team in the coming year is our continued ability to attract and retain talent. I know we're not alone in these concerns, as a recent survey by the firm Strategy Corps found this to be the top concern for the first time among CAOs across Ontario municipalities. There are signs that the City of Hamilton is not immune to these broader challenges. As in other municipalities, we are experiencing recruitment challenges which are already having service impacts. These challenges are widespread and are having impacts across the corporation. Some examples of those impacts include significant declines in the applications for paramedic services, in some cases as much as 50% lower than previous rounds. Rates of acceptance at the end of the process are also concerning for a number of reasons. We see significant shortages in supply positions for childcare at the Red Hill Family Centre, which makes backfill for ill employees significantly more challenging. Healthcare positions instrumental in our pandemic efforts are also in short supply, including regulated healthcare professions such as nursing, as well as critical personal support workers. We are seeing the loss of some senior managers who have been attracted by other organizations, including the private sector, often through flexible work arrangements and/or compensation. These positions are challenging to fill with the right candidate at the best of times, and we're noticing competition for this type of talent is increasing. We are seeing challenges for professional level staff, including engineers, planners, urban designers, and inspectors, which is putting significant pressure on development approval timelines and the possibility of needing to delay some planning policy initiatives. This is not an exhaustive list. Many of these challenges have been caused by the retirement of many baby boomers. And while this pressure was anticipated, it's been exacerbated by the impacts of the pandemic and the changing nature of work, which enables some sectors to live in one city, province, or even country and work virtually in another one. These recruitment challenges, combined with very high inflation and supply chain snarls, have significant impacts on our current staff members, who, in addition to helping to lead recruitment efforts, are having to take on additional work due to emerging staff shortages, which is putting workload and burnout pressures on a workforce that has yet to recover from the substantial efforts needed to combat COVID-19. As a result of these concerns above, and with the intention to quantify those concerns and look for solutions, staff has initiated a workforce assessment to better understand our issues, as well as how we compare with other municipalities in the GTHA, who have expressed that they are facing similar issues. The review will examine the work environment, compensation, work-life balance issues, and operational implications of recruitment and retention issues, as well as our current HR-related policies. Our intention is to have that assessment completed by the fourth quarter of 2022 and delivered to Council in early 2023. And of course, my office will also be focused on the orientation of the new Council and updating the city's strategic plan and term of Council priorities with the new Council. Next slide. Thank you. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions before moving on to my next presentation.
Thank you, and we'll take some questions now. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And Jeanette, thank you. Under the circumstances of what we've had to deal with, and not just COVID, but particularly around succession planning, I've been so pleased with the work that has been coming out of your office and how you meet challenges. But I have a question. It is around succession planning, and you just gave a very good presentation of the challenges. Can you confirm for me the total number of staff with the City of Hamilton right now?
I know in general, we typically, except for when we have extra summer students, is 7,500. The number of vacancies we have now, I don't know, Laura, if you have that at your fingertips. I know we were pulling that data together. Laura Fontana, our Executive Director of Human Resources.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Through the chair to Councillor Partridge. Jeanette's correct in terms of our numbers, overall employee numbers. They peak around 8,300 with our summer students, but generally speaking, around 75 or 7,600. I don't have the number in terms of the vacancies currently, but can certainly provide that information.
No, I appreciate that. The number of jobs that are open, it is a huge concern, because I've certainly noticed, although staff are doing tremendous work in just about every area across the organization, I do sense the stress that they're under, and certainly it is being felt by the residents out in the community. In different areas. Can you just speak about open, whether it's this could be for Laura, but through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and Jeanette, I'm just looking at work being done with our local educational institutions and our immigration numbers. How are we tapping into those areas for recruiting?
Through the chair, I'll start, and then I'll pass it over to Ms. Fontana. Certainly working closely. So, for example, we are one of the partners with Future Ready with Mohawk College, and they're certainly partners in looking at providing free tuition for some of the programs where there's key pressures like personal support workers. So we continue to sit and plan with them to identify where our gaps are. One of the things, in addition to doing succession planning within our different program and departments and divisions, we've also been bringing in more students from McMaster as well, because that gives them an opportunity to work with us and to see what it's like to work at the city. And they often become candidates when permanent positions open up. And Laura, I'll pass it over to Laura Fontana to add anything.
Thank you. Through the chair, as Jeanette mentioned, we do partner with particularly the education sector, so Mohawk College and McMaster University. For example, we have been having discussions with Mohawk College specifically on trends in some of our needs in the future, and they're building some of their programs around potential opportunities with some of the more major employers in the city. We have the co-op programs absolutely with McMaster and Mohawk and other area universities. And we're also the co-op programs for specific areas of expertise throughout the organization. Technical and otherwise administration. So we have ongoing partnership with them. We have agreements with them in terms of some of the placements, but more specifically identifying some key roles in the future and making sure that they're providing the programs that will help with our talent requirements in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate those answers very much. The immigration, that's the last piece. My final question is, are we looking at perhaps how to tap into that immigration component? We have so many people coming into our city, and I'm wondering if, what we've done around that.
I'll start, and I don't know whether Norm Schlehan wants to add in as well, who you just heard from. I know because I participated in before with our HIPSI, our Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council, where they bring some of us leaders together and senior staff to partner up with individuals that need a leg up, need to get sometimes some experience, almost like a mentor to help them through the job recruitment process. And I know we've had at least one senior leader in the city manager's office do that. And so, Norm Schlehan, did you want to comment at all?
Through the chair to the councillor, the HIPSI continues to, further to the city manager's comments, continues to work with the immigrant community, and we have the unique piece of having HIPSI within the Economic Development Office is that we actually get to take the HIPSI team and representatives out to local employers to try and integrate them into the city as well. So not just at the city of Hamilton, but within the employers within the city of Hamilton as well.
Thanks very much. Those are my questions, and I do appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Just a couple of questions on recruitment and retention, as was mentioned by the city manager. Just on financial compensation that we are offering our staff, I'm hearing from my private sector colleagues that a lot of times, obviously they're having trouble recruiting, but then when they do offer a package to a prospective employee, a couple hours later, there'll be a counteroffer from their existing employee, and it can be 25, 30% higher just that same day. So I'm just wondering through you, how much flexibility do we have for financial compensation to make sure that we actually land those prospective talent?
I'll start and again pass it over to Ms. Fontana. So I would say we've seen a similar thing happen. I would say also in talking to prospective candidates, it's not always about compensation. A lot of it is around flexibility and that their work environment and opportunities, but it is one of the pieces. We do have a policy that I would say puts a framework around what we are enabled to offer, and that's something we would be reviewing. Ms. Fontana, could you give a bit more detail on what that policy is?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, the compensation policy provides for some opportunity for flexibility in terms of our compensation practices. To the councillor, I think you're aware that approximately 75 to 80% of our workforce is unionized, so there are terms and conditions of employment that are contained in our collective agreement. So there's limited opportunity for flexibility in those regards. We are going to be entering into collective bargaining in the new year. We are going to be looking at those specific areas in terms of gaining some more flexibility so that we can be in a better position to attract and retain top talent. But that flexibility has to be negotiated in the collective agreements. Ms. Smith referred to the review that we're doing, that we're undertaking a workforce analysis. Compensation review is going to be part of it so that we understand our policies, our procedures, and understanding where we need that flexibility. And of course, the private sector, I would suggest, has more ability to counter and make some compensation packages more attractive because they have that flexibility. We've got our policies, our procedures, and of course our collective agreements. But we are looking for new and creative ways of having compensation practices that will attract, and so that we can have that competitive edge. But that is part of the review that we are undertaking, and making sure that we can have that sort of response when we're negotiating with these potential hires.
Thank you. I guess certainly a challenge for not just public organizations, but all large organizations that have those policies and procedures that have to certain specific pay scales, whereas smaller private employers can just simply offer what they think that employee is worth because they need them. Does that challenge extend through all kind of job categories? So I'm thinking of professionals through to skilled trades down to general labor. Is there any specific categories that are worse than others?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, certainly I highlighted the few that I highlighted in terms of the regulated health professions as well as paramedics are one of them. Planning professions have been an issue for a while, and it's not getting any better, and we're seeing increased workload with the amount of great interest at the city, but also with the new Bill 109. More recently, Public Works is starting to flag more of the inspectors and engineers, where we didn't have those in the past, so that's emerging. I know from senior positions I've been involved in recruiting, we're still getting a good slate of individuals coming forward, but it's a much smaller one than we would have seen from the past. I don't know whether, again, Ms. Montana wants to add anything to it on any other ones that she's seeing emerging.
So through the chair, I would suggest that when it comes to our unionized workforce, we're fairly competitive, particularly with respect to area municipalities. So our collective agreements are pretty much, reflective of other municipality collective agreements in terms of compensation and terms and conditions. Where we're having some greater challenges is in the management ranks. Supervisors, managers, and senior positions. That's becoming a bit more problematic for us. There are various options. I think Ms. Smith referred to the ability. The market has expanded because of the ability to be working remotely. So we're not just competing with the areas surrounding us. We're now competing with the GTA because of that ability to work remotely. I would suggest that our challenges are more in the management and above levels.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your time is up. If you have more questions, I could put you a second time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just have one final question, but please put me on the second time.
Short or?
No, you can put me on the second time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. In response to Councillor Danko's question, the city manager and our director of HR, it sounded like they had a good indication as to what the numbers were for vacancies. So can I get a clarification? Do you know the number of vacancies in each division right now?
Through Deputy Mayor to Ms. Fontana.
So through the chair, I don't have that breakdown. I can certainly ensure that that's provided to council.
Councillor?
I thought I had requested that. I could be mistaken. I guess the challenge for me is if we don't know the numbers that where we are weak, where there are vacancies, then we can't assist in terms of how we promote the city to potential employees. And so I'm struggling to understand if we know there's dramatic vacancies across the system, then what are we doing now to recruit people based on the challenges that we're having? And I don't have that information, so I don't know what we're doing.
So through the Deputy Mayor, that's certainly, and I recall you asking that, I believe, at the June 15th GIC meeting. And so we are pulling that together. We just don't have it ready for the meeting today, although now they're pointing over to Mike Zagaric. So we might have it over from Mike Zagaric.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we are compiling the information. This Thursday, I'll be presenting our variance reports. This is not a complete figure for the corporation. We are still waiting for Public Works' vacancy numbers, but we are sitting at approximately 200 vacant positions, full-time positions across the organization. And digging a little further into that figure, we're sitting at approximately 50 positions that have been vacant for a year or longer. Now, it could be because of the pandemic that some of those positions are vacant and that staff have been redeployed, and those positions are not priority positions at this time. But across the corporation, we're at approximately 200 full-time equivalent positions that are vacant.
And that's not including Public Works.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is not including Public Works. And again, this is somewhat aged. It goes back to April, and we're compiling the information currently, an updated listing of vacancies.
To clarify, Deputy Mayor, so was the 50 positions that have been vacant for a year or longer, were they included in the 200 number that you provided?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, that is correct.
And what's the policy on gapping? If divisions or departments have vacancies by the end of the year, do they get to keep that money that was provided for those positions that we never hired?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, no. City Council approves a gapping target through our tax-supported budget process. I believe we're just short of $5 million as a gapping target. You'll see in Thursday's variance report, we are just slightly above that $5 million target forecasted for year-end 2022. If we exceed that target by end of year, those savings are applied to the overall corporate savings, and typically those are decided by council in terms of where those savings are applied to. Typically, they're applied to a reserve and typically to our tax stabilization reserve. So again, at year end, if we exceed that $5 million gapping target, those savings are deliberated by council and applied to an appropriate reserve.
Can I ask, the 200 vacancies, is it on par with past years, or is this an unusual number that we have this year?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we are looking into where we are trending for 2022 relative to 2019. That would be, given the pandemic, that would be a year that we would compare to as more of a normal year. So we are trending similar to 2019, but we do recognize that we are still in the midst of a pandemic response. There are some positions that have continued to be redeployed or might have been vacant. So again, we are trending similar to 2019, but in terms of vacancies, we have fewer vacancies than we did in 2020 and 2021, because in 2020 and 2021, we took a number of measures in response to the pandemic, including redeploying staff, as well as pausing seasonal and summer students because of the pandemic. So we had far greater vacancies in 2020 and 2021 than we did in 2019, and much greater number of vacancies in those years relative to our 2022 forecast as well.
Thank you. And my last question, if I may, Deputy Mayor, is the backfilling of the 200 vacancies. So do we know how many vacancies someone has now taken on that responsibility in addition to their other tasks? Or how many of those vacancies are sitting empty and there's no one doing that work?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we don't have a complete listing of what mitigating measures may be taken as it relates to vacancies. We do know in some situations we are incurring overtime because other staff are assuming some of those roles and responsibilities, especially as it relates to critical roles and responsibilities. In some cases, we may hire someone on a short-term contract to fill those positions and needs. But again, we have a partial listing of what those mitigating measures are as it relates to vacancies.
So, Deputy Mayor, I thought I heard Ms. Smith indicate that their plan is to come back with a more fulsome report in the first or second quarter of 2023. Did I hear that correctly?
Through the Deputy Mayor, yes. So certainly the data you requested is going to be built into Mike's financial forecasting, but we want to do a full analysis of all the different issues, and we'd be bringing that back.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I had my mic off. Councillor Danko, second time speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I do appreciate the discussion. I think it is really important for council and for the public just to understand, number one, how valuable our current employees are, but also just the difficulties in recruitment and retention that can lead to problems with delivery of service, service interruptions, and that we're kind of in a negative feedback loop with the workload and the demands on our staff, causing them to look for other opportunities and, not being able to fill those positions. So I just wanted to turn back to, we talked about financial compensation, but City Manager, you also spoke about work-life balance and what new staff especially are looking for, especially younger staff, in terms that they're not working for an income, they're working to make a difference. They want to believe in the organization, in the work that they're doing. And it can be seen as much more important than the paycheck. So what are we doing that can help facilitate that work-life balance for the staff that really value that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'll start, and I'll get Laura to Ms. Fontana to add on. Something as the policy that just came to council around the right to disconnect policy, that gives staff that permission that they're not expected unless they're in certain jobs where those expectations are laid out on call, etc. They're not expected to respond to emails at night or on the weekends. So I've heard positive, I got emails from frontline staff thanking us for that policy. It was required under provincial legislation. But we put a bit more meat around it. And so I saw ones like that. I think as we are advertising our positions, it's talking about, what is the difference they're making in the community. Recent interviews I've been involved in have had staff who recently moved here and they want to make a difference in the city in which they live in. So how we advertise the job to say, you get to make a difference in your community, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it's even how we characterize the work. It's about having conversations with them on a regular basis about what their career goals are and aspirations. So we have those deliberate conversations that take an interest in where they want to go in their career. Because the great thing about working in a municipality is the range of services and programs, and people have transferable skills to move around into different parts of the organization. So those are some of the things that I think are really important, and I'll pass it over to Ms. Fontana if she has anything to add.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I just further to the review that we're undertaking, that we're going to be presenting to Council in the first quarter of next year. It is going to include an HR review. Basically, we're referring to it as modernizing our HR policies, particularly related to our talent strategies, our working models, so the hybrid models, what's working, what's not working, and adjusting those accordingly, flexible work arrangements, and other related policies. And there's also a component for strategies that support that work-life balance that we're talking about. So looking for opportunities to improve and promote and support a better work-life balance for the employees through our policies, through our culture, as an example, communication programs, and just that demonstrated commitment to the work-life balance with the the communication and the engagement with the employees. Jeanette also mentioned our people survey, the engagement survey we undertook, and there was lots of feedback there. And through the action planning, we are dealing with a number of issues, and including supporting the organization through the work-life balance and flexible working arrangements, including the hybrid model. So all of that is being taken into consideration. We're going to review it, modify it, and then bring forward updated policies and programs, hopefully in the new year. And the timing of it is also, we're hoping to be well aligned with our collective bargaining process so that we can align some of our proposals with these areas that we're identifying as opportunities and needing greater attention in the future. So all that intel we're hoping to incorporate in our proposals and having some productive conversations with our union partners.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Janko, any?
No, just a final comment. I guess I really appreciate that focus on providing employees and prospective employees the opportunity to make that difference in the city that they live in. I think that's critical for recruitment and retention. And also from Councillor Partridge's earlier questions, the partnerships with and coordination with McMaster, Mohawk, and their post-secondary institutions. I think Hamilton still does have limited career opportunities for new grads. And I think that's somewhere where, as a major employee in the city, we can really capitalize on. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing. And this is just such a critical topic for the public to understand the competition in the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I have a question that's more suitable to be asked in camera. So can I assume then that we won't receive this presentation until we do the in-camera part?
No, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor. This presentation is to be received. And when we go into camera, you can discuss what you want into camera as a separate item.
Okay, so by receiving this now, I won't take away my ability to ask questions in camera.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. So we will receive, we vote the presentation, and then we'll have, so we'll do that first with the e-vote. Oh, mover and seconder, please, Councillor Nan and Councillor Johnson. Thank you for that.
Chair, while you're gathering the vote, my earlier comment around delegates was to not leave them stranded for hours at a time while we're dealing with other issues. I'm not sure why we set up our agenda in this way, and I'll certainly raise that under other business, but can I, just out of respect for the delegates that are waiting, can I suggest that we get to them rather than getting to the next item so that we can do better civic engagement? I think that's part of kind of our overall mission. I think we should look at rearranging our agendas in the future to give delegates the kind of the first
and I agree
priority
with you 100%.
after our approval of the delegates. So
yes. I agree 100%. They're all here, and I want to thank you for taking the time and for listening and for being so respectful. Thank you very much, and we will have our city manager, Jeanette, do the second presentation after the delegates. So if that's okay, we voted already? We need to receive the presentation then, please. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Pearson, Councillor Vanderbeek, thank you for that. We'll vote on that, and then we'll get to the presentation. And thank you, Mayor, for suggesting that. I wanted them right at the beginning. So we're going to go to 9. Oh, did we? Let's wait. We're 14-0. Pass. Thank you. And we're going to go to 9, delegations. Members of the committee, in the interest of time, we will take one vote to receive all the presentation following the last delegate, of all of which are intended to speak to item 10.1. And we already voted, and we are going to ask Lou and PJ to come. Thank you for coming the second time, and your delegation is going to be dynamic because it's twice. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Councilor.
Being here in person, I had the opportunity to say hello to our friend PJ McCanny in the hallway just prior to the meeting's commencement, and he has asked, and I am very happy to accommodate if council is willing to extend their presentation beyond the 5 minutes. They may need a little bit more time here today, so I would move that accordingly if you'd like to second.
Yes, I would love to second it, please, and we'll vote now.
Just bear with me. I need to create that vote. I'll be 1 second.
And thank you again. I want to thank all the delegates that are here today. Councilor Project, do you...
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I just have a quick question. Since we did approve the agenda and the order at the very beginning, do we not need to vote to change and move the presentation up? I'm perfectly supportive of that, but I'm just, we're kind of jumping all over the place here. So do we need to vote? And that's through you to Stephanie, please.
Yes, through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we do. I'm preparing both actually as we speak, and then I will put up the amendment to the agenda. We actually did, sorry, for moving Lou and PJ up, we've already done that one. Yep. But to reverse Jeanette, yes, we do need to have one there. So give me 1 quick second.
And I'm happy to move that, thank you.
So we need a mover and a seconder, Councilor Partridge and Councilor Powers.
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what I put up right now is the vote to defer the city manager's second presentation until after the delegates.
Okay. Your vote's up.
Councillor Clark stepped out. Councillor Nan, are you able to vote? Oh, here it comes. Thank you. And now I'm going to put up the vote for the extension of time. And for some reason that vote died. Hang on 1 quick second.
And there it is.
Vote is up. Councillor Marula, Councillor Nan, are you able to vote? Thank you. I'm missing. Councillor Johnson, are you able to vote, please? Thank you. Okay, you are good to go now.
Thank you. And thank you again, Lou and PJ. Hamilton 100, respecting item 10.1 report, respecting the Commonwealth Games 2030 revised memorandum of understanding. Thank you for coming and your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of council. Thank you for moving us up and accommodating us this morning. PJ and my remarks will be relatively brief, at least by historic standards. I think we're all quite eager to hear from the other delegates that are here before you today. I also would note that Brian McPherson from Commonwealth Sport Canada has flown down from Ottawa and is here today in the event that there are any questions of Commonwealth Sport Canada with respect to further progress of the Games bid. Brian is available to answer them. I'm pleased to say that on Friday, June 30th, we submitted the 2030 Games hosting proposal to Provincial Minister Lumsden and Federal Minister St. Onge. The 140-page document was the product of several years of effort and involved the input of dozens of organizations, institutions, and leading experts in diverse fields, including healthcare, corporate finance, real estate development, construction, urban design and planning, education and skills training, media, environmental science, marketing, and advisory services, to name a few. The breadth of expertise allowed us to explore best practices in diverse fields, to address gaps in the traditional multi-sport games model. Inquiries were made of games opponents, as well as prior games leaders in Canada and abroad, in order to create a gap analysis which has been factored into the proposal. It's important to note that the hosting proposal that we've submitted is not an international bid. As comprehensive as the submission is, its primary purpose is to encourage the provincial and federal governments to initiate a multi-party agreement negotiation, which is a prerequisite to finalizing an international bid. While the hosting proposal sets out what we believe is a compelling program of sports and games venues, along with detailed and comprehensive infrastructure and programming budgets, those elements allow for significant revision and adjustment. The heart of the proposal, which is non-negotiable from our perspective, is a bold vision for the Centenary Games centered on our creating a platform or mechanism to leverage the Games opportunity to identify and advance community needs, not games needs, as we move forward. The vision has 5 elements. 1, regionalization. Although the Commonwealth Games owes its creation to the City of Hamilton, its future lies in regional engagement and much broader impact. This is a priority the Commonwealth Games Federation has communicated to us directly. This approach not only serves to mitigate risk and enhance the value proposition for senior levels of government, it serves to enhance the attractiveness of the bid internationally. In the end, the hosting proposal was submitted with the active support of a significant number of municipalities. Its success will depend upon their support in engaging the provincial and federal governments in the coming weeks. Secondly, shifting from an event model to a movement model. Games are traditionally seen as moments in time, and when viewed in this light can be challenging to rationalize given their cost to taxpayers. But a call to action catalyzing a movement engaging the private, educational, and not-for-profit sectors immediately, as you'll hear today, centered on compelling values and principles is quite another matter. As a community-driven enterprise from its inception, our hosting proposal reflects our aspiration to advance a grassroots movement whose impacts and legacies have already begun to materialize and most critically will be felt well in advance of the event itself. 3, prioritizing health and well-being. The nation is collectively coming out of a moment of profound societal disruption, including an unprecedented cessation of activity and interaction for people of all ages and abilities. The return to normalcy in work as in play is very much in doubt, as you've discussed earlier today. Therefore, sport and a powerful sporting movement advanced by a broad coalition of stakeholders presents an opportunity to raise the public's awareness to the need to be physically active and incents incremental private sector support for activity-related programming and associated volunteerism aimed at accelerating physical and mental regeneration for Ontarians. 4, private sector engagement. As they have been from their inception, these games, particularly in the preparatory efforts leading up to 2030, will be materially powered by the private sector. For too long, multi-sport games have been the sole responsibility of government. Our analysis of major events internationally has yielded the insight that successful event-based movements must enjoy scaled private sector engagement beyond mere sponsorship to be successful. This effort prioritizes engaging the private sector to participate and better resource this movement through commercial activity in areas of infrastructure investment and through aligned corporate social responsibility initiatives in a variety of very innovative ways, including the launch of the Social Impact Games digital platform. Lastly, equity, diversity, and inclusion, a foundational value for multi-sport games, as indeed it is for both the public and private sectors in their day-to-day operations. For our efforts in this games is the prioritization of equity, diversity, and inclusion in a wide variety of ways, particularly in our championing of Indigenous partnership. This games movement, will be the most equitable, diverse, and inclusive in Commonwealth sporting history. Although we will share sizable portions of the hosting proposal publicly in the coming weeks and months, particularly as we travel to Birmingham to meet with delegates from around the world, The totality of the proposed sport and venue plan and the associated budgets will remain confidential and not be made public until a decision regarding an MPA is made by senior levels of government. Although to be clear, should the MOU be approved today, the proposal and all budgets will be provided to Hamilton City staff in its entirety confidentially. What we can disclose today proudly is that unlike our first proposal in 2019, which placed the funding responsibility for 2030 infrastructure very significantly on the backs of Hamilton taxpayers, this proposal completely removes that responsibility. Put directly, the hosting proposal we submitted to Government Friday does not contemplate any funding from the City of Hamilton or involve the creation of any infrastructure assets in Hamilton requiring post-games operational funding from the city or any other level of government. In the final analysis, we believe we have articulated a bold vision, not in creating a plan for a sporting event, but rather in creating a framework for further engagement and partnership with you under the auspices of an MOU. An MOU that, at our insistence, not yours, seeks to explore how the Games Initiative can better advance Hamilton's priorities. We're determined to ensure that you and all of the citizens of Hamilton, even those with reservations about the Games, especially those with reservations about the Games, are in a position to have a decisive voice in this process through to its conclusion. Not because we as a bid committee need you there. We've brought this initiative to this point on the strength of our own resources, but because your being there will serve to strengthen the impacts and legacies for this community, which is our home, and because we want you there with us through to the closing ceremonies in 2030, not only as spectators, but as our partners. I'll turn it over to PJ now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lou, and good morning, Mayor Eisenberger, Deputy Mayor Pauls, and esteemed members of council. And I would like to start by thanking all of you for your ongoing support of Hamilton 100's 2030 Commonwealth Games pursuit. Through your positive influence, our team has elevated the quality of this bid by making it less about a 2-week sporting event and more about a decade-long community building movement with a social impact legacy centered around sustainability and wellness. We are at what is arguably the most significant strategic inflection point in our city's history. The confluence of 3 once-in-a-lifetime events between the LRT, the Downtown Entertainment District redevelopment project, and the Commonwealth Games bid planning, this is an opportunity that needs to be maximized to the fullest. By aligning the LRT and downtown redevelopment, 2 projects that are game changers in their own right, it then provides for a more compelling and holistic games vision. A vision that will see the creation of new public-private partnerships that will invite public input and city building now in a way that would not otherwise be possible without the Games. The Hamilton Urban Precinct Entertainment Group, which I have been fortunate to champion with many community and industry leaders, such as the Paletta Group, now Alinea Holdings, Leuna, Meridian Credit Union, and most recently the Oakview Group, is eager to get started on our downtown investment, which will see at a minimum $62.5 million invested into our city's most prized arts and entertainment assets, all the while saving municipal taxpayers $155 million over the next 30 years. This initiative truly demonstrates that when the public sector and private sector come together with alignment on purpose and vision, good things can emerge that benefit all stakeholders, especially the taxpaying public. By having our precinct group lead with strategic and purposeful investments, we are able to create a platform for greater public-private collaboration that is connected to this Games initiative. Inspired by this Games movement, we will soon commence broader public consultation with a vast array of stakeholders that includes alignment and leadership with the City of Hamilton and many others in this community to have important conversations about what we want to see out of our downtown and how it connects to the rest of the city. This will invite discussion about the public realm of Hamilton and beyond. The connective tissue that will be the vibe and feel of this downtown community, the streetscape, the wayfinding signage, the design elements like flower beds and streetlights and music that makes the walk from City Hall past the concert hall, convention center, and art gallery towards the arena feel more fluid and inspired. What this also means is a discussion about inspired and improved public squares in the core and how those spaces should be properly activated, both with fun community events and other big celebrations. We also need to ensure that these spaces are safe, welcoming, and inviting 365 days a year, and not just on game days or for other special purposes. We want to make this exercise deliver an outcome where everybody who lives in this great city is proud to call Hamilton home. With your support of the new MOU between Hamilton 100 and the City of Hamilton, we will be able to advance these broader conversations about how a Commonwealth Games pursuit can contribute to a more purposeful Hamilton. We want to use this opportunity to city build with not only core infrastructure that is desperately needed, entertainment infrastructure, lifestyle infrastructure, and transportation infrastructure like the LRT, but perhaps most importantly, we can explore how private philanthropy and corporate giving, aligned with these business initiatives, can bring about meaningful change and bring civic pride to new heights. By inspiring and nurturing relationships and connections among our leading institutions and organizations, we are better positioned to solve for the problems facing the most vulnerable in our community. We look forward to your continued support in our quest to bring the Games home and to help magnify Hamilton's role on the world stage. Thank you.
And thank you, Lou and PJ. Been into many of your meetings, and you always bring a sense of excitement, and not only for our city, for all-inclusive, the benefit of our city here. So I want to thank you. And we do have some questions for you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've heard it announced a few times now that it's a regional bid, and I may be paraphrasing. Are there geographical limitations to that regional bid? Are you prepared to talk about that yet?
I can talk about that at a high level. When you receive the full Games proposal, you'll see the specifics of that. But generally speaking, the Games venue plan that we've articulated that was the product of submissions by other municipalities for inclusion in the Games spreads itself out through the Niagara Peninsula, encompasses Brampton, Milton, Mississauga, and Kitchener-Waterloo, and Burlington as well. So at present, the proposed game sites include that catchment area.
I'm not sure if you realize it yet, but this is a real paradigm shift that you're proposing for international games.
Oh, we very much do realize it, and it's what we're shooting for as a differentiating proposition for the
It's quite remarkable, I give you that. When will, I'm trying to understand, you're reaching out to the regional partners, but we're not at the point where we would be involved in an MPA. So is it the intention to know who the regional partners are prior to beginning that process with the feds and the province on an MPA?
That's a very good question, Councillor. So the submission that was made obviously identifies to the federal and provincial governments those municipal partners. Those partners have also, of course, been engaging with both levels of government in relation to this effort. That initial slate of venues and proposals in municipalities, as I indicated earlier, is subject, of course, to revision depending upon what the province and federal government wish to see once an MPA process proceeds. As it relates to the City of Hamilton, what this process has allowed us to do, and why we're so excited to have you endorse the MOU, is that we would like to see, Hamilton 100 would like to see the City of Hamilton at the MPA table directly. Who else attends will be the subject of discussion with senior levels of government, but at present, we need the province of Ontario specifically to initiate that process and then make the invitation to any and all other stakeholders that it wishes to see in consultation with the feds at that MPA table.
Thank you. And the last thing I wanted to say, Deputy Mayor, is I want to thank you for the MOU being drafted in the manner that it is. It gives the municipality a number of exits if it feels that the price tag is getting too high for them. But it enables the team and the municipalities to move forward and I think it's very well written, so thank you.
Thank you, and we thank city staff for their support and contributions to that document as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor, and I appreciate the opportunity to ask some questions directly to the proponents. My first question is I'm still trying to understand what will the city's financial contribution be. So in section 2B of the memorandum of understanding, it says that the city may be a financial contributor towards planning and delivery. So specifically, what is planning and delivery?
Through Madam Chair, planning and delivery relates to the event itself. So this would be in 2030 or immediately leading up to it, and is differentiated obviously from the infrastructure elements of a games bid. The manner in which municipalities are asked to support or assist in the funding of event delivery will be entirely or principally at least up to the province and federal government. We draw our understanding, and if I've said anything wrong, I would invite Mr. McPherson to come and correct me, from the Pan Am Games, and that is that the hosting entity which is set up under the purview of the province will be responsible for holding the budget, the pro forma for the games, and decisions with respect to what goes into it. In other words, what funding goes into that hosting entity and how that hosting entity deals with its financial obligations will be the subject of decision making by the province and federal government. Pan Am, as I recall, contemplated that municipalities were responsible for a variety of services delivered during the games, and Mayor Eisenberger may be able to speak to this, but those were flow-through expenses, which is to say that they were ultimately returned to the municipalities as a consequence of the games funding. The only other piece, Councillor, is, and this does, I think, tangentially speak to this provision of the MOU, should you, in consultation with the provincial government, decide that you wish to actually bring additional infrastructure into the games bid for reasons owing to your choosing, needs that you've identified in the community, and you wish to partially fund that in negotiation with the federal government and provincial government, that may also then entail funding. But the games proposal that we submitted does not contemplate any of that at present.
Thank you. So the city's contribution is for the event itself, and no infrastructure, no capital. The budget. That's correct. Thank you. The budget that'll be submitted, I think you stated it'll be submitted confidentially.
Yes, we've submitted, as part of the requirement in providing the hosting proposal to the federal and provincial governments, we have submitted proposed budgets for operations and in infrastructure that were the result of a work and input from a variety of stakeholders. But those at present, because they are entirely contingent and are merely a proposal or a starting point, aren't being released publicly.
So at what point would the budget be released publicly?
Well, that would be within the control and purview of the province and federal government as part of an MPA process, and we wouldn't be making the decision on the disclosure of that information unilaterally. As it relates to the necessity of having approval, whether municipally or otherwise, of any spending commitments, which would be the end result of an MPA process, my expectation would be, and again, I'm not in a position to bind the provincial government, obviously, but my expectation would be that information relating to that would obviously need to be disclosed to all funding stakeholders, including municipalities, for their approval in that matter proceeding. The timing of that would depend on how long it takes to get to the end of an MPA process, and I can't speak to that.
Thank you.
So at what point would the public have an opportunity to review the budget and decide if this, in their opinion, is in the best interest of the taxpayers of the city of Hamilton?
Again, that would be something that would be determined in the discussions during the MPA process. So what I'm saying is an opinion, frankly, because the province and federal government will need to make a decision about that directly in consultation with you. But my view would be, certainly my view would be that the information with respect to the budget as it relates to any commitments municipally would be within your control ultimately. And when that information, when those budgets are settled, I'm assuming that the approval of those budgets municipally and otherwise would be the subject of municipal processes, so that you would be in a position to table and to publicly announce the commitments that the city of Hamilton is expected to make at the appropriate time. Answered differently, I can't see how, and it's certainly, again, while not binding the provincial government, how a municipal partner could be expected to provide its support for commitments at that time without following its own municipal disclosure processes internally.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned the regional aspect of the games and the support of other municipalities. I think I heard Mississauga, Kitchener-Waterloo, and some others. Do you have a signed memorandum of understanding with any of them?
Through the chair, no, we do not, and I'll explain why in a moment. The process that was followed, as set out in the hosting proposal document, was the solicitation of requests for proposals that were obtained from all of those municipalities and aligned sport venue partners that were considered by a separate independent committee set up by Commonwealth Sport Canada and have been flowed into the Games proposal. The only community that we are currently asking and have provided to secure an MOU with is the community that we want to see at the Games stakeholder MPA table, and that is the City of Hamilton.
Thank you, and that is your time. If you want to go in the second time, you're welcome to. That's your preference.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And just a couple of quick comments. First of all, PJ and Lou, I appreciate very much, I can't speak on behalf of council, but I appreciate very much the pivot of the bid going forward. And you know, you folks have done an incredible amount of work, as has the rest of the team that's working with you. And you know, it's on a much higher level, a much different level, and creating excitement for success. We still have a long way to go. There's no question. There's a long way to go. But, you know, having done your due diligence and the partners that you're bringing on board, you know, it really does speak to the level of work that has gone into this. So I just wanted to say that. And I wish I did have a question for Commonwealth Sports Canada, coming all the way down from Ottawa, which isn't so far, but the very fact, sir, that you're here does, you know, does show a real level of commitment and recognizing the work that's going in. And the value of our municipality, you know, stepping up to the plate as well. So thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you. And Councillor Farr.
Thank you, and thank you not only to these two presenters, but the presenters that will soon follow. Certainly a lot of us have keenly followed this, especially those, I think, who have been steeped in Hamilton sport history and even, believe it or not, in my case, involved in sports in Hamilton in the past. And I recognize a growing number of people that are committed to Hamilton 100. And we heard in this presentation and presentations past, Madam Chair, as you know, you're very committed to this. We appreciate your representing council. You know, this private partnership and that commitment, and I don't think we should go without recognizing Mr. Paul Paletta, his family, and the very recent donation that demonstrates not only a willingness, they're doers in giving back to the community. I want to say in total over time, $50 million to the Hamilton Community Foundation. Just an incredible gesture. Just for the record, Paul, the applause was for you and not me there. And I know you're a huge supporter and partner, and you're here today. I have just one quick question, PJ or Lou, it doesn't matter. I have been around long enough to recall a certain theme when it came to our commitment, and I think it was a huge success once you know, the torch went out on the Pan Am Games. But leading up to Toronto 2015, this horseshoe had some interesting debates that saw a prevailing theme of, you know, Hamilton's not even in the name. And you want us to do this and that, and now it's baseball, and forget that velodrome. And it got, you both recall, pretty heated at times. And often it was, you know, that Hamilton pride by we elected officials. I wasn't one of them, by the way. I didn't bother me as much, because I actually supported the velodrome along with Mayor Bettina, and we were the only two. And then the baseball pitch at the last minute. But my point is this. Those other communities, they're committed. This is called right now Hamilton 100. No, I'm sorry, the games are called Hamilton 2030. That's the pitch, that's the logo. Through you, Chair, does it stay Hamilton 230, and are you prepared for the Mississaugas and the Niagaras? Some of these partners that we know are going to climb on board that have existing facilities, I don't think we can do this to the scope that you've visioned without the support of our friends and neighbors in other regions, Toronto included. And are they cool with the fact that we're celebrating the original games 100 years ago? Through you, my only question.
Sure. Through the chair, I'll start and then happy to have Lou elaborate. But as far as we're concerned, we do intend to make sure that these are, the Hamilton Games from a branding perspective and otherwise. Obviously, Hamilton is the home of the Commonwealth Games movement 100 years ago, or 92 years ago, rather. That gave birth to many legacies in the world of sport, the first sports podium, the first athletes village. And so we intend to have Hamilton be on the masthead for this next set of games. And based on discussions with other municipalities, they have no issues with the fact that Hamilton is leading that. Hence why, as Lou had articulated earlier, we do want Hamilton at having a seat at the MPA table. So that's obviously an important point, and having that visual representation and political representation there sends a message that these are Hamilton's games. But in the spirit of collaboration and in the spirit of looking forward into the future of games models that are more sustainable, regionalization is a thing that is happening. But we have every intention of making sure that we lead this games movement with Hamilton at the epicenter.
Madam Chair, I'm going to add something to that. First of all, the opening and closing ceremonies in our proposal are in Hamilton.
Good.
I think everybody will be delighted to hear that. Secondly, we've just had a variety of pins and banners commissioned that we're taking over to the UK in Birmingham that have Hamilton prominently in them. So we're going to start seeding that thought as we go over to the UK in a few weeks.
We'll get at that point where you can't reverse it. Perfect. That's smart thinking. Thank you. The MOU looks very good, and I think Councillor Partridge said it all. You've pivoted over many years now, and certainly clearly up for the challenge and the challenges ahead. And I appreciate the effort, and again, everybody in advance that we're going to hear from today. I think it's important that we listen, and really, I suspect it'll hit home. So thanks again, Chair. And
thank you, Councillor Farr, for being so positive. I love hearing you. And we have Councillor Nan next, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you both for your delegation this morning, which it still is. Good. A couple of questions for you. In terms of your presentation this morning, you mentioned two things that I wanted to get a little bit more clarity from you, if I could, on the public record. One was you made a point about talking about the EDI value and specifically naming Indigenous leadership as being central to this proposal. Could you define that? What does that look like in terms of local Indigenous leadership in this bid?
There have been, through the chair and to you, Councillor Nan, thank you for the question. It's an important one. There have been three principal groups that we've consulted with on the Indigenous side of our conversations. And this is, of course, has been championed by Commonwealth Sport Canada. We have worked with leaders from the Mississaugas of the Credit and Six Nations, and through Hamilton City staff and Shelley Hill specifically, have engaged and had feedback around the Hamilton urban Indigenous thought leaders within the makeup and work towards the conclusion of the hosting proposal. What you'll see in the hosting proposal, however, and I would encourage you to look at this, and I'm happy to answer questions down the road, is that we have worked with Indigenous leaders to actually create a written Indigenous framework agreement, which we feel, I think, is quite elevated and completely unique. That document sets out what our resolve and ambition is as it relates to the question of Indigenous partnership. We were anxious to get beyond simply having ceremonial representation of Indigenous communities. And although we're excited about the inclusion of lacrosse for the first time ever, we wanted to ensure that the Indigenous community and nations were represented in all elements of games governance, management, and operations. The specifics of that will need to be negotiated, and we invite, obviously, input from the community and as we have in the past, our Indigenous nation partners into how that will ultimately be manifested in the contractual documents that form the Games bid.
Thank you. That's evolved from the very first time that we had this discussion at the beginning of the term in terms of, I think, the team that's here today, better understanding what does it mean for those Indigenous communities who end up being part of host countries or host areas being historically left out of this process. And in an era of reconciliation and in an era of kind of righting past wrongs as it relates to colonization, there is a global discussion. And I think there was a pretty significant one that happened around Birmingham as well, and in other countries that's ongoing as they explore different bids in terms of what reconciliation can be achieved through hosting Commonwealth Games. What is the role of the empire, of the British government, but what is the role of the Commonwealth in actually advancing Indigenous sovereignty in countries that have been colonized? So I'm really curious to hear how that conversation evolves through the local partnership, but more importantly, through the Indigenous voices around the table. The second question I had was around, you mentioned there's a that the heart of this proposal and what is non-negotiable for you, your words, is that this is a platform to identify and advance community needs. And you also had said that this is something that your team is putting in, not something that the city has defined. And I was just curious if you could clarify that statement for me, please, because from a municipal perspective and this council's perspective, our priority around our recreational master plan, identifying our community recreational needs, that work has been ongoing, which you all can appreciate and understand. And so we've been engaged in a pretty rigorous need identification process, but I'm just curious, how do I reconcile the comment you made earlier in this presentation versus the work that many of my colleagues around this table and absolutely city staff have continued to engage in terms of identifying recreational needs as it relates to our population growth, as well as from the current master plan that's underway.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's a very good and involved question. Let me endeavor to respond, and Mr. Mercanti can supplement my answer. So there's a few components to the answer to that question. First of all, although city staff has been scrupulous in ensuring that they have managed the boundaries of not being directly involved in the Commonwealth Games bid in the absence of staff direction, we have had the benefit of consulting with staff and looking at all of your planning and strategic visioning documents relating to these efforts within the community so that we have a working sense of where the city is going and what it needs. Obviously, we've had the privilege of consulting with Paul Johnson now in the City of Toronto over a number of years as it relates to his involvement. And we've been engaged with all of the large stakeholder institutions in the community, especially the educational institutions at a primary, secondary, and graduate level to understand how they intersect and interact around this question of sports and recreation. But what's critically important to understand is that where we are right now is not the end of a process. It's rather early on in the process. And the point of the MOU was to give city staff explicit direction to ensure that all of your visioning, your strategic priorities and planning as it relates to every area of focus for the city, but especially in sports and recreation, now can be looked at in a more detailed and organic fashion and included into the discussions with the province and federal government as we move the bid forward. We have been bluntly handcuffed to date because of the separation between city staff and the bid team in terms of fully integrating the bid. It wasn't developed in partnership to this particular point. It was developed relatively in isolation, and now we hope to bring the teams together to ensure that we have mastery of that and are in a position to assist you in moving it forward. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Pauls, and really appreciate the persistent ongoing leadership for the Commonwealth Games, primarily by these two delegates today, Mr. Fraporti, Mr. Mercanti. I know you've got an incredible team that is around you and works with you and is in concert with you, but the two of you have never wavered in feeling how important these legacy games can be for our city. So I congratulate both of you. I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for your final pivoting. I feel like we're in a basketball game shooting hoops. Thank you for your final pivoting to the 2030 games where we all began a few years ago. And so, as you know, PJ and Lou, there's three levels of endorsement. The municipal one that we're dealing with today. The second is the national. Third one is the international. Everybody and their brother and sister knows across the world the Centenary Games, Deputy Mayor Pauls, belong in Hamilton. I have one question of CEO McPherson, if I'm allowed to ask it, please, because there's the municipal level, there's the national level, and there's the international level. And I need to know if CEO McPherson, I'm grateful for his attendance today, can possibly answer my question for the record. I would be deeply grateful, and it would remove one of the three levels of endorsement of government levels needed, Deputy Mayor Pauls. And my question to the CEO would simply be, is Commonwealth Sport Canada behind the Hamilton Bid 100 for the 2030 games? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, to either PJ Lou or CEO McPherson, if that question can be answered for the record.
Well, he's here. He's already down to answer your question. Thank you, Mr. McPherson.
Through the chair, to the councillor. Commonwealth Sport Canada made its commitment to the city of Hamilton and the Hamilton 100 bid group 2 years ago. They submitted a great proposal to our organization, and we approved that Hamilton would be our candidate city for the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Full stop.
And that stands today, 2 years later, in spite of some, if you will, veering here and there during the pandemic time. Mr. McPherson, please.
Yes, absolutely. Stands and will stand until somebody, whether it be a level of government, says no to the bid. We're going to keep it going right through to the international level.
CEO McPherson, thank you so much. One level of government endorsement has been checkmarked off. That's fantastic news. And now to the international community in the UK, if the municipality and today's decision forthcoming, hopefully the international community needs to step aside and say the Centenary Games belong here in Hamilton. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you. And thank you for coming from Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sitting here watching this presentation again this morning, and I'm absolutely amazed at the commitment of the two gentlemen before us, well, the three, including the Commonwealth Games. But to Lou and PJ, your commitment to this community is unbelievable. That I know what it must be like, Lou, to miss all these billable hours in your profession doing community events like this. And PJ, seems to me you got a big entertainment facility that you have to get up and running, and with the big capital program plus your flagship with Carmen's and the Sea Hotel. I don't know how you guys do it. I sit and watch you, and you're so well prepared, and you seem heading right down the right track. And so thank you very much for taking this on for the city of Hamilton. I have only one question, Lou. You mentioned that you met with the new Minister of Sport, Minister Lumsden, and other provincial officials. What was their reaction to your ask?
Through you, Madam Chair, just to be clear, I've not met with Minister Lumsden since his appointment. I provided to Minister Lumsden on Friday the hosting proposal formally. We have had a variety of meetings with the Premier directly and with Mr. Lumsden's predecessor, Minister MacLeod. Some of those meetings, as Mr. Paletta will describe, were initiated by him using his influence. And the response that we've had in the meetings that we've had, and I think Mayor Eisenberger can speak to a meeting that we had at Premier Ford's house some time back with Mr. Mancinelli and Mr. Paletta's brother, Angelo Paletta. The Premier is encouraging and supportive of our moving forward. And so now we await Mr. Minister Lumsden's views on inviting that MPA commencement.
That's great.
So you feel very comfortable then, do you, Lou, that the province will be on side with the funding?
As a lawyer, I have to be cynical and
What's your
prepared for the worst.
probability of success? Isn't that a common
Knocking
question
on
for a
wood,
lawyer?
I'm very optimistic, and obviously Minister Lumsden's appointment is a bit of serendipity that we didn't expect. I will also say this. Mr. McPherson wouldn't, but I will, having now traveled the world on this. If we can get this bid out of Canada, have a very, very, very strong hand in winning this internationally. I mean, we're really sitting at the cusp, I think, of securing this for the city of Hamilton and the region. So I'm very excited for that.
And we're lucky to have Mr. Lumsden as the minister who's right from Hamilton. And of course, he was a champion football player too in the CFL. So thanks again for the great work you're doing, and I'm fully supportive of the MOU today. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Ferguson. I want to tell you, every meeting that I've been with Commonwealth 100 have been incredible. They've been a sense of excitement, inspiration, and it's been great. So thank you. We'll have Councillor Eisenberger. Councillor, Mayor. Sorry, Mayor. I always call you my mayor, so I don't know why I said councillor. My mayor.
I'm thinking about running in Ward 5, actually, now that you mentioned it. So, who knows? Who knows? Thank you. Thank you to both Lou and PJ for the great presentation and great commitment. Some of the questions that I was just going to ask that I know the answer to, but again, for those that are looking to have these questions on the public record. Clearly, the commitment for Commonwealth 2030 was that they would ensure and work hard to make Hamilton the Canadian bid. So check mark on that one. Mr. McPherson just acknowledged that we are the Canadian bid, and that's a first for Hamilton. I was part of and witness to a number of Commonwealth bid proposals in the past, which were not successful for a whole range of reasons. And here we are with an alignment that I think really speaks to success on not only the Canadian bid portion but the Commonwealth bid approach, especially as a result of our newly elected new Minister of Sports and Culture, Mr. Lumsden, coming into the picture, who's a Hamilton elected representative. Who has been steeped in sports and culture for his entire career. So not only was he a football player, but he's had a sports consulting organization for the better part of 30 years after his football career. So we couldn't have anyone better to represent not only Hamilton but the Commonwealth Games bid than the newly minted Minister Lumsden, and I've communicated with him. He's been a little busy getting set up, so we've not had time to sit down. But I have no doubt that he'll be an ardent supporter, and I am sure that Lou and PJ would, were doing cartwheels when election night was finished and Mr. Lumsden was an elected member. So. Bodes well for the Commonwealth Games bid, and certainly bodes well for all the folks that have continued to support this very, very important effort, and how it's broadened out into some very, very important areas in our community, including equity, diversity, and inclusion, and the Indigenous community, and all the outreach that's happened so far. So given that all of the questions that I wanted to get on the record have been answered already, I'm not going to repeat them all. And as you might expect, I will anticipate a strong support at council to keep this moving forward. And I can tell you that in my time left remaining over the next 5 months, I will continue to communicate with mayors and all of the participating communities who have so far have given it the thumbs up in terms of Hamilton being in the lead, and we will convene, more formal meetings with them to ensure that we have the strongest bid possible with all of their support. So that work continues, and I'll make my commitment to continue to work on that now and in the future, because we've got a ways to go before 2030 arrives, and I hope I'm here, and I hope I get an invite, and I hope the games are spectacular in 2030. But the effort that this bid committee has put into this has been, just outstanding, just outstanding. And never before have we had that kind of an effort that, varied from city staff carrying the load to the private sector taking on, virtually all of the negotiations, discussions, and by and large, to this point, the responsibility of having Hamilton be the Canadian bid. So I have nothing but good things to say about the effort so far. And, all in due time, it is a competitive process. So, would like to throw all the numbers around today? Probably not a good idea when you know you're going to be competing potentially against other Commonwealth countries. And so there's a kind of confidentiality built around that, but I think rest assured that right now it is in a very, very good place. So thank you for that great effort, and thank you for giving me some time to comment while they're here.
Thank you, Mayor. Second time speaker, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just turning back to the Memorandum of Understanding, Section 3 says that the Hamilton 100 will advance the primary objectives and timelines. So through you, can I ask specifically what are the primary objectives?
Through you, Madam Chair, the primary objectives as it relates to the Hamilton 100 bid, of course, is taking the various components of the hosting proposal, which you'll see in its entirety shortly, I hope, and advocating for their support at the provincial and federal level, and then on the assumption that there's a bid coming out of Canada supporting in any way that our organization can support, understanding that we will not be the proposed bidder for a Hamilton Commonwealth Games. The government will determine how best to advance that, but the MOU and that commitment on our part is to continue to work with you and in support of the advancement of the elements of the proposal and anything else that we, through our MOU, work to involve and include into an ultimate MPA that relates to the City of Hamilton. We will, in a sense, be your champions provincially and federally as this project moves forward.
Thank you. Section 1.2 of the MOU has some duties that all parties are endeavoring towards. And I think it's Section F is an agreement to engage in public-private partnerships where appropriate. So earlier, my understanding is that the City of Hamilton will have no capital investment. So what public-private partnerships might be appropriate?
I would, through the chair, I would break that question into two elements, infrastructure and programming. First of all, with respect to infrastructure, and obviously the city's commitment and its work with the Hupé Group over the entertainment assets is a central component of the Games bid. It will come as no surprise that when it comes to various of the events, certainly the closing, opening, and so on, Hamilton's downtown entertainment assets and its private sector partners are a key component of that. We anticipate that there may be further agreements to be negotiated between you to the extent that both groups feel that there's some advantage in doing that if, and this goes back to the comment that PJ made earlier, if there is a mutual sense that further public realm investments that can be funded at least partially privately are in the best interest of the city and supported by the city, there are further agreements to negotiate. So here I'm inviting the city to be creative and constructive in thinking about how you can incent and induce private sector partners, many of whom are in the room today, to make additional accretive investments in the city as a consequence of the games, which they would not otherwise make. The only limit on that is your creativity, your initiative, and what comes out of the conversations together. Secondly, obviously, we're looking to leverage private philanthropy, corporate social responsibility investments, and to build a program around them so that we can create funding for interventions within the community, whether it's disabled athletes, whether it's at-risk children. We're wanting to create a program that brings the likes of a Mr. Mercanti or Mr. Paletta, the Hamilton Community Foundation, and others to identify needs and see where accretive additional private funding and philanthropy can support them, inspired by the Commonwealth Games, not dependent upon them, but I think memorialized in agreements, public-private partnership agreements that we would be enthusiastic to create together over the next several months and beyond.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. I guess I'm a little bit confused on a couple of the statements there. So before, when we talked about planning and delivery, the answer was this is for the event itself, not infrastructure, no capital. But in discussing public-private partnerships, you specifically, the first thing that you mentioned was infrastructure. So this is just keeping it open, or specifically you're looking for public-private partnership for infrastructure?
Through the chair, those options are not mutually exclusive. So first of all, we're keeping it open to the extent that we would invite conversations from all comers, including the city and private sector partners, around investments that may be helpful and supportive to the city, as not dependent upon the games, but inspired by them. Secondly, with respect to investments in the city, one of the messages that we've been trying to convey is that when you have a stakeholder group of this size involved in a project that has sort of a unifying element to them, and you're bringing these people together, you have the opportunity to have conversations and to create agreement around things that can be done together you never would have met or talked to begin with, but the games provides an excuse, a collision environment in which the public and the private sector can talk about and discover new ways of working together with each other. Those will be off the games balance sheet, but we're hoping to create essentially a framework to facilitate these introductions so that we can all in the community work together more effectively.
Councillor, that's your time's up.
Thank you.
There's no further speakers, so if you want to continue, you can.
I have one follow-up question and then two questions to Mr. McPherson. Good.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In the discussion on the public-private partnership, you specifically mentioned the downtown sports and entertainment venues, but my understanding is that there's already a legal agreement in place for those venues. So I'm a little bit confused of what additional public-private partnership might be involved, since we've already sealed that agreement.
PJ?
Sure, through the chair. So yes, you're right, Councillor, that agreement is obviously locked. But what we're looking at are other, to a point Lou made earlier, public realm opportunities and other related opportunities in the downtown that HUPEG could have discussions with the city on in terms of additional public square developments and things of that nature. So it was more designed to have a framework in place that invites further collaboration and discussion for opportunities that the city feels is worthy of pursuit and discussion. We just wanted to obviously have a language in the MOU that invites enhanced conversation.
Okay, thank you. Two questions, if I could, to CEO McPherson. The first one is the timeline. So what is the specific timeline that you understand to have a final agreement with all levels of government and to bring that to Commonwealth? And when do you expect a final decision?
Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor, the multi-party agreement phase is led by the federal government. They've only had two experiences with this, one with the 2010 Olympic and Paralympic Games and one with the 2015 Pan Am Games. In both instances, the multi-party agreement took about 6 months from start to finish. We've asked in the submission of the proposals to both the Ontario and the federal government to commence a multi-party agreement as soon as possible, and even concurrently with the review of the proposal to save time. We're still ahead of the game though. Our International Federation has not published a 2030 Commonwealth Games bidding process, and the latest indication is they won't do that until this winter. And if that's just publishing the process, it'll still take months and maybe even a year for the international bidding process to meet out.
Thank you. And then the second question was, I heard earlier that the city's contribution isn't specifically needed, that Hamilton 100 doesn't need the city, but would like to have the city in order to enhance their bids. So my question through you is, can this bid proceed with no municipal partner?
Through the chair to the councillor, that's not a decision for Commonwealth Sport Canada. It's a decision through the multi-party agreement with all levels of government at the table.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
And thank you. All right, I see no more speakers. Again, thank you, PJ and Lou. And we have many more delegates coming, and they're all going to be dynamic. So we're going to start. We have Cesar Donato, Industry Education Council, respecting item 10.1. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I think we only approved the 2 delegates.
We're going to, okay.
Through Madam Deputy Mayor, no, we moved up the, we are at delegation requests right now, so we are in the appropriate spot, and we are going to hear all of the delegates now. Then move on to item 10.1.
Is that clear? Thank you. Okay. Mr. Donato, thank you for coming. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to represent the Industry Education Council of Hamilton, also known as the IEC of Hamilton. And so I'm pleased to give you just a little bit of background so that I can frame and give some context to my closing remarks. The IEC of Hamilton is a small not-for-profit. We're located in Ward 2, and we've been there for some time. Our mission and our vision is supporting the education community. We work in that small area between education and the broader community to facilitate experiential learning for students, job seekers, learners. And so one of the things that we do is we help provide experiences for students outside of the classroom. That can be in the form of co-op, internships, apprenticeships, classroom speakers, company tours, mentors, those kinds of things. And what we end up doing, though, is that we look at the community as the talent pipeline. So at one end of the pipeline is the broader community, those employers, those companies who require a workforce. And at the other end of the pipeline are young people who need to learn, who need to figure out their pathway, do some educational planning and figure out where they're going to end up. So we use the metaphor of the talent pipeline to explain how that communications conduit from the broader community expressing what their needs are with respect to workforce development to the younger community so that they can better make their way into a worthwhile career, job, and aspire to contribute to our economy in the city. That's what the IEC does. We run some small programs, but primarily we're not the educators, we support the educators, and we support our youth so that they can find their way. So when we talk about the games, from an educational perspective, the benefits that come from that are numerous. And so if you look at the continuum, elementary, secondary, post-secondary learners, there are so many opportunities to provide historical, cultural, athletic perspectives. Experiential learning through the games, that's immense in terms of co-op, through internships, through speakers, through mentors, never mind the inspiration that world-class athletes can provide these young people. With respect to workforce development, just thinking about the skilled trades, information technology, IT, hospitality, media, there are so many areas that will be impacted. What we want young people to understand is that there is a future in their community. So we try to tap local companies to provide that information, and these games can provide so much of that in terms of a holistic approach to saying to a young person, there are so many possibilities in your future. With respect to the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 3 that are directly impacted through the games, through the educational lens, and that is quality education, decent work and economic growth, industry innovation, and infrastructure. So what I would like to suggest to you is that the IEC is in favor and a supporter of the Commonwealth Games for these reasons. As I talked about earlier, in terms of an experiential learning opportunity for young people, world-class games coming to our community is a huge experience. It's something that can provide so much for so many people. And so we would be working, the IEC would work diligently with the stakeholders, the educational stakeholders, the broader community, to help coordinate, facilitate, and help with the logistics from our perspective. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And thank you. Mr. Donato, the Industry Education Council, I didn't know what you did until today, and it's amazing, so thank you. I don't see any questions from my colleagues, so thank you again for sharing. 9.2, Richard Delder, Hamilton Olympic Club. Welcome.
Good morning.
Oh, line.
Am I able to share my screen?
We see you and hear you.
Yes, but can I share content on my screen? I'm going to try and do. Okay, here I go. I got it. Thank you. I'm hoping you can all see my screen. Mr. Mayor, Madam Deputy Mayor, and esteemed members of council. As a member of the amateur athletics community here in Hamilton, I am proud to delegate before you in support of the bid to host the Centenary Commonwealth Games here in the city. The Hamilton Olympic Club is Canada's oldest continuously operating track and field organization, having been incorporated in 1926, 4 years before the first British Empire Games held right here. Indeed, the British Empire and Commonwealth Games and our organization share a common parenthood. Bobby Robinson was both the founder and first president of the Hamilton Olympic Club, as well as the father of the Games, bringing that first event to Civic Stadium and the Environs in 1930.
Okay.
Anyhow, sorry. Since 1926, the Hamilton Olympic Club has been part of both the local sporting scene as well as a stalwart member of the track and field community, both provincially and nationally. We have trained athletes who have gone on to the Olympics and other international competitions, such as the Commonwealth Games. More importantly, and particularly in recent years, we have provided the youth of the Hamilton region opportunities to compete in sport in a very accessible manner. Whether it is participation in local and provincial meets through Athletics Ontario, the Royal Canadian Legion, and the Canusa Games, or simply giving some kids a chance to take part in the most popular sport in the world, the club has been there for all Hamiltonians. There. Bringing the Games home for the centenary edition of 2030 would bring this amazing international event full circle and put Hamilton back on the international sporting map for the first time since we hosted the 2003 UCI World Road Cycling Championships. It would indeed be historic. But neither history nor international prestige, nor the two-week celebration are the main reasons for supporting these games in our club's view. There is a more practical reason, and that comes down to facilities. Support for the Games is not only historical, but pragmatic. We need to be leveraging the bid and the funding it might bring from the private sector and senior levels of government in order to effect infrastructure improvements to the benefit of amateur athletics in Hamilton. Thousands of kids descend upon the Ray Lewis Track and Field Center at Mohawk Sports Park to engage in the sport of athletics, not only at the school level, the public and Catholic, not only at the club level, but at the provincial level. In recent years, the track has played host to the OFSA Provincial High School Track and Field Championships, the Royal Canadian Legion Provincial Championships, as well as the countless competitions at the school and regional level, as well as the annual Canusa Games with Flint, Michigan. In partnership with local organizations such as the Golden Horseshoe Track and Field Council and the City of Hamilton, and in particular through the support of Ward 6 Councillor Tom Jackson, in whose ward the facility is located, we have made great strides in improving the facility. But more needs to be done to address the fact that Hamilton is in Canada, which is very cold in the winter. Where we need for this Commonwealth Games bid to land is for a viable field house with a competition-ready indoor track facility that would serve as a warm-up track for the 2030 Commonwealth Games competition. The local athletics community has been working extremely hard over the course of the past few years to leverage grants from senior levels of government to improve the facility. We have added a world-class throwing cage, expanded the number of bleachers, and most recently have had a shade structure erected, which has complemented many other accessibility features at the track and in the field. With specialized throwing facilities, the Ray Lewis Track and Field Center has been able to offer both training and competition for parasport athletes. And we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge the support and friendship of Ward 6 Councillor Tom Jackson for many of these improvements. In addition to being our chief advocate at the council table, Councillor Jackson has also made available funds to top up some of the funding shortfalls from his ward's area rating fund. But there is only so much that the local community and even Councillor Jackson can do. And the greatest need, and indeed the reason HOC and the track and field community are behind this bid, is that it presents us with the best opportunity to leverage funding from the private sector and senior levels of government for a competition-ready indoor facility. City Council and staff are already in possession of an athletics venue proposal which identified a community and regional benefit to the option of a smaller outdoor venue at the current site at the Ray Lewis Track and Field Center to be supplemented by an indoor field house with a 200-meter track which would serve as a warm-up facility, a necessary component for an international track and field competition such as the Commonwealth Games. In conclusion, the City of Hamilton vision statement suggests that there is a desire for the city to be the best place to raise a child and age successfully. We in the Hamilton Olympic Club believe that it must include high-quality spaces for kids to run, jump, and throw things year-round. This is what we do in our sport, a sport that develops not only outstanding athletes, but outstanding individuals. We believe that support for Hamilton 2030 represents the best opportunity for the city to realize the goal of completing the job with the concept of an indoor field house with a 200-meter track, which is a critical component to the international athletics competition, such as the Commonwealth Games. As an organization and a sport, we offer our full support to this bid. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And you just went over, but it was great having your presentation. I don't see any of my colleagues with questions, so thank you. And we will go to 9.3, Carmela Trombetta. A great Italian last name. Thank you, Carmela. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. And I don't think I'll need 5 minutes, but that's great. Good afternoon, Mayor Eisenberger, Deputy Mayor, and our councilors. My name is Carmela Trombetta, and I'm here today in support of Commonwealth Games 2030. In my view, this initiative can strengthen this community's transformation, and we all know we're all interested in that. It would be a catalyst for continued investment and vibrancy through sport and games, and yet have lasting social and economic impact. The benefit to the entire ecosystem, creating a truly symbiotic relationship with community, partnerships, and business. I'm happy to bring my support today as a community leader, as well as a lifelong Hamiltonian. In the leadership role that I have, I've had significant involvement with this community, representing the voice of business through the Hamilton Chamber of Commerce for over the last decade and serving as their chair. I've served on multiple boards, including St. Joseph's Healthcare Foundation, the Community Campaign Board for the Les Chater YMCA, and newly supporting Mohawk College Foundation Board, as well as the Board of Amity Goodwill Services, to name just a few. Also, I am on the advisory board for the Commonwealth 2030 Games. Personally, I was born and raised in Hamilton and attended McMaster University and built my career here in this city. I set up a family here and set up some strong roots and connection. And I'm really, really proud to call this city home. And it's really important to many of us here today. A small example of what's possible through the games and through the power of sport is I'm going to reference Pan Am 2015 personally, because having had 2 young children who were able to have a small piece, along with many other children in these supporting activities around the games, it really, really spoke a lot to me as a parent, and the impact that these games have with these little ones, the excitement, the awe of seeing athletes compete in their city in games. It provides inspiration and role modeling for these young ones. And I know, Cesar, you talked about that a little bit earlier as well. So we can't forget that. And personally, as a business leader, the economic opportunity for many businesses whom were able to take part of building a new stadium and also benefited and created jobs and prosperity out of this fun 2015 Pan Am Games. And I see that as really something that we could envision for Commonwealth 2030. From my perspective, the games can bring all of the interests together and work on something that's aimed at making a permanent change here, a permanent change for the better in this city and for everybody in this community, something that is unprecedented and cannot be missed, as we will not have the opportunity to probably do this again. I'm concluding this afternoon by calling on Council to action the supporting items and explore further to work with me and multiple other private sector leaders to make positive change in this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmela, for coming and taking the time to speak. There's no speakers list, so thank you again. We're going to have 9.4. It's not to do with Commonwealth, but we'll do that. Jeff Anders and Mazar Morsavai, Aeon Studio Group, respecting 1011 report, memorandum of understanding with the city and Avian Studio on Barton Tiffany lands. Welcome.
Slides.
Jeff, you're only, is Mazar here too, or?
I'm here online.
Oh,
I'm online.
Video. Perfect. Thank you.
Great.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, before the delegate begins, I've been advised that they may need more than 5 minutes.
All right.
So you may watch.
So Councillor Farr and Councillor Clark, and we'll do a e-vote for extra 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll just vote first and then you go ahead.
Okay.
And the vote's up, and pretty sure.
Madam Chair, at the appropriate time, I'll also ask that we move the delegation up right after the Commonwealth delegation so that we, again, have some continuity and respecting the delegates' time.
No.
Sorry, I'm unable to see the screen. So Councillor Marula, if you're with us, are you able to vote? And Councillor Nan, please.
We can't see the screen. Is it thumbs
Councillors,
up?
just a reminder to please be sure not to use the front doors during a meeting. It is very disruptive to the speakers. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I'm having an issue with the vote, but I'm in support.
Okay. I'll go ahead. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Go ahead. 5 minutes. Whatever.
I'll try to keep it as short as possible. Thank you,
10
Chair.
minutes.
Through the Chair to Mayor Eisenberger, Deputy Mayor, esteemed councillors, thank you for hosting me today to speak to you on behalf of all the partners in the Eon Studio Group. Eon has advanced its plans for the proposed Bayfront Studio District on the Barton Tiffany lands since the last time you invited me to address Council. I look forward to updating you and the people of Hamilton on our progress. First, what has not changed is Eon's vision for the Barton Tiffany lands, a live, work, play, job-creating hub for the creative industries, anchored by film and TV production sound stages and also featuring space, including some affordable space for organizations and individuals working in animation, special effects, virtual reality, video game development, music, fashion, and the broader creative arts. Eon's vision for the district remains the same. What is new, as detailed in the report presented today, is that 1, Eon has developed a detailed concept plan for the district. 2, we consulted with the public on the details of that plan. 3, we developed a robust business case that includes preliminary phasing plans and construction cost estimates. And 4, we added to our consortium of partners a real estate developer that has the expertise and the access to financial resources to successfully execute a project of this scale. The president and CEO of TAS, Mazyar Mortazavi, is here virtually alongside me today. My goal in appearing today is to demonstrate that Eon has fulfilled the prerequisite requirements detailed in the MOU signed by the City of Hamilton and the Eon Studio Group. And Eon is now eager to move to next steps and get to work building Hamilton's Bayfront Studio District. So first, a concept plan. These here are images that you have seen before. They show a mixed-use hub with walkable, complete streets and an open plaza for community use. They show the permeability and pedestrian orientation of the site and its linkages to adjacent nodes. Ultimately, the concept plan aims to transform a vacant, contaminated site into a vibrant, sustainable transit hub. These are the drawings we used as the basis for the community consultation and engagement. Second, public engagement. The public's reaction to Eon's plan was overwhelmingly positive. To collect input, Eon interviewed 85 individuals representing 60 different stakeholder groups. We hosted 3 virtual town hall meetings for about 150 residents of the immediate surrounding neighborhoods, thanks to promotional support from Councillors Farr and Wilson's offices. The open house we hosted at Eon Bayfront Studios, Hamilton's largest film studio complex, saw 950 people pass through the door to meet the Eon team and share thoughts on the proposed plan, including Councillor Danko. And through our virtual public information center website, administered by Civic Plan, we collected more than 1,100 detailed survey submissions, which you can see mapped out here. Nearly everyone we spoke to directly supports in principle the idea of building a creative hub on the Barton Tiffany lands, but they have specific expectations about how that should be executed. Their feedback showed clear priorities: job creation, workforce development, affordable housing, environmental sustainability, equity, diversity, inclusion, connection to the waterfront, access to public transit, controlling traffic volumes, minimizing noise and light pollution, and process transparency. Eon's plan and business case reflect the above priorities, and as our plan evolves over time, these will be guiding principles. Third, a business case. A key conclusion from further building out the business case is that pending lots more due diligence ahead and pending answers to a number of still unanswered fundamental questions, Eon's concept plan is financially viable. Here is a picture of a more recently formulated iteration of the site plan, though still preliminary and subject to change, on which the business case is built. And a few of the highlights from that business case show that the Bayfront Studio District will feature 1 million buildable square feet, will be constructed over an estimated 7 to 8 years after land acquisition, and preliminary estimates suggest that construction costs could be in the range of approximately $600 million. EON plans to build studios and supporting spaces first in the phasing plan to further establish the area as a destination and to capitalize on the film and television production market opportunity before pursuing residential development. The residential program for the site features 750 units with a mix of unit sizes, including larger units for families and a subset of affordable units with a mix of affordable ownership and subsidized rental. The first residential project could be approved within 2.5 years after land acquisition. As referenced earlier, real estate developer TAS recently joined EON and Forge and Foster in exploring the Barton Tiffany lands opportunity. We are currently refining our plans to reflect the substantial expertise and corporate values of TAS and of Maz Yar himself. So I will now pass the floor to Maz to speak about his firm and why he is excited about this opportunity.
Thank you, Jeff. It's a great pleasure to be here with everyone today. We have started our foray into Hamilton a number of years ago with the acquisition of the Copley Building in partnership with Hamilton Foundation, and this is our sort of continued commitment and investment into the Hamilton community, and a community that we are very proud to have been welcomed into and continue to sort of play our part in the way that we're approaching what we do and how we go about our engagement. We're equally excited to be partnering with Aon and the group here as we sort of bring together a diverse set of skills to realize the vision of this project, and to realize a vision that is truly about impact, which is an anchoring thesis for our business, which is at the core of our business, and really taking an integrated approach of bringing business together with housing, with community, through an accessible lens, and one that is deeply focused on long-term resiliency. It's through partnership with Forge and Foster and Aon, and in continued partnership with the city, that we see this coming to life, and being able to set not just a interesting project for Hamilton, but really continue on our commitment to delivering globally relevant, impact-driven projects in our sort of communities. So with that, we are very much looking forward to this project and coming back and continuing our work in Hamilton in this partnership.
Excellent. Thank you, Maz. So I'm happy to see the timer to conclude. Just to say, EON has a plan. It has collected public feedback on that plan, and it has built a team that can reliably execute the plan. Now we're eager to take next steps and get building. On behalf of my EON co-founders and myself and the partners in our consortium, thank you again for giving us the opportunity to speak to you today. We welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff and Mazar. And you had 2 minutes left, but thank you. And let's see, any speakers list? Oh, the mayor. There he is. Hands up. Mayor?
My little hand has been up there for a while, but that I'm good to go now. So thank you, and thank you to Jeff and the entire team and Taz. You know, I can tell you from our kind of early discussions around this that they've come around to doing this the right way with fulsome public engagement. Obviously, making some very strong commitments to studio space already. And the vision that they're evolving, I think, is absolutely brilliant. In the absence of a stadium, I think this is a brilliant, a new employment opportunity for the city of Hamilton. And certainly, you know, you don't need to hear it from me, but I mean, film and film-related product right now is moving rapidly into you know, the high demand for content that is so very strong out there. So let me on that basis then ask Jeff, you know, why Hamilton? I think Hamilton is the right place for you to be, and I would give you a couple of dozen reasons as to why. But for you, kind of in your own words, why Hamilton as a kind of a new and emerging studio location? I mean, this is a significant development. So why Hamilton?
Through the chair to the mayor, thank you, Mayor. My partners and I in Eon Studio Group have believed for years now that having seen the data, that Hamilton has already emerged as a destination for on-location filming in a big way. The number of film permits issued by the city have, or at least before COVID, had doubled over a 2-year period, and are now back at record levels. And yet there was limited studio space to support all that activity. Changes to the tax credit regime have made areas outside of the core Toronto zone more attractive for productions to film in, and we believe that a number of other reasons, like all the great diverse locations all close to each other, limited congestion, supportive municipality, all make this a really attractive place to create the content of the future.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I couldn't agree more. And certainly, destination-wise, in terms of location, I mean, next to the GO station, not far from the highways, it's got to be someone's dream to have that kind of, a development scenario attached to that. Maybe to I'm sorry, I didn't catch your first name. To Taz.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. You know what? I'm delighted that a strong major developer has become part of the overall partnership. But I can imagine that you see this location as a pretty prime development opportunity for your work. And when these things are done in partnership, cities rarely build these kinds of facilities. That's done by the private sector. But with some social objectives in mind, and I think you laid out some of those. So again, on the housing front and on how to integrate that in terms of equity and diversity, I think you touched on some of that. Could you kind of repeat, what you see as the kind of the social benefit that you're going to bring to this project?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Mayor. I would sort of start off by saying that we are a company that positions itself as an impact company that leverages real estate as our tool. And our core focus is on looking at how to drive resiliency, and that resiliency comes through diversity. That's diversity of community, diversity of demographics, diversity in socioeconomics. And it's really once you bring those elements together that you're really delivering on a placemaking strategy and able to sort of have deep impact in a lasting way. We have been looking at opportunities in Hamilton for about a decade or so now, with the Copley being our first key investment. And we see the opportunities in Hamilton to be both robust, opportunistic, but also really, really important. Hamilton is a place that has had deep culture generationally. I'll use the old Jane Jacobs sort of saying that you need old buildings for new ideas. And we see Hamilton as a place that is rich in character, deep buildings, rich in culture, and a place for innovation for the future. And so it is really with that lens that we're coming to this project and looking to innovate and lead in a way that is relevant, like I said, not just for Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, but to really create a global precedent of how this integrated approach can really make a difference to communities.
Thank you very much, Maz. Music to my ears for sure, and I'm sure that resonates well throughout our community. And you're right. Hamilton has been a strong cultural community that often had been forgotten in terms of opportunity and development, and we are on the ascendance of the renaissance that we see here in our city, and I think you're wise to step into that space and be part of that. So we're really delighted to see that. And last question to Jeff. I mean, content now, in the advent of Netflix and Crave and all the other resources that are looking for content. Clearly, you're responding to that need in the kind of the global environment to provide the kind of content that communities are demanding. So, can you reflect on that a little more?
Absolutely. So, we estimate that Ontario, captures about 1% of the global production spend for film and television, and we see room for massive growth to maybe 1.5%. Enormous, massive growth. These numbers are very large numbers, obviously. Southern Ontario has the workforce, and it has the infrastructure now. We're talking about building it out, and so we think the future is bright. It has not peaked, and that's why EON is working so closely with, for example, Mohawk College and others to think about workforce planning Hamilton, thinking about how do we build out the workforce so that when they come, there are the people here to do the work. And so, yeah, lots to do, but huge opportunity ahead.
Yeah, and absolutely. And from a city perspective, very selfishly, it's about future employment, kind of diversity of employment that is so necessary here, so that we're not a bedroom community. We're a community that you can not only live in but also work in at the same time. And I think you're providing that kind of opportunity. So thank you for that. You know I'm very supportive of moving forward on this. You've done a terrific job of engaging the broader community and opening the doors to your present studio location, and I look forward to more of the same. So good on you, and good for the city of Hamilton in terms of the progress we're making here. Well done.
And thank you, Mayor. Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you both for being here and for your delegation so far. A few questions, if I could, through you. In your presentation and in the package that's submitted, you phased out the development and emphasized that you'll be focused on studio development first for our already existing booming film industry here locally, but also the ability to continue to grow it. How much studio space are you aiming to develop on the Martin Tiffany lands, like new? Mm-hmm.
So right now, we're looking to develop new production space, which would be sound stage as well as supporting space, in the range of 100,000 square feet to add to the 80,000 square feet that we have at the current EON Bayfront Studios at 243 Queen. And we see opportunities to build out potentially some other studio space at some other existing buildings right in the area. But then in addition to that, there is another 100,000 square feet earmarked for office space and affordable artist space, so that the entire campus of the creative industry campus would be somewhere in the range of 200 to 250,000 square feet. Of course, this is preliminary, right? This is
I get it.
Point, but this is the hypothesis, and I think that as a directional sense of scale, I think is quite reliable.
It'll be interesting, through you, Deputy Mayor, to see how, as you concept out and kind of go from these early proposals towards a refinement. An earlier conversation that we had around this table this morning is around the shift away from in-office space. And I know the film industry is distinct because it does still require a lot of in-house, in-space collaboration between, let's say, a sound engineer and the final production, some of the editing stuff that needs to happen in the collaboration. But a lot of that work is also happening online, and the pandemic, you said it, right? The film industry continued to boom throughout the pandemic, and a lot of that work did move offline or online. So do you anticipate, or how are you going to be looking at those projections in terms of what we're experiencing in so many other office-related sectors, what the film industry is going through as well in terms of moving to digital work, not requiring office space to your development plans?
Totally. So I think there are a few things. So one is we are seeing a shift, first of all, in core TV and film production toward virtual production, right? Where big, expensive screens are set up in 270-degree screens with ceilings and floors and stuff. So in fact, film and TV itself is even starting to require less and less space. Yeah. But the vision that we have for the district is pretty diversified. So diverse in the sense that, yeah, some of it is film and TV, but we also see some of the traditional crafts that support film and TV, like textile development for wardrobe, music for score, stuff like that, as well as the broader definition of the future of media, right? So I talked about video games, and the intersection of these things just continues to grow every year. And then we also have built in, at the initial urging of the city, something for the creative arts, and that has grown too as a component of the vision. I think we see this creative industry campus is anchored by film and television and the spaces that industry requires, but that now it is really supported by all these other creative parts of the creative sector. Now, how that is all affected by the future of work, I think, you need less space now to support more people and more jobs. So space is no longer a constraint. It's a place we're always going to need a place to go. But I think the idea is now the site that is 12 acres can now just support a lot more activity.
Thank you for that clarity around more of a holistic view of the different, I'll use traditional terms of trades, but basically different skills and trades and crafts that are involved in a full production versus focusing only on studio spaces. Really exciting, I'm sure, for a lot of local artists and folks who are looking to expand their work from costume design to prop design to prosthetics and onwards. Next question was, if I could, through you, around the definition. You said that you're responding to the community consultation. I'm glad to see that you've done it, and you've done it in a way that you're documenting in a very robust way. How are you kind of in these early conversations defining affordable housing and your vision towards delivering it?
And this is your last question, 5 minutes up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll have one more and I'll come back on a second time.
Thank you.
Okay. I think at this point, we are not defining it right now. I think we've begun to do the early due diligence on that. We've spoken to a number of experts and heard from the community on what their priorities are. We're looking at benchmarks in the city and beyond. And I think at this point, that is as far as we've gotten. We know this is a crucial part of the overall program, and we'll certainly take, we'll do the work to figure out exactly what the right models are and the right mixes. And I think, I think Maz, you might have something to say on this as well.
No, I would sort of concur with the comments. I would maybe just sort of layer on to sort of say that our approach has always been to look at it from a housing accessibility standpoint as opposed to just affordability. And it's very much that integrated approach of how do you actually provide this mixed use type of environment to be able to address, not just the housing component, food, accessibility to education, and more broadly. And then also looking at it through a lens of equity. And in a context where ownership is becoming more and more challenging, how do you allow people to use different forms of housing to build equity that it helps to, again, drive the resiliency agenda?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll come on for a second time.
And thank you. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I heard a couple of times the terminology land acquisition. So the intent is at some point you're going through the acquisition process. Do you know what the acquisition process is going to look like?
On that particular question, we take our lead from staff and we'll follow their lead.
So, Deputy Mayor, can I ask staff, or am I only to speak through you to the delegate?
Well, is staff here to answer? Jason Thorne, please.
So through the chair, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. I can start, and Chris Phillips is here as well, who can add to it. If the direction of council is to proceed with the report and the recommendations that we have in front of you, then the details of what that land disposition process would look like is part of the work that we'd be coming back to in terms of the development agreement, whether that's a phased disposition, similar to the model that was used in Pier 8, for example, where blocks are phased over time, or whether it is a one-time disposition, as well as all of the parameters and conditions that would have to get built into that around things like affordability and environmental performance and development yield, and all of those sorts of things would have to get built into that disposition process as well.
Councillor?
Okay, and in terms of market value, is the city going to be seeking market value for the land acquisition?
Through the chair, that's correct. And in the staff report recommendations, we look at we've suggested a process wherein at the time council's considering in the future whether to proceed with the disposition of the lands is having sort of an independent appraisal and assessment of what the value of those lands are, recognizing that some of the conditions being put on the sale, such as affordability, does affect the market values of the lands. Obviously, the more affordability that's required, the less value there is actually in the land. So that's something we would try to spell out when we're back in front of council in the future as to what that would look like.
And Councillor, when we get to 10.11, we could ask the staff the remaining questions.
Okay, thank you. So I'm trying to understand then how TAS will define, and I think it was asked by Councillor Nan, how will they define affordability? We have this ongoing challenge. You know, people talk about affordable housing just in terms of they would like to purchase a house that is affordable for them. But the city has used that terminology to deal with income-geared housing. So can you help me understand your interpretation of what affordable is?
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I would sort of say that this is part of the discussions as we move forward with the city, exploring how to define those so that we are fully aligned in what the expectations are in terms of our delivery. I would note that our approach has been to look at both affordable ownership, but also affordable rental. And those will be part of those discussions, as well as looking at affordable commercial spaces. We believe that driving a strong ecosystem it also requires the ability to sort of have affordable commercial spaces as well. And so as we develop the strategy and as we talk about sort of the way that we'll be partnering with the city, we'll be exploring and defining those so that there's deep alignment when it comes to delivery.
Thank you. Can I ask, Deputy Mayor, is there a potential conflict between residential housing and the sound studios that will be developed on this property?
Through the chair to Councillor Clark, we have designed the concept plan in such a way to minimize the impact of film production on residents. And to minimize the impact of residents on film studios. In principle, they are not in conflict with one another. For example, we've designed it so that the trucks are all parked, that access the site from off Stewart Street, and all the residential is along Barton. The idea is that the trucks are also concealed by the buildings, so you don't see them. What happens inside these buildings, by definition, is generally inaudible because they're built to attenuate sound, keep sound in and or out, and vibration as well. So they're sort of vaults, so there isn't noise in that sense. So I think overall we've done a good job, I think, of reconciling whatever differences there are, and no, there is no fundamental conflict.
Councillor, your time's up. Do you want to go second time?
No, I've concluded my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Farr.
Well, spoiler alert, if anybody's binging Umbrella Academy right now, I'm on, I think it's episode 8. I'm just going to say how impressed I am because we're at a point now in the show where the only remaining building standing is one that Valerie and Spalaci, local developers, recently redeveloped. So it's quite impressive. If anybody's not watching Umbrella Academy, you don't know what the heck I'm talking about. However, what I bring up now is I'm one of those nerds who sees who's bringing us these wonderful productions. This is another award-winning one. You heard Jeff during the presentation by Economic Development, Nightmare Alley, other Academy Award-winning films. This is a place that is well recognized with your folks in your industry, and I believe people like you will easily get us up to 1.5% across the world real soon. Universal Content Productions is one of the companies that brings Umbrella Academy to all of us, and it's a hugely successful program in its third season through you. Is there a new division now that things have evolved in such a way, in such a positive way with content, that these production facilities actually have separate facilities and businesses focused on content? Why is content in the name of Universal in this example?
Well, yeah, I think there's been an immense amount of expansion and change in the industry. The move to over the top, so subscription services like Netflix was first, but you can see everyone else piling in and on right now to try to get as many subscribers as they can. That battle for subscribers is won and lost through content. Who has those bingeable shows and what builds loyalty? And so an unprecedented amount of investment capital has flowed in to the production of more than ever. If you think about it, everybody used to watch the same thing on NBC at 9 o'clock and the same thing on NBC at 9:30 and the same thing at 10. Now everybody can watch their own thing, an infinite number of things, really. And so the libraries and the demand, also the amount of time we spend watching has gone up as we have screens in our pockets. And so I think overall, this is a golden age for content production. And I think you have been capitalizing on it in the city for some time now. And I think certainly the opportunity in the future is immense.
Yeah, thank you. And Madam Chair, we've evolved and read the tea leaves. I think it was 4 years ago, it was a previous term anyway, where I moved the motion that was the first of 3 motions that brought Jeff and Eon here today, and have them still exclusively devoted to Ward 2, to this community, and to the hundreds and hundreds of jobs and homes and everything else that comes with this monumental development. But that was to amend the zoning without any appeal to allow for television and film production. And I think then we even talked about the streaming services and this content wave, which is only getting bigger and bigger. And I think the mayor kind of alluded to it too, and I wanted to bring it up as well, just to add oomph to it. Finally, I had the opportunity to be your production assistant on your wonderful engagement productions. Most of them were online, and offered just a few of the contacts, and you got everybody together, and I sat through a few of them. You did a terrific job. I think it was your first time through you leading an engagement exercise, and you hung in there until all the questions were asked, some multiple questions by the same individuals. And that was a really great example. There was a couple of occasions where I sat in, and it were really good examples of doing your darndest to answer everything you can and almost everything you did. So I just wanted to congratulate you on that effort. How many ultimately did you engage with? How many engagement sessions did you have since our last motion that sent you out to engage?
So we did 4 engagement, so virtual town halls with 150 people or so. So 3 town halls, 150 people attended. We had the studio tour with 950 people who came through. You were at a hockey tournament, I think, that day. You couldn't be there. And then we did the virtual public information center with 1,100 detailed submissions. And then we did, of course, one-on-one interviews with nearly 100 people from 60 different organizations and learned a ton about what the priorities are out there and what the gaps are and how we can fit ourselves into the existing landscape without being duplicative and really help out. So thank you for asking.
And finally, Madam Chair, there was a lot of positivity. There was a lot of comments about having opportunities. A lot of folks tuned in and were part of your town halls that are in the industry, neighbors that remain excited. Not everyone, but a whole lot. I wish I could host town halls that had such a wave of support. What were you hearing generally from a positive side when you hosted these events?
Yeah, I think people think this is good for the city, that bringing that kind of vitality and those kinds of jobs is good. I think it's good for the identity and brand of the city. I think it's just good, economic activity. Obviously, people are excited about connection to the waterfront. They're excited about activity downtown. They see kind of a real opportunity from an environmental perspective. The arts community lost a lot of performance space and other space through COVID, and so for them to be able to for a lot of artists looking at it, they're saying, can we please get an outdoor amphitheater? Can we get more galleries? Can we get rehearsal space for music? Can we get theaters, stuff like that? And so hearing where the gaps are was great. We heard from some of the post-secondary institutions that they're hearing that students want to study downtown, and so they're looking for ways to increasingly do that. There's a ton. I mean, we've got a 100-page report on what everyone said, but I think overall people are really excited.
Excellent. Jeff, thank you. I'm going to continue to work with you. Whenever you need me, feel free to call. Thank you for the time and appreciate the delegation today.
Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr, for your involvement. And even though you missed one for hockey, I don't know how committed you are. Anyways, thank you.
Through the chair, very, very committed.
Thank you. Okay, second time speaker, Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you so much, and definitely echoing the excitement, right? Anytime that a portion of our municipality is going through a possible transformation, it is absolutely an exciting time, not only for this chamber, or virtually, but most importantly for the residents of this city. And it's always great to see vision being brought forward in compelling ways, and that is future focused as well. And I guess on that theme then, in terms of future focus, Deputy Mayor, how do you see this development and in your at the current stage of your discussions lending itself in terms of excellence towards climate mitigation, climate action, climate performance results? If you could, please. Thanks.
I'm happy to jump. Yeah, sure. I'm happy to jump in there. So, thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So I think the thing that's critical for us is our commitment to impact is anchored around three core pillars for us: environmental sustainability, affordability and equity, and social capital. And through our environmental sustainability lens, it is a combination of looking at reducing embedded carbon, looking at long-term operational carbon, being able to assess supply chain and supply chain management, and sort of a broader approach to not just building design, but as I mentioned, long-term building operations. It is a holistic based approach that we take around all of our assets, and assessing not just singularly the environmental piece, but as I mentioned, the three pillars, understanding the correlated effect of the environmental approach with the affordability and with the social capital. And I would sort of say that has been our core sort of differentiator, not just in our local market, but where we've emerged as global leaders of reimagining sort of the resiliency lens through this multi-pronged approach. We deliver everything from LEED Gold buildings to delivering against sort of some of the highest calibers of environmental and green standards. we're a B Corp as an organization. This is deeply embedded into who we are as a company. So that's consistent, not with something we're doing because we've been asked to on this project, but something that we consistently do across our entire portfolio.
Thank you for that, Maz. So in terms of the LEED Gold standards, the B Corp and everything else that you've mentioned, that's excellent. As somebody who's learning still, as a municipal councillor around excellence in this sector, does that integrate passive design into your overarching infrastructure development?
Yeah, passive design is one approach, but it's really understanding the implications of passive design in the context of both affordability and in terms of social capital and building equity. So you need to take a holistic approach with this. I'll give an example. We just went through a very comprehensive study around low carbon. And while, for example, if you were to know, everyone's talking about timber today, but once you begin to actually calculate the transportation cost of timber, the added cost of timber, and the end effect is not always as great as the marketing of it may look like. Whereas approaches where you begin to look at alternatives in terms of types of concrete can get you to as good a comprehensive outcome, if not a better one, where you can sustain affordability, reduce your carbon footprint, and then implement elements such as geothermal and district energy, that the compounded effect is far more effective than just a singular one. So it's really, it's not, part of the challenge in our industry has been that so much has been put into silos, and what we're trying to do is to break away from those silos and bring a comprehensive approach to the work that we're doing.
Thank you. Geeking out also on a lot of the elements that you all are introducing in your delegation today, and looking forward to the ongoing conversation. Thank you for your delegation. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, and no more speakers. So I just want to thank you, Jeff and Mazar, for delegating today. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
We're going to go to 9.5. We are having Mike Strange, Niagara Falls City Councilor, respecting Commonwealth Game. Welcome to Hamilton. You must not have meetings today. It's your day off.
Like this. You'll never do that.
Thank you for
Mayor
coming.
Daddy would give me a lot of heck.
Thank you, Mike.
So thank you very much, Deputy Mayor, and I know Fred Eisenberger's on the call there too, and Mayor Jim Diodati sends his greetings. He actually said something really silly. Do you have your shoes on? I have no idea what that means. Obviously, inside joke, but anyway, I'll leave it at that. Anyways, I'm not here as a city councilor. I'm here as an athlete for the Commonwealth Games. I was a boxer, and I boxed for many years. And I started boxing when I was 10 years old, and competed at a few different sports. And really didn't know whether I was going to excel in the sport of boxing or not. But the 1984 Olympics happened in LA, and two of my idols growing up were Sean O'Sullivan and Willie DeWitt. And watching these guys on the top of the podium and winning these medals, I wanted to be like them. And I concentrated on boxing, and I was able to qualify for the 1992 Barcelona Olympics. And just to get to those Olympics is like a mini Olympics, just to get there and representing Canada. And I made it all the way to Barcelona. And in boxing, they kind of draw who you're going to box. And I drew this boxer from Thailand, and I ended up losing 11-9 on the points. And unfortunately, in boxing, there's no second chance. Once you lose, you're gone. So I lost to this boxer from Thailand, and actually he ended up winning gold medal the next Olympics in Floyd Mayweather's weight. So he was no slouch, that's for sure. I was planning on turning professional after the 1992 Olympics, but we knew we had these big games coming up in Victoria in 1994 called the Commonwealth Games. Very seldom does an athlete, a Canadian athlete, get to compete in their own country at a big international games. It very seldom ever happens, and if it does, maybe it happens once in your career. So I said, you know what, I'm going to hold off turning pro, and I'm going to go to the Commonwealth Games. So I qualified for the Commonwealth Games, and I think every Canadian athlete and every young athlete's dream is to walk through to the opening ceremonies, and you see them on TV where you're going through that tunnel. And at the Commonwealth Games there, Canada was last because they were the host, and I got to wear this nice jacket at the Commonwealth Games, 1994, the last time the Commonwealth Games were here, and I'm actually surprised it still fits, but I'm excited about that more than anything. But at these games, you walk through the Commonwealth Games opening ceremonies wearing your Canada colors and so proud to be Canadian. I remember Charmaine Crooks was the flag bearer for those games. So the hundreds of athletes from Canada are walking behind them. You're so proud, to not only be at those games and be Canadian, but being in Canada was just so amazing. And the only other time you get to wear this jacket is if you make it on the podium. So 5 tough boxing matches later, I got to have that experience of being on top of the podium with your national anthem blaring and the gold medal around your neck.
Oh, wow. Yay!
So I remember watching a lot of athletes on the top of the podium, the gold medal, and they're crying, and I'm like, if I ever get to that point, I'll never cry. Well, I cried like a little baby. I was so proud, and the national anthem blaring, and I will never, ever forget it. It was one of the proudest moments of my life to be able to compete at an international games, but in your own country. And every young athlete deserves to have that happen to them at least once at that stage. After those Commonwealth Games, I ended up going to the 96 Olympics, and I made it to the quarterfinals and finished 5th, but it was kind of a bad decision against this Bulgarian boxer, so I ended up finishing 5th. And planning on turning pro again, but you know what? I'm going to stick it out for the Commonwealth Games in 1998, which were in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And I wanted to be the first Canadian boxer ever to win back-to-back gold medals. Well, so happened, another 5 tough boxing matches and another gold medal for the Commonwealth Games. It's just amazing. So after I won the gold medal there, the chef de mission at the time asked me to come down to the office the next day, and I was like, okay, did we do something last night, get in trouble or whatever? But I went down there, and they said, you know what, we would be honored if you would be the flag bearer for the closing ceremonies of the Commonwealth Games, and first boxer ever to do that. So when Charmaine Crooks was holding the flag, I was holding the flag at the closing ceremonies. So honored. And it was because of those Commonwealth Games initially in 1994 that I stuck around amateur, and I ended up going to another Olympic Games in Sydney, Australia after that. The Commonwealth Games are so important. They're just under the Olympics. There's over 70 countries that compete, and to just get there is amazing. But to be able to do that in your own country, like I said, every athlete's dream. So you think about these young athletes competing now. We're 8 years away, and to be the centennial Commonwealth Games or the 100th year of the Commonwealth Games is just something that will never, ever happen again. There's so many advantages, obviously, the young athletes to Hamilton. We have the Pan American Games that just happened. We actually have the Niagara, Canada Summer Games that I was part of the big committee there that we got as a region. So our infrastructure is already there for all the athletes, for all these different venues. And in Hamilton, the big thing, well, here, this will be the host. The opening ceremonies, the closing ceremonies, the economic development through restaurants and hotels. And I know in the city of Niagara Falls, I'm city council there, a big thing there is the housing crisis. And I'm sure you have a housing crisis here like we do all in Ontario. Well, those any games, Commonwealth Games, Pan American Games, Olympic Games, they have to create an athlete's village. Well, this athlete's village is going to be in Hamilton, and they're going to have cafeterias. They're going to have thousands of athletes staying there. They're going to have training venues there. And what happens to these athletes' village afterwards? It creates housing, whether it's affordability, and I'm sure it will be, and that's something that we need. Hamilton, you got to be on our side. Do it. If you're not doing it for the city, do it for these young athletes. It's their dream to compete for Canada in Canada. And 100 years, the memories, Commonwealth Games, I don't know if the first ever person, Robert Bannister, was the first person ever to win under 4-minute mile at the Commonwealth Games. Let's make history, Hamilton, please. Thank you.
Mike, that was amazing. And I just want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Maybe I'll, who would like to take the chair? The mayor? Do you want to, it's Councillor Johnson. Would you take the chair? Were you the deputy mayor last?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay. As you were speaking, you're talking about, we're doing it for the athletes. I think even a normal, somebody that's not an athlete looks up a role model to these athletes, and they dream of becoming athletes. I don't know if you're aware, I do a lot of triathlons, and I'll tell you, I get little medals, and I get so excited. I'm not a great athlete, but I joined the team. So I just want to ask you, in your city council in Niagara, do you do some boxing?
I do a lot of boxing right in the city council itself, yeah. But no, I continue to help young athletes, and I think that's what it's all about. And hopefully we'll have some young boxers, whether it's free from McGrory's or Steeltown Boxing Gym here in Hamilton. There's some real passionate coaches, and I forgot to mention the coaches, the volunteers, the families that back these young athletes. I was part of the baton that's going to the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in Niagara Falls, and there was 3 young triathletes that passed it off to me, and they were from Hamilton. And I said, what do you think about the potential, the games coming in 2030? They're like, oh my God, that would just be my dream of participating in those games. So let's make these dreams happen. It can. It's going to be amazing. We're going to create so many memories for the city.
You're absolutely...
Deputy Mayor, you're now please, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that, and thank you for taking time and coming down, really from our heart. Thank you. Oh, Councillor Farr.
Excuse me, you want the chair back now, ma'am?
Thank you. Thank you.
Niagara is a boxing mecca. You are one of the greatest ever to come out of an area where there is just tremendous boxing history, steeped in history. Just a couple of things for the record, and then I have one question on the name of the event in 2030 and whether or not you like it. But we have a bylaw, O200, and it put in place a rule that in these councillor chambers, you must always wear your shoes, because back in the late 90s, Councillor Jackson took his off during a lengthy meeting. It was an ugly scene. We don't need to get into it, but that's him in the Hawaiian shirt, bottom left. Hamilton 2030. Mike, you're okay with that name being from Niagara? Okay, that's all I want.
These are where the games started.
Yes.
I was a little disappointed that Athens didn't get the Olympics in 1996, because it should have been. It would have been 100 years since the start of the Olympics. So let's not make this same mistake here, because Hamilton deserves it. The games are in England right now. They're going to Australia in 2020, and they're destined to come back to Canada. I can 99.9% chance that we will get it if you guys accept this bid. I really do.
Same chances you had when you won those 2 gold medals?
That's right.
And I'm glad your jacket fits.
Yes, it still fits.
Thank you again. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Okay, next we have Mike Moore, Hamilton Challenger Baseball Association, respecting Commonwealth Game. Mike, welcome. And as Mike comes down, I want to say thank you to him. I know him personally, and he has dedicated his life to Hamilton Challenger Baseball. So thank you for your commitment, Mike.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Mayor Fred Eisenberger, a former Challenger player. He never made the Hall of Fame, but he was in a wheelchair once playing. So I'm here representing Hamilton Challenger Baseball. We're a small charity. We don't just play baseball. We might need a name change. So we offer sports and social programs for people with disabilities. We have approximately 220 players, age 4 to over 70. We'll be up at Inns Park tonight at 6:30. Come on up and see the fun. Most of our sports are at recreational skill level with a focus on social interaction. We have 3 months of baseball, Mondays and Tuesdays because of our size. We have 4 age and skill level divisions. We participate in tournaments when they're available. We're going to Peterborough on July 9th. And Jay's Care Foundation, who are amazing supporters of Challenger Baseball, run a jamboree. They're running it again this year. It was shut down for 2 years, but at the Rogers Centre, and it's available for Challenger players across Canada. And the reason I'm here, we also offer 6 months of off-season programs at Westmount Rec Center. Currently, we have gymnasium-style bowling, curling, and boccia, and along with indoor baseball, of course, and 3-on-3 basketball. We have social events. We have annual banquet, Valentine's dance, Halloween, and Christmas parties. And we are currently trying to kickstart a project that was initiated pre-COVID to build a destination park and playground at Inch Park in Hamilton that is physically, socially, and emotionally inviting. We're building a destination where our players can not only play baseball, but hang out with family and friends and increase physical activity and nurture wellness. And this would be available for all children in Hamilton. We have raised over $100,000 to contribute towards the project, and we have some commitments with the city, or from the city as well. So parasport, our interest in parasport, we're seeking to promote the growth of parasports in Hamilton. We currently have, and these wouldn't be considered Olympic parasports, but they are sports for people with disabilities, basketball, indoor baseball, and boccia, which is a parasport. If you ever get a chance, look on YouTube for Paralympic boccia. It is inspiring. We have a very gifted instructor who is teaching. We're at a very basic level. We did have one player compete just recently in a regional event. So there is potential for growth there, which is what we're hoping to develop more of and raise interest of in other sports. If you're aware, the Commonwealth Games includes parasports in their regular program. It's not a separate, like Olympics and Paralympics, it's not a separate run program. And all the scores count towards the country's medal counts, which I think is impressive, that there is no distinction between sport and parasport. So benefits of the Commonwealth Games creates an opportunity for para-athletes to compete and succeed at a higher level. It's an opportunity to showcase the potential for people with disabilities to enhance their lives through sports and fitness, and to encourage the broader community to take positive action in their own behaviors. There's a vision to develop a broader multi-sports plan in Hamilton, including an infrastructure that would support ongoing activities in parasports. It inspires pride and confidence amongst the challenged community. And I think the Commonwealth Games inspires excitement, hope for all residents of Hamilton. The reason I'm here, I firmly support and encourage the approval of the Memorandum of Understanding between Hamilton 100 and the Corporation of the City of Hamilton that would effectively provide the municipality with the ability to have a seat at the multi-party agreement table to negotiate benefits for the community in the event we host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. And if I could add off the record or off the topic, I just want to say on behalf of the membership of Challenger Baseball, and having invested in life's trials for people with disabilities since the birth of our son, I genuinely thank the City of Hamilton for the support for HCBA sports for over 30 years, especially for the enhancements to Inch Park in 2017, and to this project that we are initiating to develop a destination park for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Can I have Councillor Jackson take the chair, please? I just want to ask you a question. And I remember, I think it was last year, during COVID-19, you actually had a baseball game through a drive-through. Can you explain how it worked and how it was inclusive? And
yeah, we did a few of them. I think I can remember two, but and we all know the frustration of COVID, and everybody was distanced and separated. And as I mentioned, we are a very social program. And it was started with, we have amazing coaches, we really do. They make the program happen. And our coaches wanted to have online games. And so we started with Zoom, and the players would join in, and we would have weekly meetings. They had activities for them. It was a lot of fun. And then from that grew the idea that we would have a baseball game at Inch Park in the parking lot. So we contacted the city, and got approval. I think you were involved, Esther, if I remember. And we set up the parking lot as a baseball diamond, and we had the home plate and first base, second base, and third base. And at each spot, we had a little activity, but the players and their families came through and stayed in their cars. We were physically distanced, and it was a big hit. And we did it again at Christmas. We had Santa Claus there. We even had people from the community coming up to see Santa Claus. So it was a lot of fun. And the players, we had a lot of good feedback from that.
Thank you, and I was glad to be part of it. It was wonderful, and I'm so glad that Inch Park is in my ward, Ward 7, and we are putting some money into it to make it the best park.
Look forward to it. Thank you.
Yes, and I just also want my colleagues to know that Andy is Mike's son, and he did a 10K run on his wheelchair in Haiti with me, and it was the most moving moment in my life. Him and having all the Haitian people cheering, and so I will never forget that. So thank you for your commitment to the Hamilton Baseball Challenge.
Thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
Thank you. The chair is yours now.
Thank you. All right. Okay, 9.9, we have Paul Paletta, Alina Group Holdings, respecting the Commonwealth Game 2030. Welcome, Paul, and thank you for your investment in our community. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, and Hamilton Council. As some of you may be aware, I'm the new CEO of a long-standing family real estate business with deep roots in this community, which has now been rebranded and relaunched as Alinea Holdings Group, or just Alinea for short. I'm here today as a delegate speaking to the motion before you to support the proposed memorandum of understanding between the City of Hamilton and the group leading the quest to bring the 2030 Games back to Ontario. I'm not a new supporter of this effort. My first introduction to the 2030 Games bid came over 2 years ago when Lou Verporti invited me into this chamber for the first time to witness the deliberations and vote at which the city first gave its enthusiastic support in principle to this initiative. Subsequent to that, as my brothers and I began to fully appreciate the opportunity an international event of this size presented, particularly when centered on the values of promoting sustainability and well-being, we began to be more actively support the cause. First, through our charitable giving and donating money to Commonwealth Sport Canada to keep this effort alive, as it was entirely volunteer-led and without any funding. And then over time, inspired by the bid team's vision of public-private partnership aimed at strengthening community, we look to align our corporate efforts to support the initiative both philanthropically and commercially, particularly since our commercial interests now also include working with PJ Mercanti and others as a member of the HUPEG Consortium, working to revitalize Hamilton's downtown. As I said at the outset of my remarks, I became the CEO of our business only last year, a challenging time for all of us. And in assuming ownership of the company, my brother Michael and I were determined to chart a new path. A path that's centered on a new mission and vision, which I would like to share with you today as relevant to the motion before you. At Alinea, our new mission is to build sustainable, innovative, and diverse communities where people can live, work, play, and flourish in partnership with aligned stakeholders. And our new vision is to be a leader in promoting the sustainable development of built and natural environments. I am proud to share with you that this vision and mission took inspiration from the Commonwealth Games movement and our experiences supporting it. It is also consistent with the values many private companies share. I know it to be consistent with the values that many of you share as policymakers. This is no accident, of course. So serious is our resolve to act on the vision of building more sustainable, innovative, and diverse communities that our new company has formed new partnerships with a host of wonderful organizations and institutions such as Mohawk and Sheridan Colleges, in the education sector, affordable housing providers such as Options for Homes, and thought leaders such as the Conference Board of Canada. We are working to create partnerships with other notable organizations which we will be announcing at a later date. All of these partnerships identify the 2030 Commonwealth Games effort, and it's focused on promoting measurable well-being as a shared priority. And as some of you may be aware, our work to advance these values extends beyond our business interests to include our philanthropic activity, particularly in our recent announced partnership with the Hamilton Community Foundation, through which our Family Foundation has committed $50 million to support worthy causes in the region. We are doing all this because actions speak louder than words. And because actions are so important, over the last few months in our work to help Hamilton secure the 2030 Games, I have facilitated meetings between the Hamilton 100 Committee and Premier Ford in order to urge the government forward. In May, I traveled with Lou to the UK to meet Commonwealth Games leaders to personally commit our commercial support in the region to this effort. I will return to the UK with Lou and PJ in the next few weeks to experience the opening ceremonies of the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, meeting with leaders there. We have tough times ahead of us, and God knows we live in a time when it's easier to tear things and people down rather than build them up. Combating this will require vision and leadership and a willingness to see the best in others rather than the worst. We won't always agree, and our interests, particularly in the area of real estate development, won't always align. But this Games movement and all that comes with it can help bring us all together to work collaboratively and respectfully in finding areas of agreement so that we might do together what none of us can do alone. I thank you for your time, and I urge each and every one of you to enthusiastically support this MOU and commit to working together with private sector leaders like me so that we can make the Centurion Games in 2030 something we can all truly celebrate.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
It was perfect timing, and thank you again for your commitment.
Thank you.
We do have a speaker list. If you would like to answer a question, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just one question. You mentioned in your delegation the bid team's vision of public-private partnerships. So, through you, Madam Chair, specifically, what is your understanding of these public-private partnerships and what is being proposed?
One of the ideas that Lou Fraporti brought to us was the concept of an athlete village on one of our sites in Burlington. It's also got a component with Gymnastics Canada, which could be a venue for one of the events at the Commonwealth Games if we were to get them in 2030, and it's working with municipalities and other members of government to build these things and in a way that it not only does it provide venues for the games, but also community buildings that can be used well beyond the games, and what we're trying to do is build them now so that we can use them now and have them ready for the games should we get them.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. Anything else specific besides Athletes Village in Burlington on property that you own?
Sorry, I misunderstood that.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Is there any other specific examples? So you gave the example of the Athletes Village in Burlington on property that they own. Is there anything else specifically?
That's the only one I specifically have knowledge about.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it? Thank you.
Yep.
And thank you again. 9:10, Shindell Valchin, the Hamilton Club, respecting the Commonwealth Games. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Mayor Eisenberger, Deputy Mayor, and esteemed council members. My name is Shendel Yelchin. For those of you who don't know me, I am a true Hamiltonian. My parents immigrated to Hamilton from Cyprus when I was 3 years old with my younger sister. Both my girls were born in Hamilton. Hamilton is in my blood. I have worked in the grocery business for 27 years, and in 1988, my husband and I had the first Fortino's franchise till 2007. We employed over 300 employees and was continuously active in our community. I have been the general manager and CEO of the Hamilton Club for over 13 years now. The Hamilton Club is a pillar of our business community. Isaac Buchanan, a business person, founded the club in 1873 as a place for business members of our community to network and make their city a place that represents all members. We fast forward to the present, and the club has transformed into a diverse community with all ages who are able to represent what Hamilton means to them. I would like to say that I'm not one to stand up and speak to a group of individuals as public speaking is not my forte. I do not feel most comfortable. However, I felt compelled to come here today to help explain why this is important for Hamilton and our community. I have had the opportunity to be involved with the Games Bid effort for a number of years, not because sports is my biggest interest, but because I can appreciate what the Games can do for not only the city of Hamilton, but the whole community. Sports can bring people together and energize, awakening, and create a sense of pride with people from every walks of life. Cheering on the hometown brings a community closer. Hamilton is the city of many cities, and we are lucky to be able to come together as one unit. I believe the Games will allow for even more growth towards unity. Diversity, business ventures, and opening more job opportunities for our youth are only a few ways the Games can make Hamilton succeed with the bid. The Games can also open up our community to the world, as we can host the Commonwealth nations and bring their traditions to our community. This brings new cultures, food, experience, and relationships that will allow Hamilton to carry out its vision of the best place to raise a child and age successfully. When we look at a child, they are learning through the play and sports. The Games can teach not only the children, but our community that there is a world that we belong to beyond our community. I am not saying this will be an easy task to accomplish, but I know that our city is able to take the challenge and show our leadership not only to the community, but to the entire nation. Our diversity, natural environment, and the zest to entertain are only a handful of ways that we will be able to show the world what kind of city Hamilton is and why we should be chosen for the Games. The Games and the talks of this potentially being in Hamilton has already been widely spreading throughout the business community and energize members to advocate for the push to council. The business community is enthusiastic to take on the challenge and embrace the opportunities to come together as one with confidence and enthusiasm. They believe this opportunity will make an enormous difference in the future of our community and propel Hamilton to reach all of the visions that we uphold for being better and reaching our goals. I am asking Council to support this motion and agreement and to collaborate with me and other community members to make these Games a reality. The Commonwealth Games began in Hamilton back in 1930, and I believe celebrating 100 years of the Games would only make the experience even more important and meaningful. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Sheldon. And for not being a speaker, you hit a home run. Thank you very much. (9/11). Ed Dunn International Children Games, respecting 10.1 Commonwealth Game. Welcome, Ed Dunn. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor Paul, Mayor Eisenberger, excuse me, and members of the General Issues Committee. My name is Ed Dunn, and I am currently the president of the International Children's Games Hamilton. I personally have been involved in volunteering in our community for over 40 years, and have also been involved in sports for over 60 years as a player in minor football, high school football, Hamilton Hurricanes, 3 games with the Tiger Cats, and was a CFL official from 1982 to 1990. This year, the International Children's Games are taking some incredible young Hamilton athletes in soccer, swimming, and tennis to compete in the International Children's Games being hosted in Coventry, England, which is a satellite city of the Commonwealth Games being held in Birmingham. As a legacy, the Birmingham Commonwealth Games have donated equipment to be used by the children at the International Children's Games in Coventry. This is just one of the many benefits that the community receives as a result of hosting the Commonwealth Games being held in Birmingham. I'm here today to speak in support of our city hosting the Commonwealth Games in the year 2030, which is the 100th anniversary of the Commonwealth Games. As you know, the first games were actually held in Hamilton in 1930. It was reported that it was a remarkable feat of organization. The decision to hold the games was only finally confirmed in February 1930, yet by August of that same year, all preparations had been completed by the city of Hamilton. There were 11 nations that participated in the games that year. I believe that hosting an event such as the Commonwealth Games is a tremendous benefit to the community, both socially and economically. Sports always provides social experience for all those in the community. We all know the tremendous economic and social benefit that hosting the CFL Grey Cup game was to the city of Hamilton. Just imagine how the city would benefit from hosting a worldwide event such as the Commonwealth Games. It is my understanding that there will even be an athlete accommodations left, which could be used by the city as affordable housing. As past president of the Good Shepherd, I very much look at the benefits that would be provided for those who are struggling to purchase a home. There is no doubt that our young athletes have benefited by their involvement in the International Children's Games over the past 40 years, both socially and mentally. As president of ICG Hamilton, I would like to thank the city for its support, and especially the support of Councillor Brenda Johnson, who has been our city representative. I also want to mention that there were representatives from Canusa Games that were here earlier but could not stay. They mentioned to me that the Jimmy Thompson pool was actually built for the Commonwealth Games. And as you know, that's been used for many, many, many years. So I thank you for allowing me this little presentation. Thank you very much.
And thank you. And we have a few speakers. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And Mr. Dunn, you have been very modest. You only gave us a very small segment of your involvement in sports and in volunteering. I believe Ed was our Senior of the Year in 2016, and his mantra has always been, volunteering is to be from the heart, but not the head. I can honestly say I've never met anyone who is more enthusiastic about sports, aside from you, Councillor Pauls. But it's been an absolute pleasure to work with Ed on a number of files, and thanks so much for coming down, Ed. I'm sorry I missed you at City Hall today. I'll see you soon, though.
Thank you.
Oh, we have another question. If you, Mr. Dunn, Councillor Jackson, please. We don't want you to leave.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls. Ed, great seeing you even through the laptop here. And similar to Councillor Johnson, if every one of our citizens cared so much about our city and got involved, especially from a volunteer leadership standpoint, we'd never have a problem in the world. I commend you. You have been in the business, if you will, of building young champions in our city over 40 years for leadership, life, and in sport. And I've just been extremely triple proud of the fact that you've been one of my constituents for my time on council. All the feedback and information that you give me is incredibly invaluable to the work I've done, and hopefully to try to meet your expectations to ensure myself and council overall provides the support for sports that we need overall. And because the leaders of today, the young people of today will be our leaders of tomorrow. And Ed, God bless you, continued great health, and thanks for your advocacy in appearing here today. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you, Tom. Does that mean I have to vote for you again this year?
You have no choice. Thank you. And I want everybody to know that Canusa Games are August 5th, 6th, and 7th, and they're in Flint, Michigan, and I'm so glad that I'm involved with it, and it's exciting. And there's a golf tournament July 7th, so if anybody's interested. Okay, thank you again. 9:12, Helen Downey, Sport Hamilton. Welcome. You have 5 minutes, and thank you for everyone that stayed and taking this time. We really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Helen Downey, and most of you probably know me as the president of Sport Hamilton. Firstly, I would like to thank all the members of council for their continued generous support of Sport Hamilton for the past 25 plus years. Many of you have been engaged and attended numerous Sport Hamilton events over the years, as well as Sport Hamilton has supported and promoted City of Hamilton events. This collaboration has been mutually beneficial over the many years. Sport Hamilton provides a voice for the hundreds of sport organizations and clubs in the Hamilton community. I am here today representing the members of Sport Hamilton and speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors who strongly support moving forward with securing the 2030 Commonwealth Games with the incredible work that has been done by the volunteer Hamilton 100 Bid Committee led by Mr. Mercanti and Mr. Fraporti. Hamilton has bid for the Commonwealth Games on 3 previous occasions. However, we believe that this is our time to bring the Games home. The 100th anniversary of the Games, Hamilton being the birthplace of the original Games in 1930, Civic Stadium, Jimmy Thompson Pool, the Athletes Village at Prince of Wales School are living legacies of those Games. This regional host bid, a multi-sport international games, provides opportunities for all cities in the bid to benefit, particularly in making significant positive impact, including environmental, economical, social, cultural, to build healthy, sustainable, and prosperous communities. We know from the recently released June 21st report from the Ontario Science Table that the pandemic has had a significant negative impact on the physical health and well-being of many, especially our children. Physical activity has been disproportionately affected during the pandemic by school and recreation closures and various restrictions. This research shows a lack of safe, accessible physical activity opportunities for some populations will continue to persist past the pandemic due to structural inequities in access to quality indoor-outdoor recreational opportunities. The value of these Commonwealth Games is multifaceted and can demonstrate to Hamiltonians the value of physical activity and the related benefits to all. Promoting physical activity through these games can help optimize both physical and mental health now and beyond the pandemic. Engagement in physical activity can be facilitated by providing publicly accessible and proportionally distributed quality indoor-outdoor recreation spaces, as well as supporting policies which address the relationship between the built environment and physical activity. The proposed facilities by the City of Hamilton can make a big step forward for all in the Hamilton community, for our children, youth, adults, older adults, not just elite athletes. The legacy provided by hosting the soccer program in Hamilton as part of the 2015 Pan Am Games has been the ArcelorMittal Dofasco grassroots soccer program, and it continues today, having provided a free soccer program in Wards 3 and 2 for over 3,500 children and over 300 volunteers as a result. This program demonstrates the powerful legacy of hosting a games and the impact it can have on so many individuals. This program is a successful collaboration of the City of Hamilton, ArcelorMittal Dofasco, Hamilton Soccer, Ontario Soccer, Hamilton Athletic Trust, and Sport Hamilton, showing that both private and public partnerships can work and benefit our children for years to come. Building physical skills, but mostly building confidence and social development are the key results of this program for those children. This 8-year lead up to the 2030 Games will provide opportunities for training and supporting athletes, coaches, and volunteers in the community, in assistance and resources that can be made available to all Hamiltonians. The potential facilities and events that these games may provide is an opportunity to significantly enhance sport development and physical activity programs for all in Hamilton with world-class, year-round, from grassroots to competitive levels for both training and competition, as well as recreation. Sport Hamilton respectfully recommends that Council approve and sign this MOU with the City of Hamilton and Hamilton 100 Bid Committee in order for Hamilton not only to be part of the 2030 Commonwealth Games and share the many benefits that it can provide to all communities who are part of the bid, but for all citizens to be proud to call Hamilton their home. Thank you for your time.
And thank you. And if we got Councillor Jackson on the list to ask you a question.
Deputy Mayor Pauls, we have just heard from two back-to-back volunteer icons in our community, and Mr. Dunn previously and now Helen Downey, both leaders, presidents of their respective organizations. I can't think of a better leader and president of Sport Hamilton than Helen, who's consistently been at the helm. And just when you listen to her, sincerely colleagues and community, she just oozes the knowledge of involvement for caring and compassion in the development of our kids, both past, current, and I know for the future. And when Helen speaks, I listen extremely carefully. And when I've even tried to venture once in a while in a different direction, I hear from President Downey immediately, admonishing me and getting me back on the right track of what's important for our city. Helen, thank you for appearing again, and thank you for your support for the Centenary Games that belong in our city. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. All right. 913, Michael Norris, ACFO Hamilton, respecting the Commonwealth game. Michael?
Merci, député maire Pauls, maire Eisenberger. Bonjour, chers membres, conseillers de la ville de Hamilton. My name is Michael Norris, and I'll continue in English from here on out. I'm a senior director representing ACFO Hamilton and the Cooperation Council of Ontario. I apologize that I cannot be with you in person in the chambers today, in solidarity with the delegation at today's General Issues Committee meeting. What an impressive delegation of support for Hamilton 100. ACFO Hamilton is the umbrella organization that represents and advocates on behalf of 6,700 Francophones and 30,000 French speakers that call Hamilton home. We preside over the Hamilton Francophone Interagency Table, which is comprised of 14 Francophone service providers across the city of Hamilton, including Le Centre de Santé Communautaire Hamilton Niagara, Le Centre Francophone de Hamilton, et la Clinique Juridique de Hamilton. We also support in the organization and promotion of Hamilton's Francophone Business Incubator, which has been accompanying Francophone businesses and entrepreneurs in Hamilton for just under 2 years. We have accompanied over 50 businesses and entrepreneurs, the majority of them newcomers, in realizing their dream of owning and operating a business in Hamilton. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Council for recently raising the Franco-Ontarian flag above the Council chamber. This flag is a symbol of our heritage, and I invite you all to attend our Flag Celebration Day on September 23rd, 2022. The reason I'm here today is because ACFO Hamilton is delegating because the Francophone community has voiced their public, unanimous support in asking City Council to approve the Memorandum of Understanding with Hamilton 100 in support of Hamilton's bid to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Therefore, we ask the Hamilton City Council to approve and sign this MOU. The Commonwealth Games is an opportunity to engage Hamilton's diverse stakeholders and partners, including the Francophone community, which is primarily composed of newcomers in the region. ACFO Hamilton is grateful on behalf of the Francophone community that we were consulted, and we look forward to working with all stakeholders to ensure that these Commonwealth Games are a display of Hamilton's diversity as the most accessible games yet. I'd like to thank Council for the opportunity to delegate this afternoon, and I hope for a favorable response soon. Merci beaucoup et bonne journée.
Thank you, Michael. And the only regret I have if I can't speak French, and I wish I could. So thank you for coming and delegating.
Thank you.
9:14, Kevin Duffy, respecting the Commonwealth Game. Kevin. And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the Mayor and Deputy Mayor and the Council for this opportunity to speak today. I've been a teacher, coach, and volunteer in the City of Hamilton for the past 30 years in a variety of sports, and I'm hoping to provide maybe a grassroots kind of perspective on the importance of these games and the impact they'll have on our city. We all make investments in our lives. We invest in post-secondary education, we invest in buying houses, and we make those investments because we know that down the road it'll be beneficial and have a positive impact, hopefully, for us. Well, obviously, as we know, there's no better investment to make than for our kids. Just to give you a bit of background, personal anecdote, my dad, who was a pillar of the sports community for many years, started baseball leagues up on the mountain and actually started the first women's club basketball team out of Little Our Lady of Lourdes Church up on Mohawk Road about 45 years ago. And this is the first time way back when it wasn't heard of, where, you know, they'd pop into vans and buses and planes and go across Canada and the whole bit and playing different games and whatnot. And the thing that was so impactful about it was, obviously, it was a great opportunity, but when my dad passed a year ago and we got the virtual condolences, it was amazing of how many people, this is 40, 50 years ago, who thanked my dad and were appreciative of the opportunity they had that he presented to them. And it really kind of hit home with us and struck us. And it you know, they were saying things like it helped build my confidence and my self-worth and my self-esteem, and I enjoyed the camaraderie of the whole of the activities. And, you know, so my dad and my mom, for that matter, invested a little bit of time and left a legacy. I can't imagine the legacy that these games would have on our community. As a teacher right now, we constantly talk about our kids, you know, their physical, mental, social, spiritual well-being. And the pandemic has taken a toll, certainly has been noted, on all of us. But not just that, we also have to understand that for our kids today, their vices are sedentary devices. We have to keep fighting the good fight. We have to keep engaging them. We have to keep providing opportunities for them to get active, to get out, play sport for the fun of it, be active for their overall well-being. And the second thing I just want to piggyback off of that is that, you know, we have a great infrastructure here in Hamilton, and I'm not talking about the infrastructure you guys usually talk about, which is roads and highways and public transit. I'm talking about people. In my 30 years here, you know, as a volunteer coach and whatnot, I cannot believe the excellence and the boundless energy and enthusiasm of the people we have in this city that are already here. My friends from the Canusa Games, I was part of the Canusa Games for 20 years. The Canusa Games is representing its 64th year this year of existence. We have the longest international sporting event in North America, in all of North America. Not Montreal, not Toronto, not Vancouver, not Philly, not LA, New York, Hamilton. It's because we've had the people that have carried the torch for so many years. There will be no white elephants with these facilities, trust me, because we have so many people that are out there that want to provide opportunities for our children, to help them, to engage them. And these facilities will do nothing but fortify that and galvanize those volunteers and will be great for our city and the local GHAC region. So I think it'd just be a great opportunity for all of us. The last thing I just want to talk about too is if you come to, I teach at St. John Brebeuf right now, and one of the biggest days we have is Multicultural Day. And in that day, kids comes with traditional food and dress and songs and dance of, you know, where they're from. And what better way for us to send a message as Hamiltonians, not just to Canada and not just to North America, but to the entire world, how we celebrate the diversity of people, to be a beacon of togetherness. Because as we know, there is no greater bond than sport, and there's nothing that brings people together for more joy than sport does. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Dean. And our condolences on the passing of your dad, but I see he passed the baton to you. Yes. So thank you.
Yes,
thank you. Okay, 916, Anthony Frisina, respecting Commonwealth Game.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we can go to Dean Hustwick first. We will play the video last.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, Your Worship, councillors, staff, and other guests, it's truly my pleasure to join you today to provide some very brief remarks of support for the Commonwealth bid. I'm Dean Hustwick, the President and Board Chair of Athletics Ontario, which is the provincial sport organization for athletics, which includes track and field, cross-country, road, and other running and walking activities, including para-athletics. Now, most people don't realize that athletics is actually one of the most popular sports in Ontario. The athletics community consists of well over 500,000 participants across the province and includes athletes, coaches, officials, and volunteers from schools, colleges, and universities, recreational and competitive clubs, and individuals who engage in athletics on their own. It's also one of the most affordable sports, requiring in many cases nothing more than a pair of running shoes to get started. And when cost prevents many kids and adults from accessing sports and recreational activities, athletics can open the door to a whole new world of possibilities. But while athletics is a relatively affordable sport, Ontario has a severe shortage of track and field training and competition facilities available to the public and community clubs. In fact, Canada's largest province currently doesn't have a single facility capable of hosting most major national and international meets, especially after the Pan Am athletics facility at York University was converted to a soccer pitch a couple of years ago. And many of the facilities that do exist are owned by universities, colleges, schools, and municipalities that are either fully utilized or unavailable to the public. Now, this is a serious accessibility problem for the province that affects most dramatically already underserviced individuals, groups, and communities. Therefore, if you are successful in hosting the Commonwealth Games and constructing new athletics facilities, or upgrading existing facilities, there would be many benefits, not just for your local and regional communities, but also for the province as a whole. New facilities would create new recreational and training opportunities for people of all ages, including children, teenagers, masters, and seniors. It would also help to build your volunteer base and generate new coaches and officials, which can ultimately benefit other sports and events. Like all sport, this will also contribute to enhancing overall physical and mental health, like some of the other speakers have noted. A world-class facility would also allow Athletics Ontario to host in this area provincial, national, and even other international events, as well as training camps and clinics. Such events and activities would bring with them important sport tourism dollars that will benefit local hotels, restaurants, retail outlets, and other businesses, not just in the year of the Games, but for many years to come. I certainly understand the challenges of finding capital dollars for new facilities, but if it can be done, the spin-off health and economic benefits will be very significant. I congratulate all of you for the tremendous work that's already gone into this initiative, and Athletics Ontario would be pleased to contribute our expertise and experience to help make both your bid and the hosting of the Games tremendously successful. I thank you very much for your time and wish you all the best for your future decisions.
Thank you, Dean, and there's no speakers list, so thank you.
Thank you.
9:16, we're going to go on a video. Anthony Frisina, Respecting Commonwealth Game.
We'll just give Matt one moment to pull it up for you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity.
Bear with us just for a moment, folks. There's always some technical fun that happens.
To be here today and speak to you. My name is Anthony Frisina. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today and speak to you. My name is Anthony Frisina, and I want to say thank you to PJ, Lou, and the entire Commonwealth Games team for the opportunity to speak on the importance of accessibility and inclusion. I am the founder of a brand called Above and Beyond, Bridging the Gap to Accessibility and Inclusion, and Director of Media Relations for the Ontario Disability Coalition. Accessibility and inclusion is in my blood. And to bring the 100th anniversary of the Commonwealth Games back to Hamilton is important. The fact that it was 100 years ago that we started the revolution of the Commonwealth Games is something that we can hold highly and very special. To have the only games that represent athlete and para-athlete, sport and para-sport as one in concert is crucial, and especially now in the times that we're in. To have athletes compete with one another, to share the parade, to share the athlete village together, to ensure that these games are the most accessible that they could ever be is of the utmost importance to me and to the Commonwealth Games team. I will ensure that I do my part to create the most accessible and inclusive games. I want to thank PJ. I want to thank Lou once again for the opportunity to be part of this. And I look forward to creating a greater, more vibrant Hamilton as these games continue to evolve in Hamilton, to ensure greater projects like the waterfront here in Hamilton become more prevalent. And I look forward to future speaking and future opportunities. Thank you, PJ. Thank you, Lou. Thank you to everybody here today, and thank you to the Commonwealth Games team.
Thank you, and that completes our delegations. So we're going to receive all the delegates in one vote. So the e-vote.
Sorry, Councillor Pauls, the mayor's in the chat, so I just wanted to stop while I took a look at it. Okay. Put in the chat that he will move 10.1 when we get there. Just got distracted.
So the mayor's in the chat?
Yes, he's going to move 10.1. I'm assuming he's going to move the presentation, to the receipt of the presentations for 9 as first.
Okay, so 10.1?
You're receiving the presentations for all of an item 9 first, all of the delegates.
That's right. That's so moved by Councillor Farr? No.
The mayor.
The mayor and Powers. Thank you.
Councillor Van, oh, thank you.
Okay, everybody voted and passed. Thank you. We're going to move on to 10, discussion on Commonwealth Games 2030 revised memorandum of understanding. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor, the mayor and Councillor Partridge. Thank you. Is there any discussion on 10.1? I don't see any, so let's go for the e-vote then. Oh, Councillor Danko, sorry, I didn't see your, Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just flipping back to my notes for my questions for staff. So through you, I guess the first one is on the city's financial contribution. Do we have an idea of what we expect the ask will be that the city is actually contributing?
Through the chair, I'm Carrie Brooks Joyner, the Director of Tourism and Culture. Thank you for the question, Councillor. At this time, no, we do not have a comprehensive handle on the total financial commitment for the Games. Much will depend on a mandate that Council may be asked to provide to us if we are invited to participate in the MPA table. And those discussions will shape the content and the scope of the Games and Hamilton's potential involvement in the Games.
Thank you.
Thank you. And your current understanding of the scope of that financial contribution is limited to the planning and delivery of the event itself. As we heard from the proponents, they're not asking for any infrastructure, no capital investment.
Through the chair, the proposal as submitted does not bind the City of Hamilton to any capital investment. Staff will be returning to GIC with a report on the resources that will be required to participate in the MPA process, should the city have that opportunity to participate at that table. We will be identifying the staff resources and the financial implications of those staff commitments at that time and seek council direction on next steps.
Thank you. And just to be clear, there have currently been staff resources invested in kind in the Games. Do we have an idea of what our current investment is, or are we just tracking moving forward?
Through the chair, you are correct that there have been staff time invested in supporting Hamilton 100's development of the bid. There are no staff resources that are dedicated to the Commonwealth process at this time. So I do not have a track number for you, but we would be quantifying that going forward should the city have a formal role in the MPA process.
Okay, thank you. On the budget and what the city's specific financial commitment is going to be. So we heard that the budget would be submitted confidentially. Do you have an understanding of at what point would the taxpayers of the city of Hamilton get to provide input on the taxpayer investment in the games?
Through the chair, I have not seen the proposal that Hamilton 100 referred to this morning and the draft budget that is in that document, so I can't comment on those figures. The timeline for the MPA process and the development of the final bid for the international process is still to be determined, and those timelines will be set by the federal and provincial government. And at this point, I can't even guess what time frame would allow for the release of public information from that process.
Thank you. And your understanding is that process will be through the federal and the provincial governments, so they may stipulate that we can't release the financial commitment at all, that it remains confidential.
Through the chair, the federal and provincial governments would be leading that process and setting any confidentiality requirements that may be inherent in it.
Thank you. And then I guess my final question is just on the timeline. So if the memorandum of understanding is approved now, so I heard from the representative, Mr. McPherson, that they want to have the multi-party agreement as soon as possible. So what is your understanding, I guess, of the timelines?
Through the chair, I think it is agreed upon that a early instigation of the MPA process would be ideal. At this time, I can't comment on whether it is practical for the federal and or provincial government to move that quickly.
Okay, thank you.
That was your time, so if you want to wrap it up or second time?
No, those are all the questions I had. I do have a couple comments, so if you could put me on a second time just before the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Eisenberger.
Oh, put me on at the end. Thank you. I was going to call the question. Thanks.
Okay, that's great. Let's call the question. Okay, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Just a quick question to staff through you, if I could. Under page 2 of 5 of the MOU, under city obligations, point B says that provide Hamilton 100 with an updated letter of endorsement signed by the mayor to host the 2030 Commonwealth Games, which acknowledges that the city may be a financial contributor towards the planning, delivery, and legacies of the 2030 Commonwealth Games. Can staff please clarify what the word legacies means in the MOU?
Through the chair, this statement of a city obligation is following through on the direction that was provided to staff in a previous report. It is simply aligning that direction with the MOU. So that is why it is included in this MOU document. The legacies at this point would only be referred to as very high level, because at this point, the capital projects and other types of legacies have not been confirmed through the MPA and contractual process. So it would be very high level.
So through you to Director, so legacies, the definition of legacies is capital infrastructure?
It would also include, beyond that, going back to the objectives that Hamilton 100 has shared for their approach to their bid. It is about social legacies, environmental legacy, cultural legacy in the broadest sense, not exclusively capital.
Thank you. And the rest of my questions were asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. So to clarify, item 2 in the agreement indicates that the City of Hamilton may be a financial contributor. It doesn't say shall be, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Our obligations are set out under item 3, which is to continue to engage with Commonwealth Sport Canada and other public-private stakeholders to advance the objectives and timelines under the MOU, advocate for provincial federal support, and promptly communicate with City on matters relevant to the advancement of the primary objectives and timelines. So once again, it's getting to the partnership agreement, if you will, between the federal government, the provincial government, the City of Hamilton, and the private sector partners.
Through the chair, section 3 are Hamilton 100's obligations, not the city's. If I misheard you, my apologies. But you are correct. This document and this MOU is about the relationship between the city and Hamilton 100 to get us to the MPA table, and those discussions should council wish to take it to that step.
And finally, Deputy Mayor, if I can, if I may, I'm looking at the no joint venture non-enforceability entire agreement clause. That's a heck of a title for a clause, just saying. But what I was struck by is that paragraph 2, it makes it very clear, for greater certainty and consistent with the advice provided by Commonwealth Sport Canada, the parties acknowledge and agree that the city shall execute this MOU according to the following conditions. The MOU is not legally binding upon the city, and that of the 2030 Commonwealth Games are awarded to Canada, then to the prospective obligation of all parties, which will be codified in that final agreement that we're talking about. And again, item 2 in that paragraph says the city shall not assume any liability of any kind, be it legal, financial, or otherwise, in relationship to or arising from the proposal of this MOU. So at the end of the day, what this MOU is telling me is that the city of Hamilton wants the seat at the multi-party agreement discussions so that they can ensure that they have their representation and they can decide how much investment the city of Hamilton may or may not want to put into the games. Is that a fair paraphrasing of where we are?
Through the chair, if I may chunk that into 2 to comment back.
Please.
This paragraph, you are correct that it is very clear that it is a non-binding document. And this paragraph is wholly consistent with the direction that council has provided to staff to date. So the wording in the MOU is clarifying and reinforcing the fact that it is non-binding and that there is no financial commitment. You are also correct that it is the MPA table and any resulting agreement that the city would execute after that, those negotiations, which would be the statement of the city's financial commitment towards the games, should council wish to execute such an agreement.
Thank you. And the last question that I would have, it's clear to me that there's going to be a federal, provincial, municipal discussion around a table. This proposal to date has been from the private sector with the participation of the city of Hamilton. It has, for all intents and purposes, been a private sector-led bid. The question that I have, and you may not be able to answer this, is how does the private sector get around that MPA table when they're making such investments into the games. There doesn't appear to be an avenue into that discussion. And so if you don't know, that's fine. We can dig in later, but that still is in my mind in terms of how we're going to address those issues.
Through the chair, you are absolutely correct. That is unclear at the moment. And so I do not have an answer for you. It would be determined by the federal and the provincial governments, I imagine, collectively.
Thank you for that. I support the MOU, and it shall be very interesting what they say at the MPA table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Second time speaker, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. My comments don't in any way reflect the proponents, the Hamilton 100 group, or anybody involved. I truly admire their passion and their pride in the city Hamilton and their drive to bring the games back to Hamilton. However, what we've seen today is essentially an emotional marketing pitch, and that's pretty much what we've received to date. What we haven't received are factual details, and in particular, the factual details on the finances, which will remain secret. So we have an unknown financial contribution by the city. We've, I think, established that there is no public capital legacy, so there is no pool, there is no track and field facility, no basketball courts, no arenas, no affordable housing, except for perhaps a site in Burlington. There's no public infrastructure without a city investment in public capital. The budget will be confidential. We have no idea when or if the public will be provided input into the city's investment. And there has been no public engagement. If you consider how Eon Studios went through public engagement, they've engaged thousands of Hamilton residents, town halls, open houses, events, meetings. None of that has been done for the Commonwealth Games. We have no confirmed support from other municipalities, despite the fact that this is continuously pitched again as a regional games. Nobody else has officially signed on. We have a number of unknown public-private partnerships, which we have no idea what facilities are going to be funded or how or where. The only one, again, being in Burlington. There are a number of undefined and continuously shifting objectives. Today, we heard that the primary objective is the games itself, not the public legacy from the games. The objectives, the timelines are being defined by private interests, the Hamilton 100 team, not this council and not the taxpayers of the city of Hamilton. And in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, it seems that a major driver and reason is that, to leverage public tax dollars to the benefit of private interests. And whether that's federal or provincial or municipal tax dollars, there's only one taxpayer. So as we're moving along with this process towards the multi-party agreement, we don't know if there's going to be zero City Hamilton commitment, tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars, and we don't know when or if we will actually be able to report that publicly. There's been no business plan, no idea at all what the city taxpayers' responsibility is going to be. No evaluation on the return of investment. But what we have received, again, is emotional marketing, not factual planning. And from my perspective, the bare minimum that I want to be able to answer to the taxpayers that I represent is to be able to say, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to do it, and this is how much it's going to cost. And today, I cannot do that. And for those reasons, I have to vote in opposition to the direction before us. Thank you.
Thank you. And second time speaker, Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Can I ask a question of Carrie, because she's been involved in these international games processes a number of times. I'm trying to recall when the budgets become public. I'm thinking back to the Pan Am Games, because it was most certainly a big number and they made it public, the province of Ontario did. Do you recall when those budgets in the past have made public? I thought it was after the MPAs were signed and everything was in order, and then they talked about how much is being invested into the games. And frequently it's after the competitive bid process, because they are competing against other countries who would like the games also. Am I recalling correctly how it tends to go?
Through the chair, I was not involved in Pan Am, so that predates me. What I can share is that I have seen the release of government commitments after agreements have been signed.
Yeah, and that's my recollection. That's the standard that occurs out there. And while it may be uncomfortable for some, at this moment, we still have control as a council how far in we go into this deal. So if we don't like the financial numbers, then we can exit it. Is that not correct, Deputy Mayor?
Yes.
To Carrie, please.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. There are multiple exit ramps, to use that phrase, for council. Council could choose not to sign today's MPA. Council could choose not to accept an invitation to participate in the MPA process, even if we were invited. Council has the ability to define the financial commitment at the MPA table. It's not a number that is handed to council to agree or not agree. It is a negotiated amount following discussion. After that point, council could or could not direct the execution of an MPA agreement once terms were finalized. So there are multiple steps for council to either step in or step out of the process.
Deputy Mayor, I can tell you, I remember being involved with the World Cycling Championship in Hamilton and having the discussions at Queen's Park at that time. And in the early phases, people were wanting to know how much it was going to cost. But it was not until an MPA was in place and we had all the parties around the table agreeing how much they were going to contribute that the final budget was made public, naturally after the competition of the decision on the bids. I view it very similarly here. We're not at that point where we would make a final decision based on finances only. We don't know the finances yet. And what this group has given us is ample opportunity for the city of Hamilton to vacate the agreement should they feel uncomfortable with it at any given time. So I'm still comfortable with where we are, given that I understand we don't have the financial numbers, but historically we wouldn't have them anyways. And I'm comfortable, and I congratulate the group for articulating very clearly in the agreement, the MOU, that the city of Hamilton has a number of these exits. And that provides me that comfort. When we don't know the numbers, because we have not been provided the numbers yet, that this process where we are right now with what our staff have negotiated with the 100 group, I believe the city is being protected. We, the council, have the opportunity to make a final decision once we understand those financial numbers, and that may be many months from now, but this MOU gets us to that point. So thank you, Carrie, and to the team. Thank you very much for their efforts, and thank you very much to your efforts also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I remember the cycling. It was fantastic. Hamilton was on the map. Everybody knew where Hamilton was.
There were so many televised views of Hamilton.
Yes.
The city never looked more gorgeous than it did during that competition.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mayor Fred Eisenberger, please call the question.
Councillor Clark got it 100% right. I'm not going to inspire any more debate. Call the question.
Call the question. Okay. May I have a mover and a seconder? Mayor Fred and Councillor Clark, since you're here. Okay.
Actually, it was Councillor Partridge that
Councillor Partridge. Sorry.
seconded originally.
Okay, Councillor
no
Partridge.
offense to Councillor Clark.
I just looked at Councillor Clark and there it was. Thank you. The vote is up and
Councillor Ferguson, are you still in the meeting? Are you able to vote? Oh, I see you. Thank you.
it's up. And it passes 12 to 2. Thank you. And thank you again for staying such a long day. I think we have about 4 more hours left, so you're welcome to stay. Thank you. Thank you for coming. All right, we're going to, where am I now?
Madam Deputy Mayor, I believe the mayor wants, he's got his hand up. I believe he wants to.
Hold on, I think the mayor wants to say something.
No, not for them.
Oh,
for
not
you.
for them. Okay. Okay. Yes, Mayor?
So going back to my previous comment, so we had another delegate and it was on item 1011. Now I know that we're partly public and partly in camera. So are we going to take a break at this point or
We're going to go right to 10:11 and then take a break, right? Is that what?
That doesn't look like they're wanting to do that.
Yeah, so let me just clarify with Stephanie, Madam Clerk. We have two elements of this. So are we deferring the resolution on 1011 until we do the in-camera piece? Because if that's the case, then we can just take a break right now and then come back to the rest of the list of the items.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, or Madam Deputy Mayor, if committee wishes to discuss item 14.3, which is the appendix D to 10.11, in closed session, we would be deferring, in which case the mayor is definitely correct. So at the appropriate time, is the committee going to want to discuss appendix D in closed session? I see yeses, so we might as well just take a break.
So we will take a break then? What's your wish? 15 minutes or a half hour? 3 hours? Okay. 15 minutes?
Half hour.
Half hour. Okay.
The usual.
So it's 2:35. We'll reconvene at 3:05 then. Is that fine, everybody? Yes, thumbs up?
Need a mover and a seconder, please.
Mover, Councillor Ferguson, Councillor Pearson, thank you. And we'll see you, we have to vote first, please.
Yes, you do, thank you.
Okay, we'll see you at 3:05. Thank you.
Councillor Johnson, I'm assuming you're okay? Thank you. Oh, sorry, I couldn't see. Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. And we have quorum.
Are we at a recess?
We're going to go to 10.11. The memorandum of understanding with the city and Aon Studios, Barton Tiffany Lands.
Madam Deputy Mayor, we just need to confirm before we do go to item 10.11, does committee still wish to move into closed session after seeing?
Does the committee wish to go in closed session or no?
Yes, they do. Okay. All right, perfect. Then we don't have to deal with 10.11 right now. We can start at the top, and that would be at Jeanette's, yeah, that's right, 8.3.
Okay. We're going to start then with 8.3, and I'm going to have City Manager Jeanette Smith do her second presentation. And thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm here for my double header today.
Oh, great. You'll hit a home run for sure.
That's what I'm aiming for. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Dear Mr. Mayor and members of council, it is my pleasure to make a second presentation to you again this afternoon. I joined the organization as your city manager in May of the first year of your term. And one of the things I did was validate where you wanted to focus the efforts of the organization, as outlined on this slide. In addition, of course, to the day-to-day delivery of services and programs to the residents and businesses in the city. And while there's still more work to be done on these complex, multifaceted priorities, progress has been made across the list, despite diverting city resources to COVID-19 emergency response efforts. As we wind up this term, I wanted to highlight the most impactful and significant accomplishments under each of the term of council priorities over the next 8 slides. Climate change was identified as a key priority for this council, and staff have been hard at work to find ways to reduce our environmental footprint. By way of example, in seeking to meet the goal for community-wide greenhouse gas emissions to equal net zero before 2050, the city has achieved a 33% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions as a community when compared against the 2006 benchmark. Like many of the term of council priorities, we need the support of other levels of government. In this case, emission reductions as a result of the provincial closure of coal-fired generating plants is included in this value. We achieved a 43% reduction in corporate emissions when compared against baseline data. It's important to note that due to the impact of the pandemic, the numbers just mentioned represent 219 figures. As previously mentioned, Hamilton's climate change action strategy, comprised of the Community Energy and Emissions Plan and the Climate Change Impact Adaptation Plan, provide the actions necessary to meet the net zero goal in response to Council's emergency declaration in March 2019. While staff completed the research and consultation on these plans, the city also updated the corporate energy and sustainability policy, invested $1.5 million allocated towards a newly created climate change reserve fund, implemented a new corporate green fleet strategy, which is focused on reducing corporate fleet-related emissions by 18.4% by 2024, and invested almost $60 million in tree planting, bicycle infrastructure, vehicle and equipment electrification, and stormwater and flooding drainage. Multimodal transportation has continued to receive staff's attention despite the pandemic. Of note, the city has constructed 54.5 kilometers of new and enhanced cycling facilities, 5.2 kilometers of new and reconstructed pathways in 34 parks from 2019 to 2021, and there are 32.1 kilometers of bike lane improvements planned for 2022. The pandemic did challenge us, though, and after a 1% increase in transit ridership in 2019, we saw a 46% decrease in ridership in 2020 and further reductions in 2021. As the city continues its efforts to welcome residents back to the HSR, it continues to invest in the future of the service, including implementation of years 4 through 6 of the 10-year transit plan, an additional 49,000 additional annual service hours, and 14 additional buses are anticipated to be added, planned for 2022. Returning our focus to re-envision the HSR project and a prospective network reconfiguration and implementation plan, which will be brought forward in 2023. Continued work on the transformational LRT project and continued implementation of the Vision Zero action plan. In 2020, Council approved the 10-year Housing and Homelessness Action Plan. This document, together with Hamilton's systems planning framework, Coming Together to End Homelessness, focus on transforming our housing system, including in the areas of shelters, transitional and supportive housing, and initiatives to address the issue of rental affordability. And while housing pressures continue across the entire country and the GTHA, I'm pleased to report that we have been making progress despite the significant challenges we've experienced due to COVID-19. Over this term of council, we have seen an average of 9% of our housing wait list find permanent accommodation, more than $562 million invested over the term of council to date, including $256 million from City of Hamilton budgets, construction of an average of 55 new affordable housing units per year, with 155 expected in 2022 as a result of the federal government's Rapid Housing Initiative, and most recently, the approval of the vacant home tax for the city. During the pandemic alone, the city has increased its funding for the repair of existing units, including $36 million in 2021, helped more than 1,000 individuals find housing, and significantly expanded its shelter spaces to accommodate increasing number of people sleeping rough. The city continues to make advancements on council's equity, diversity, and inclusion priorities, including work on the Hamilton's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, our urban Indigenous strategy, issues of hate and racism, and in the support we provide to our own employees. This term, we have seen the reestablishment of the Hamilton Anti-Racism Resource Center and the installation of the new director, the Landmarks and Monuments Review, completion of the Hate Prevention, Mitigation, and Community Initiatives Action Plan, approval of the Hate Flags and Symbols Bylaw, advancement of a new inclusive public engagement policy and framework, and development and implementation of the city's own internal EDI framework, as well as the Employment Equity Survey to support staff to embed EDI principles in service planning and delivery and policy development. Hamilton is seeing increased interest from developers, businesses, and individuals looking to move and do business here. In 2021 alone, our city saw more than $2 billion in building permits issued, with hotspots including downtown, Waterdown, and the airport. To help accommodate the interest in our city and demand for our services, we have taken several steps. That includes the launch of ePlans, an online tracking system for building permits that saw 9,400 applications in 2022 alone. Some other significant projects that we have seen include the 2021-2025 Economic Development Action Plan that you heard about earlier this morning, the Downtown Entertainment Precinct Agreement with HUPEG, Development Agreement for Pier 8, and the Growth-Related Integrated Development Strategy, or GRIDS 2, a Municipal Comprehensive Review. As identified by Council, the City of Hamilton is committed to providing the public with convenient access to city government information and opportunities to become more engaged in decision-making processes. This not only includes making information available, but making it more accessible. Along with ongoing efforts on the city website that promises to vastly improve the searchability of city information online, we have taken or are taking several more steps to improve transparency, including the development and implementation of a routine disclosure and active dissemination policy, the development and release of open data sets on the city's website, development and release of several data-supported dashboards that provide information and context to important city businesses, including the COVID-19 response, the fraud and waste hotline pilot and the subsequent release of investigative findings by the city auditor. And two other key initiatives are the corporate privacy policy and program in alignment with privacy by design principles and making voter experience more accessible for the upcoming municipal election. As reflected in the city's recent elevation to a AAA credit rating, the city continues to prioritize fiscal responsibility on behalf of the residents of Hamilton. Despite the challenging circumstances of the pandemic, the city has continued to make progress on fiscal health and financial management through a variety of efforts, including significant work and planning around asset management, the development and implementation of a better budget management and monitoring software tool to aid city managers in budget management, updating of policies, including the water leak adjustment policy and the approved surety bond policy, and the development of a comprehensive government relations plan to obtain support from other levels of government for city funding priorities. The challenges of the global pandemic have only heightened the awareness of the importance of culture and physical and mental health in the workplace. Since launching our first Our People survey in 2017, the city has been on a path to better understand and respond to the needs of its current and future employees. Bolstered by the knowledge gleaned from the Our People survey, the city has undertaken a number of initiatives aimed at supporting a healthy and respectful workplace, including the development of new work models to account for changes brought about through the global pandemic, numerous engagement efforts to assess and understand the city's current culture and its ability to be more inclusive, the development and continued implementation of the city's workplace mental health and well-being strategy and associated supports, and continued development and implementation of numerous training and development programs for both staff and people leaders. As evidenced by the highlights of accomplishments throughout this presentation, and thanks to the tireless efforts of staff from all levels of the organization, I'm confident in saying that as an organization, we continue to make progress on our priorities, despite the significant disruption of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have been able to improve processes, deliver on planned work, and respond to significant disruptions in our services. I believe the city is well positioned to welcome an incoming council to recognize and deliver on their priorities and to refresh and to deliver on a new strategic plan for the city. Thank you very much for your attention. The senior leadership team and I would be pleased to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. I don't see, you did such a great job. We don't have any questions. I don't think we do. Do we? Oh, okay. We have Mayor Eisenberger. Thank you. Mayor?
Really, thank you. And thank you, Jeanette, for that good overview. You know, it's been a tradition the last number of terms to kind of look back on the accomplishments in the previous term of council. And I think this kind of speaks volumes to what the past 4 years have been about and the significant progress that we've made and some of the challenges that we faced. And I would echo your comments that it's a testament not only to the good work of council and senior management, but all of the staff in all of our divisions that have worked extremely hard to make these, I think, significant improvements in process, improvements in our ability to attract new opportunities, all through a very significant, COVID pandemic. It really didn't skip a beat, and one might have thought prior to the pandemic hitting that working virtually would have been an area that we wouldn't go to because there was a lack of trust that people would perform and do their work. And we have discovered through this COVID process and the pandemic that, in fact, that isn't true, that people are quite capable of working virtually, even though many of them want to come back, and that's completely appropriate. Many of them also can work very effectively at home. And in fact, we found, I think, that in many respects, it's even been more productive and more effective. So it's been a challenging 4 years. It's been a very positive 4 years in the sense of growth and development for our city. As you point out, we've made significant housing investments as a municipality, some $250 million. Equates to about $75 million per year on housing and shelters and all kinds of ways to keep people appropriately housed in partnership with our federal and provincial governments. And so, and at the end of the day, when it comes to fiscal management, one of the biggest indicators of how well we're doing is the Standard & Poor's credit rating, which has been bumped up to AAA, which is a kind of an independent assessment of how well the organization's being managed, what kind of investments you're attracting, how you're going to manage into the future, and how you're poised to take advantage of and seize opportunities that is going to make our community more sustainable. So it's not just a credit rating; it's an assessment of where are you and where are you going, and are you heading in a sustainable path? And we're on a sustainable path. Doesn't mean that we don't have warts. Clearly, we have some. We have infrastructure challenges like every other municipality, and we're working hard to overcome them. We have an infrastructure deficit that has been well known for many years, that we continue to approach our federal and provincial governments to help us work our way through. But we are positioning the city of Hamilton to continue to attract employment and investment that is going to be critical to the future well-being of our city, both on the housing side, on the commercial industrial side, as well as on the cultural side. And all of them are important in terms of continuing to advance our community in a positive way. So for me, it's always that the measure of success isn't just the $2.5 billion development number, but how well are we striving to look after those that are having challenges in our community? And I think we're getting better and better, all the time, and we certainly rely on our federal and provincial partners to be a greater help in that space. And as a municipality, we have been, I think, more generous than most to make sure that we are making those kind of key strategic investments in those that are challenged to help themselves. And if you measure both of those, I think you're then measuring things that are going to matter for the community as a whole. So I really appreciate the overview, and I think it's a great opportunity to have a little look back. And even though we're marshaling forward and we have 5 more months of council work to do, I think we've put our city in a very strong position for future councils and future staffs to take it from here. So thank you for that overview. I think it's very helpful for all of us to have a look back and from staff's independent, non-political, unbiased view of where we are and where we're going.
Thank you, Mayor. And you're right, 5 minutes. And Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions, if I may. It would be on page 5 of your presentation. It speaks to the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan, and it addresses $562 million in housing services funding from 2019 to 2022. Can we translate that investment into the number of not-for-profit housing units that came on stream? Do we know those numbers?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I know I don't have those off the top of my head, but I'm looking up to whether Angie Burden or Mike Zagaric are able to do that, or whether that's something we need to come back.
Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through the chair to the councillor, we would need to do an analysis as a compilation of different programs and different populations that we're serving that translate into the different units. So we can do a program by program analysis and get back to you.
It would be helpful because we continue to hear from people in the broader community that we are not bringing enough affordable housing on stream fast enough, and yet we see here that over $500 million was distributed from the province, the feds, and the municipality, but I don't know how many houses, how many units, how many families did it help? I don't know. If we could somehow find that number, it would be most helpful. Deputy Mayor, I would like to go on to a second question, if I may.
Sure.
Specifically, we're dealing with the policy on routine disclosure and active dissemination. I know this is a great policy that we've implemented, and it's part of the trust and confidence in city government and in your set that you have here. Can we get an update where we are? How many departments, how many divisions have we gone through that process? Because the FOI coordinator was working with staff to educate each division what are documents that could be reasonably routinely disclosed and which documents couldn't be. And the whole premise behind it was to lower the amount of freedom of information requests by simply making the data available. Do we have an understanding as to how many departments within the city of Hamilton have now gone through that process?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, apologize I didn't introduce myself earlier. Mike Zagaric, General Manager of Finance Corporate Services. We can provide that information to committee members. Clerks has worked with all departments, city departments. The city departments have developed their plans as it relates to actively disseminating public information in an effort to try to reduce the number of requests for information. And so we can provide that information through clerks to committee members.
I would appreciate it. Those are all my questions. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thanks. And thank you. And there's no more speakers, so thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jeanette. And we're going to receive the report. So mover and a seconder, please.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, can we receive the presentation first, please?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, well, I need a mover and a seconder, please, for the presentation. Councillor Johnson, Councillor Powers, thank you.
Thank you.
And it passes, thank you. And now, please, I need a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor. Councillor Jackson and Councillor Pearson, thank you. This is to put the report. And it's a vote. And there it is. Guess we needed some music in between. All right.
Councillor Ferguson, are you able to
Councillor
vote? Thank you.
Ferguson, thumbs up or?
He voted. We're all good.
And 14, it passes. Thank you, and thank you again. Okay, we're going to move on to 8.3. 10.2? Are we doing? Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, no, yeah, that's right. Um, 19. 10.1? No, we didn't. 10.2, sorry. Okay, there's a lot of pages here. All right. 10.2, environmental remedies and site enhancement. Redevelopment grant application, 415 Main Street West, Hamilton. May I please have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Mayor Fred Eisenberger and Brenda Johnson. Thank you. Councillor Pearson, did everybody vote?
We don't show any speakers.
What's that?
We don't show any speakers, Madam Deputy Mayor.
Oh, okay, all right. Is there just... The vote is up. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I might be slightly hearing impaired, but I'm having difficulty hearing you from time to time. Maybe a little closer to the microphone or a little more volume, one or the other.
Okay, you will have no problem hearing from me from now on.
And if Councillors Marula, Powers, and Danko could indicate their vote, please. Thank you, Councillor.
Madam Clerk, for some reason it didn't appear, but I'm voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and I guess Councillor Danko's thumbs up.
You may have to hit F5, folks, because you've been logged in for a while and we took a break. Thanks.
Okay, all right. 10.3, environmental remediation and site enhancement, redevelopment grant application, 4 Vickers Road, Hamilton. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put the item 10.3 on the floor? Councillor Sam Marilla and Councillor Ferguson, thank you. Is there any discussions? Oh, Councillor Jackson, did I do something? Okay. Any discussion? I don't see any. The vote's up. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek, have you placed your vote? Thank you.
Thank you, and it passes. 10.4, revitalization Hamilton Tax Increment Grant, 9 Robert Street. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor? Councillor Jackson. Councillor Russ Powers. Thank you. Is there any discussion respecting 10.4? I see Councillor Nan. Councillor Nan?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. It took me a moment to toggle over to unmute myself. I was just curious if I could, through you to staff, wanted clarity about whether or not this tax incentive grant has been amended to include application towards renovations that include affordable housing.
Okay.
Through you to staff, please.
Staff? Judy Lamb, and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Chair. Judy Lamb, Manager of Commercial Districts and Small Business and Economic Development. In answer to the question to Councillor Nan, there is, it's all rental housing, but not under the affordable housing area.
Thank you, Manager. If I could just get a little bit more clarity. The question was, this tax incentive program was also amended with the suite of tax incentive programs to say that we would implement them based on affordable housing. No? Did I get that incorrect?
Just to explain, so as part of the new CIP, we added 2 streams of potential tax grants, one under the enhanced, which would be if they took advantage of another affordable housing program like CMHC, then they could get a tax grant that is unreduced for the whole 4 years, 100% of the municipal tax increment. But we also have the regular stream that if it increases municipal taxes, it will reduce over the 4 years.
Thank you for that clarity. That's what I was trying to figure out. And subsequently, you already answered the other question, which is whether or not there were any affordable units in this 20-floor plus redevelopment. And you said no, right?
That's correct. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. And I don't see anyone else, so we will put the vote up, please. Thank you, and it passes. 10.5, Public Engagement Policy and Administrative Framework. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor? Councillor Farr and Councillor Nan, thank you. Is there any discussions on 10.5? I do not see any, so we're going to go to a vote. That was quick. Thank you. And that passes. Thank you. 10.6, Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee Report. I will move it. And Councillor no?
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, you cannot move it because you're in the chair. You can second it, you just can't move it.
All right. I'll Councillor Ferguson, and I'll second it. Is there any discussion in 10.6? I don't see any, so we'll have a vote right now. Thank you. We're moving quickly. Oh, all right. And thank you, it carried. 10.7, Hamilton Wentworth District School Board Liaison Committee Report, 2201, May 9th. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor? Councillor Judy Partridge and Councillor Jackson, thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? There is, there's Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I just need to just declare a non-disqualifying interest on this item. I have no pecuniary interest, but just an abundance of caution, my wife is the current chair of the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. Thank you.
And you're welcome. And we will put the e-vote on, please. Okay. Thank you, and it passes. 10.8, Non-Union Compensation Subcommittee Report, June 21st, 2022. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Pearson, thank you for that. If committee wishes to discuss the private and confidential matter referred in this report in closed session, we will need to defer consideration of the report until committee reconvenes an open session. Does the committee wish to go in closed session? I'm looking. I don't see anyone, so we will not move into closed session, so we will do a vote. Thank you. And thank you, and it passes. 10.9, Advisory Committee for Person with Disabilities Report, June 14, 2022. May I have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Vanderbeek, second by Councillor Powers. Thank you. There's no discussion, and we'll go to a vote then. Thank you. And it passes. Thank you. 10.10, Airport Subcommittee Report, June 28, 2022. May I please have a mover and a seconder for the report? Councillor Ferguson and Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Now, if committee wishes to discuss the private and confidential matter referenced in this report in closed session, we will need to defer this consideration of this report until committee reconvenes an open session. What's your wish? I don't see anybody wanting to go in camera, so we will go to the vote. Thank you. Okay. And it passes. Thank you. 10.11, Memorandum of Understanding with City and Aon Studio on Barton Tiffany lands. That's in Ward 2. May I please have a mover and a seconder to put it on the floor? Councillor Farr, second by Councillor Pearson. If committee wishes to discuss this private and confidential Appendix D to this report shown under 14.3 in closed session, we will need to defer consideration of this report until committee reconvenes in open session. What would you prefer? All right, so we're going to move on, and we're going to go with the vote then.
So just for clarification, I was under the understanding that the committee did want to defer this item into closed session.
Oh, they do. Okay. So we'll to speak. Oh. Okay.
So you just need
Can
a
I
mover
just
and
ask a question on this?
Okay.
report.
We need a mover and a seconder to refer this in camera, please. Councillor Nan and Councillor Partridge. Oh, they want to speak?
Deputy Mayor, if I could just clarify, I no longer need to go in camera. Some information was clarified to me before we reconvened, so I no longer need to go in camera on this item, but I do have an amendment for it. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Partridge?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have a question, but on this report, but it's an open session question, so I don't need to go in camera either.
Okay, so who wants to go in camera? Councillor Jackson.
Deputy Mayor, could I then ask through you, please, to General Manager Thorne? I believe there was one part of 2 or 3 pages that we may have wanted to discuss something in camera. Was there some cost and or contractual matter in a general sense? Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls, just so that I'm clear.
Okay. General Manager.
So through the chair, the confidential Appendix D, the title of it is noted in the public report, and that is the Aon Studio Group submission package and it's their preliminary project construction costing is what is the confidential information in Appendix D. That's the title in the report. So it's the preliminary. It's the project construction costing is what is the title of the confidential Appendix D.
So is there any downside, General Manager Thorne, if we do not go in camera then? I'm just trying to understand how important that information may or may not be. Through you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
So through the chair, I mean, that's to the will of committee, whether you want to discuss the construction costing, but the information related to the proposed terms of the development agreement and so on is all part of the public report and is part of the Aon submission Appendix C in the public report.
Okay, General Manager. Deputy Mayor Pauls, there's some other members of council, including the mayor, Councillor Farr, that have been much more intimately involved in this particular project and this item. So I can go either way. I'll wait to hear from them. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Pauls.
Right. Thank you, Council Ferguson.
Yeah, I just want to, the construction costs I don't think are all that critical to us because I don't believe there's any city contribution going to this project. And so it'd be an information item on what it's going to cost the applicant. Is that right through you to Jason Thorne?
Through the chair, that's correct. There's no intended city contribution to the construction costing.
Okay, so I know there's no need for me to go in camera then because there's no cost to the taxpayer. Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Do I ask my question now?
Sure.
Oh. Okay.
Still trying to figure out whether we're going in closed session. She has a question on the public report.
Okay. Are we going to close session or not? If
not as far. I don't need to.
Okay. So we will not go in closed session. So you could ask your question now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is on the main report, and it would be on page 3, and it's under the financial implications. Through you to staff, I think it would be Mike Zagaric. 7.2A, Hamilton Future Fund Board of Governors, of which I'm a part of. I believe it says in here, and it's my understanding, that the Future Fund did provide some funds for the purchase of the Barton Tiffany lands back, I believe, when it was to be a stadium, and the deal was that the money would be paid back on the sale of the lands. And I'm just wondering if someone on staff could unpack that for me. I can't remember if it was $10 million or $20 million that the Future Fund put forward. Through you, Madam Chair.
General Manager.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Partridge is correct in that previous council had approved that the net proceeds, so that is the proceeds net of the expenses as it relates to these lands, be transferred to the Future Fund, and it was tied to the investment the city made with respect to the public health accommodation space across the street. And it was through the leveraging of the Future Fund as it relates to that investment that the proceeds from any divestiture of the Tiffany, Barton Tiffany lands be transferred back to the Future Fund.
Councillor?
So thank you. But Mike, just bear with me here for a minute, though. In the last paragraph there, it says, as of May 2022, the life-to-date expenditures from this project is $11,305,640 to be funded from potential proceeds of sale of the land. So would any money be going back to the Future Fund, or is it all going to be used to cover these expenses?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, it would be the net proceeds. So it would be the value as it relates to net of those expenditures. So the $10 million would be netted off, and any remaining funds would be transferred to Future Fund A.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Fred? Eisenberg.
Thank you. So I'm assuming we're looking at kind of the functional document that has recommendations A, B, C, and D attached to it, which essentially provides direction to staff to begin the process of evaluating the cost of the lands on a market value basis and look towards undertaking an appraisal and retaining a development consultant to confirm the development of concept of the Barton Tiffany lands at a cost of $150K, and report back to General Issues Committee with a recommendation on an agreement identified in recommendation D, or B, I should say. So So the thrust of the recommendation by staff is that we move towards finalizing an agreement with appraised costs associated with at market value for the property, which obviously is significantly more than when we acquired it back in the day for the stadium. So values have gone up significantly. Under the auspices of the development plan that the Eon Group has put together. Am I correct in that? Through you to Jason Thorne or to real estate, Ray Kessler?
Yes, so through the chair, the recommendation of staff is that we do proceed to what I'll call the next step, which is to negotiate a development agreement, and that agreement would come back to council. And the general terms and conditions of that are what's contained in Appendix E. There's a list of what the general terms and conditions of that development agreement would be. That's that's recommendation B. And then, yes, to the mayor's point, recommendation C, we're also recommending that in parallel with that, so that council has the information in front of you when a development agreement comes back, that we undertake that appraisal in terms of what the market value of those lands would be.
Very good. And I'm super supportive of that. As you might expect, it's a great opportunity for our city to turn these lands into a really positive future employment opportunity, as well as housing and other aspects. So at the appropriate, did you get a mover and seconder on that recommendation as yet, Madam Chair?
Yes, Councillor Farr, and who was second?
Councillor Farr and Pearson on the motion.
Pearson.
We're on the report itself. Thank you.
All right, that's great. So I appreciate that and fully supportive, and look forward to next steps.
All right. Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. So is there a record of site condition for this land?
So through the chair, if maybe Chris Phillips could respond to that one.
Through you to the councillor. No, there's no record of site conditions specifically. The MOU was set up, and this deal structure and the next step is set up where that would be the responsibility of the developer on this site.
So the developer of the Eon Group, ostensibly, and Taz, or whatever the other group is called, they're going to be responsible for doing the environmental assessments to ascertain how they prepare the land for residential use, because that's not going to be easy, and it's not going to be cheap.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, correct, yes.
So that is their sole responsibility.
Correct.
And we don't have to offset that cost in any way, shape, or form.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, no, it's clear in what we're going to negotiate and what you have before you here today is that those costs are borne specifically by the developer, by the consortium on this. Obviously, I think it's fair to say that would be part of the valuation of the land as well, would take those elements into consideration.
Thank you for that. The other question that I had is with regards to the document that was an in-camera document. I'm not so sure there's too much in that document that is confidential in nature. So have we reviewed it to verify what is or can be public and what is or should be confidential?
So through the chair, we have, and what was provided that is to remain, or the recommendation is to keep confidential, is the proprietary information of the developer, where they have provided what they expect their construction costing to be. So that's information they have compiled themselves based on their development pro forma. and that is their that would be deemed their proprietary information. What they think their construction costs would be for a project as they've outlined in the proposal.
But the document that is in camera, that's only a small portion of it.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, what had originally happened is the incorrect version was uploaded. So the balance, only that small portion is confidential, but the rest is already included in all the public documentation.
Yes.
It's just a duplicate. So it will be, the confidential one will be re-uploaded after today's committee meeting.
So we'll be redacting what is...
No, I won't be redacting
what
anything.
What will you be doing then?
So through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, the original document that was sent in included both
yes,
the public and the confidential portion. It was meant to be redacted. Staff had already redacted it, but sent in the wrong version, unfortunately. So all the public information that's in the private and confidential one is already in Appendix C.
Yes.
So I will just be taking the new version with those 3 pages and uploading it again. It was just a copy and paste.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to be clear on this particular project, and the final question is with regards to the market value. The market value has changed even since we've been talking about it. That's how fast things have been modified. So when we finally get the assessment, because one of the documents talked about that assessment, that'll give us an indication of what the fair market value is for this land at its highest and best use. Is that where we're headed?
Through the chair, that's correct, and that information we brought to council at the same time as a proposed development agreement, and that would take into account, as the councillor said, highest and best use, but also some of the constraints on the site, contamination issues. All of that would get reflected into what the estimated market value is.
And this particular group has to meet our price? Is that the way the agreement is set out?
So through the chair, no, there's not been sort of a predetermined or set price. That becomes part of the discussions happening around the development agreement, which is what the recommendation would authorize us to go forward and begin those discussions.
And you'll come back with a suggested price?
Through the chair, correct, price, as well as all of the other aspects of the development agreement around affordability and environmental performance and all of those other elements as well.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Under the wire, 21 seconds left. All right. Councillor Nan, thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions to staff, and then I do have an amendment to Appendix E that I've circulated to colleagues that I would like to table and would be seeking a seconder. So through you to staff, in terms of our overall real estate portfolio, in terms of city-owned lands, is there a governing framework that outlines a target of target and definition of affordable housing should lands be sold with the intention of residential development?
So through the chair, Mr. Kessler could probably speak to this. So there's not a set requirement in terms of what that would be. Council did direct staff a couple of years back to review the city's land holdings and portfolio with an eye towards either dedicating some of those lands to affordable housing or selling them at market price and putting the funds to affordable housing. And based on that, there are a number of properties that have come forward to council over the past little while as we've been going through that process. But there's not a sort of a consistent or standard set definition of what that affordability would be. In some cases, it's been rental units, ownership units, rent geared to income. There's been various affordable housing types that have been delivered through that effort.
Thank you. And I know that as a municipality, we're expanding our definition of affordable housing to include a spectrum of terms so that we know what we're talking about as a council, but also more importantly, the public knows what is likely to become the outcome of some of the projects that are coming forward in terms of affordability for ownership, affordability as it relates to a percentage of market rent or market rates versus what I think many in the community understand as affordable housing as being 30% of your net income cost. And so from that perspective, and honestly, in response to the presentation we just received from the city manager in terms of our term of council priorities and the excellent work that this council has been able to support around delivering those affordable units, I wanted to see if it was possible within Appendix E here to bring forward an amendment that just adds the words under, I think it's item K, bullet number 3, which states that we, sorry, it's not in front of me, just one quick second, that any agreements shall have specific requirements with respect to 1, the provision of affordable space for local artists, 2, residential unit mix inclusive of family-friendly residential units, which is great to see, 3, affordable housing, and that's where I would like to amend it to include rent geared to affordable housing options, including geared to income housing, and 4, as is, sustainability, climate resilience, and environmental performance. So if I could get a seconder for that, I would like to put that forward in order to uphold our ongoing term of council priorities and see if we can work with this incredible consortium that has come forward not only to deliver the studio development, but as they are proposing an increase in the scope of the project to include residential, that a portion of that residential be able to deliver affordable housing as well.
And Councillor Clark will second your motion. So
thank you.
Your amendment? Yes. Councillor Johnson, please.
Yeah, can I just respectfully ask that the amendments wait till the end of the first time speakers, because I still have some questions yet, and I don't even know if I want to vote for the original amendments or the original report. So would that be okay if we can just hold off on all the amendments till first time speakers are finished, please?
All right, thank you. We'll do that for sure. Okay, Councillor Johnson. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. My apologies, but the amendment is already moved and seconded. It's on the floor.
Oh.
So that is up to the mover and seconder if they want to do that, but we can't just arbitrarily do it.
So mover and seconder,
I would prefer to respect my colleagues who have questions to have those questions heard, and then we can move forward with the amendment. No problem.
All right, so we'll move on and we'll have Councillor Johnson ask her questions, please.
Thank you, and thank you, Councillor Nan. Really appreciate that. So my question through you to Chris Phillips, I heard earlier best value for our property, that if there's some remediation involved, then that would affect the price. Is this property not subject to the erase program if they apply? So therefore, a lot of the money that they put into it would be refunded back by the city through the erase program?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, yes, the property, if it meets the criteria of the erase program, would if they wish to utilize that program, it'd be available to them.
Okay, super. Thank you. That's all I need to know. I thought that here we were going to sell it at a basement price and then turn around and give them money to clean up, but because of it being a basement price. I appreciate the question, and thanks again, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Farr.
I was on the amendment that was on the floor, but I will ask then, since we're back through you, is there a limit on the erase program? How's that work again? Through you.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, at this point, there is no limit on the erase program.
Is it 50% of total remediation costs? Sorry, I should have asked maybe that way through you to Norm.
Sorry, 50%. It's a percentage of the total value of the property, right? So in terms of what's the tax increment, what's the tax lift on the property? So it's 80% actually, plus another 20.
And we don't have, thank you, Norm. We don't have, I mean, this is I think it was said earlier, this is going to be no picnic on cleanup. This is historically heavy industrialized lands. It's no longer in our purview. It's, as Chris Phillips said, born of 100% of the proponents. So we don't have even a ballpark on what that's going to cost. We can only say that cleanup will be borne 100% on the backs of the proponent, correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, correct. Maybe just for context, though, we could use Pier 8 as a great example. There's multiple ways that you can go about remediating a site. And on Pier 8, as a great example, we use the risk assessment process with the MOECC in that particular case. In the case of Pier 8, the city actually took that on ourselves, and we actually went through that process. In this case, we made the determination to push that responsibility onto the developer in this case.
Right. Okay.
Thank you. Councillor?
Yeah, I'll stay on for the amendment when it comes.
The amendment?
Thank you.
Okay, we have Mayor Eisenberger. Is that on the amendment, or do you have a question?
Might be ahead of that, but so the one question is we certainly anticipate that we're going to generate significant value out of these lands, correct? Through you to Ray Kessler.
Through the chair to the mayor, I think there's been a number of questions that have been asked with regards to the valuation on these properties. We will be undertaking formal appraisals that will take into consideration both the contamination among other I'll say objectives that we might be able or desire to achieve, such as affordable housing, among others. Those appraisals will take into account things like the ability to generate or obtain erase grants. So the calculation in terms of what the value of the property is a fairly complex exercise, but it takes that all into consideration. And the expectation is then that there will be a valuation that establishes what the fair market value is if it was being traded on the market as of the date of the transaction. And that's what we're going to do the deal for. Our expectation, certainly, in terms of where the marketplace is today, and I know it changes on a regular basis, would be that there would be some funds that are coming back to the city for sure.
Thank you.
Right, and so, and we originally paid how much for the property? If we can, well, no, we can't go there. It was low based on where we are today, and so if one wanted to take the beneficial funds and align them to affordable housing going forward, the city could do that. I think Jason mentioned that a minute ago. So, based on what I've heard to date is let's amend it and require of them, as opposed to, setting that standard for ourselves in terms of the added value that we receive from these lands, a portion of it be turned to affordable housing. That's an alternative, correct?
So through the chair, what's being recommended is that the development itself contribute a level of affordability within the development. And then if there are net proceeds coming back to the city, as Mr. Zegarac mentioned, there are some proceeds that are spoken for, but if there's net proceeds coming back to the city, then those, of course, would be at council's discretion as to how those get invested. But there is within Appendix E, the terms and conditions, that there would be an expectation that there would be a level of affordability built into the project itself by the developer as part of this development.
Correct. And so I'm going to come back on the motion that Councillor Nan talked about. And in that context, I'll have a further discussion to be had. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And second time speaker, Councillor Nan. Are you on the amendment? Oh.
I wasn't seeking a second time. It was only when you, Deputy Mayor, prepared to bring the amendment forward. And
your name was listed. Councillor Clark, second time.
Thank you. So can I just clarify the original agreement with Eon? How do you pronounce it? No one knows.
Let's say Eon.
That's Eon, whatever. Was that they were going to develop a studio on this property and that they were going to buy that land from the city. Is that correct?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, correct. The essence of the deal is no different in this report than it has been in the previous reports that we've brought to council. This is just the logical next step of now getting to a point where we're negotiating the actual contractual agreements between the two parties. And part of that is obviously price.
Yes, and now they've got big shoe financial backers that are coming to the table. And how does the city guarantee that they're going to get the best value for the land? It isn't a competitive process. It's we're trying to come up with a number that they're willing to pay for. By the sounds of it, to me, is that basically what we're doing here?
Through the chair, we do use appraisal methodologies to arrive at highest and best use for those lands, and that is the standard that we use to define what the best value is for the city.
And so when did the studio morph into a studio and residential housing?
So, well, you could do that.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. I think the intent of the MOU right from day one has been to develop based on the city's approved plans. And in fact, the city on our own lands, this actually has a secondary plan on it, and then an urban design guidelines set on that as well, which does contain residential on the Barton Strip and then commercial in the northern portions closest to the shunting yards. So the entire premise of the MOU was to be within the city's plans. And from a staff perspective, we believe that their concept plan that they've put forward today achieves those objectives.
Well, my recollection was that they came forward talking about a sound stage. That was their proposal.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it was always part of the proposal. The proposal always included both residential on the southern portion of the lands, and then the soundstage, but also adjacent ancillary uses for the film and television industry, as Mr. Anders presented earlier on.
So I guess I'm still apprehensive. How do we ensure that we're getting the best value for this land given the current economy for land when we're not in a competitive process? We're simply trying to come to an agreement with someone who came to the table basically saying, we can build you a studio, and then realized they didn't have the wherewithal, the financial wherewithal to do it, so they had to bring other parties to the table. And now it sounds like we've got these other parties coming to the table and they're going to make money off of this deal. That was never our intention. Our intention was to sell the land at the highest and best use. And I'm worried about how we're going to negotiate with this other party. Because they seem to be a part of this now. It's no longer just not Aon, it's now this larger conglomerate that is going to be at the table negotiating with the city of Hamilton.
So through the chair, one of the clear articulations in the MOU and us moving forward is this notion of highest and best use. So highest and best use takes into consideration the existing permissions on the lands. As Mr. Phillips articulated, the city went through the exercise of, I believe, even rezoning the property, not just putting in secondary plan policies and design guidelines. And so highest and best use, a key element of highest and best use is what can you actually do with these lands? Irrespective of the film studio proposal, irrespective of the direction that we're trying to negotiate. So we will actually bring in appraisers who will look at what the value, the going rate of value of highest and best uses on those lands will be to establish the dollar values that we will be negotiating with whichever party comes to the table.
Thank you.
Counselor?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go back to Councillor Snan amendment. And it was second by Councillor Clark.
Thank you. And if I could, Deputy Mayor,
Yes.
I spoke to it when I introduced it, but for the comment here is that I appreciate and acknowledge that that work on developing these lands has been spanning multiple terms of council and been under the leadership of many people. And this amendment isn't trying to disrespect any of the work that's been done to date. In fact, it's actually trying to pick up where the work has been to date citywide around leveraging these opportunities to ensure that we continue to move the measure, right? We continue to deliver in actual population outcomes and work with incredibly talented partners like those that are joining the Aon group in this consortium that bring an excellence and expertise to the table that I think we could leverage in order to help deliver some deeply affordable housing as well. We talk a lot about the need for mixed income housing in this community and in different neighborhoods across this city as a way to establish cohesive neighborhoods that are complete, where neighbors, regardless of income level, are able to make the most of their time in Hamilton and appreciate and benefit from investment in the city. So it's under those guides. It's under that principle, and it is within the intention of consistently and continuing to expand every single opportunity, especially when it comes to city-owned assets and city-owned lands, to deliver real population outcomes, and particularly into a community that needs it. And every single neighborhood across Hamilton needs it. So that's the driver here, and it's about leveraging this opportunity to deliver a few more deeply affordable units. Thank you.
All right. So, Councillor Farr, are you speaking to the amendment, or you have?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just saw it like 20 minutes ago. It was just sent, and certainly as it relates to affordability, it hasn't been 20 minutes on this site. For me, seems like 20 years, probably more 10 though. And that goes back to the public engagement on the Barton and Tiffany urban design study that was mentioned. But more recently with this group and part and parcel to public engagement. And just to the comment about cohesive, complete neighborhoods, I completely agree, as the mover knows, and the seconder, I'm sure, and the rest of you know. And just as an example, instead of just talking the talk, here in Ward 2, it's cohesive, complete neighborhoods that were part of the thinking when we added 5% affordability to probably the most valuable real estate on the waterfront in Hamilton, maybe the most valuable real estate in Hamilton at Pier 8. 5% affordability. Jamesville and that mixed income community, 120. Talk about cohesive, complete neighborhoods. Net new affordable housing in this very neighborhood is going to be the end result there. 100 or so of those units is housing with supports, which is the hardest to house individuals on the broad spectrum of affordability that we do consider when we consider affordability and balance in our neighborhoods, Madam Chair. King William in Wellington is coming soon. It will be our city's first modular housing build, almost exclusively for homeless individuals here in Ward 2. Bay and Cannon is phase 1, signing the deal in days. Phase 2 follows. All of it family size affordability, net gains of about 50 units. There are hundreds of affordability opportunities that are very, very real in Ward 2, talking the talk in Ward 2, and certainly adding to what was already easily a cohesive, complete group of neighborhoods in this ward. My problem with this, and I totally get and understand and appreciate where it comes from, I want to be very, very respectful, but there's a few things that have already been touched upon here. that we ought to consider. Number one, the amendment comes in Section K of this agreement, where we're already talking about affordability, where it's very clear that any agreement shall have specific requirements with respect to the provision of affordable space for local artists, which has been talked about on this parcel for years with this concept, years, with residents and resident inputs and artist input. Residential unit mix inclusive of family-friendly residential units. That goes back even to the Barton and Tiffany Urban Design Study public engagement sessions, not an emotion on the fly on the day of the GIC here, but years ago. Affordable housing is 0.3. So we are doing affordable housing, not specific to the spectrum, the point on the spectrum that's being recommended here just 20 minutes ago. And number 4, sustainability, climate resilience, and environmental performance, which has also been a big part of the discussion. Just in closing, I guess, and the point I'm trying to make is, while I do appreciate, and I know that very soon Rancor is coming to Ward 3 at the corner of King and Sanford and looking to turn 6 stories into 12 stories and turning about 140 possible affordable units to 250. And I'll be right beside the councillor in supporting that enhancement. And I guarantee, I'm sure that the good councillor that whatever happens there at King and Sanford will be born of the same kind of engagement that's happened here that has led us to what is before us, not this amendment, but what is before us, which does include affordable housing, just not the element of affordable housing that's being suggested on the fly. Environmental costs borne 100% on the proponent. We know it's going to be significant with or without the erase grants. And actually, this will be one of the city's most significant brownfield remediation transformations in our city's history to this greater, higher, and better use. Go down there now. It's an old industrial wasteland, and the neighbors of Central specifically and the North End are just tired of looking at it. From our affordable housing spectrum, there is a housing commitment here, affordable home ownership, subsidized rental, and especially for the artists, especially for the years and years we've been talking about this, affordability for them and workspace for the artists and other amenities. So I would suggest it's coming a little bit late. It certainly was never agreed upon or bandied about to any great extent with the engagement sessions. I did not see the mover at any of those engagement sessions, and I do apologize if she was at some that maybe I missed, but there was vast engagement with hundreds and hundreds of individuals who live and work in these already cohesive, complete neighborhoods. And I would appreciate that we just stick to what's before us. Thank you. I can't support this.
Councillor Farr, you made your point. You walked the talk. Very good. Okay, now you inspired many more speakers. So we're on the amendment. Councillor Clark.
So can someone point to me where the definition of affordable is in this document or any of the documents that we've entertained with Eon?
So through the chair, we've not specified that with Eon. What we've identified is the component of affordable housing, and we noted in the staff report that drilling down into the details of what that would be is part of what that next step would be in negotiating the development agreement.
We haven't even defined what affordable means when you're talking to the artists and making affordable spaces for art studios. There's no definition of affordable, and this amendment clearly defines some geared to income housing. So do we have a mix in mind as to how much is going to be market rent, which will not be affordable? How much will be a subset of market rent, and how much will be geared to income? Do we have that goal going into these discussions?
So through the chair, if you give me a moment, I will find it. There was a percentage that was identified within their proposal, but again, without a specific definition of affordability. I think what the proposed amendment does is it provides a little bit more specificity as to the type of affordability that council would be seeking. It's still fairly broad, and there's still a fair bit of negotiation that would have to happen there. But the the definition of affordability, both for the housing, for the artist spaces, I would add to that the environmental performance. We haven't specifically identified what those environmental performance targets would be. Those are some of the issues that would have to get drilled down into the details through this next round of discussions.
And so the next round of discussions, would it not be at that point that you talk about geared to income housing as is being proposed here in the amendment?
Through the chair, it is, and if the amendment is supported, then that would put a bit of direction in terms of the type of affordability that's being sought. Otherwise, with what's in the Appendix E currently, it would just be a general sort of affordable housing, and we would look at different options and likely consult with our housing group in terms of what is the primary need. But the motion provides a bit more the proposed amendment provides a bit more specificity as to the type of affordability that council would want us to include.
I guess, Deputy Mayor, the challenge that I'm having is that I have been experiencing a number of developers right across this city talk about affordable housing. We're going to bring affordable housing. And then when the development comes online, the definition of affordable is nebulous at best. And it certainly is not helping us with the number of people who need geared to income housing, because 30% of their income, that's what we mark down as geared to income housing. That tends to be the goal that we're looking at. And my concern is if we're not spelling it out now, then we're not spelling it out at all. You're going to go into those negotiations under the nebulous term of affordable housing, and who knows what we come out with. But if we don't specify on the get-go that there has to be a percentage of geared to income housing, I can almost assure you, I can guarantee that it will not happen, because the developers are not going to go there. We've experienced it year over year over year for decades. Lots of promises, it never happens. So if we don't put it in clear writing, with the greatest respect to my colleague, I don't know how you're going to get there. And I'm not keen on just supporting the nebulous term. We're doing it, we're bringing in affordable housing, but we haven't defined exactly what it is. And we know for a fact that the demand in the city of Hamilton for some forms of geared to income housing, mixed income housing, I feel they call them, where some may be paying a market rent while others will be paying based on their income. That demand is high in the city of Hamilton at the present time. So I hear what my colleague across the way, and I respect you tremendously. Deputy Mayor, I have the utmost respect for Councillor Farr, and I know how hard he's worked on this. But if we don't define it going in, it's not going to come out the other end with what we want. Because quite candidly, they've got all the money that we want for the land. So I'll hear the rest of my colleagues, but I'm really concerned that if we don't define it, it's not going to happen.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Clark. We'll go to Councillor Ferguson, please.
Well, thank you. Question through to Jason Thorne. Jason, this amendment, I think on the last, I guess we're up to half hour now that was placed. Is the proponent, there's two parties to this MOU. Are they aware of it, this change, this proposed change? And if so, do they have concerns with it?
So through the chair, so it is a single consortium that we would be negotiating with, the Aon Group with their development partners. Their proposal itself includes, and sorry, I didn't have it earlier, I've located it now, was the 5% target for affordability, but without definition as to what that affordability would be. So I would say yes, they are certainly aware. In fact, it's in their own proposal that there would be a component of affordable housing. What we as staff included in Appendix E was just those words, that the agreement would provide some requirements around affordable housing. We did note in the staff report that we would have to provide it a definition in that actual development agreement as to what that affordability would be. In terms of the amendment, as I see the amendment, it provides a bit more specificity as to the type of affordability that council would want us to seek. I think it is still fairly broad, but provides a bit more specificity in terms of the type of affordability you would be directing us to negotiate. So to the councillor's question, yes, the proponent certainly did anticipate providing affordable housing. It is in their proposal, but we have not got to the stage of discussing exactly what that would look like with them.
So they haven't agreed yet to geared to income housing. You say that'll be done at a later date as you work through the definitions.
Through the chair, yes, that is one of a number of areas where we'd have to put some meat on the bones through this next round of discussion.
Because my concern is similar to Councillor Farr's. I'm worried that there's waterfront property is very scarce right now. And I heard Councillor Farr, interestingly, rhyme off about 5 or 6 sites where they're already adopting a number of affordable housing units. And should we put geared to income in waterfront property? I don't know. I certainly want to, as others do, extract as much as we possibly can. I suspect the proponent would like this because then you could tell the appraisers, well, I have to do geared to income housing, so that brings the value down. And, you know, and to that, the property value, I heard the mayor say we could maybe dedicate some of it for affordable housing, but I think we can only spend this money once. There's a council resolution that clearly lays out that the $80 million, if my memory serves me right, and servicing costs are going in the ground right now, are to be paid for from proceeds from land sales in the waterfront area. And I don't think we can spend that money twice. So I tend to agree with Councillor Farr. I don't think this is the right location for it, maybe affordable housing, but I suspect the geared to income housing might be problematic for the developer because he wants to extract as much as he can. And of course, we want to extract as much as we can on the land value when it gets appraised. So I'm like, I too can't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Eisenberg, please.
Excellent. So we just kind of confused the issue. So just for clarity, this is not included as part of the waterfront Pier 8 development where the proceeds are to cover the servicing of the lands, right? That's separate and apart. This is Tiffany lands we're talking about now, and we're talking about a sale of the property with all the development costs going to be borne by the developer, correct?
Who would like to answer?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah, so they're separate. I mean, you know, when I said, you know, rather than, you know, putting a quota on affordable housing on this, and they've already, or geared to income housing, we could actually at some point say the proceeds, a portion of the proceeds of the sale of this property could go to affordable housing projects in the city of Hamilton. That's an alternative that we could go to, correct?
Through the chair, yes, from the standpoint of the development agreement. I don't know if Mr. Zagarek wants to add anything.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Council in 2011 approved that the net proceeds from the sale of these lands go back to the Future Fund. This council could add to that previous direction in that the desire of council is that the Future Fund consider applying those proceeds towards affordable housing initiatives.
Right. Thanks. Which we've already done. In fact, we did that with the $50 million funding project. $20 million came from the Future Fund, and $30 million came from the hydro dividend. So I can't support this direction either. Certainly not the last second. You know, when I first heard it, I thought, you know, maybe reasonable, but I think it's there are alternative ways that we can generate affordable housing, and I think we should explore them. The fact that they're already including affordable housing, short of geared to income housing, as part of their recommendation, and something that's still yet to be negotiated in terms of terms, I think is what we should be doing, rather than making this a dictate as part of the direction that we're taking here, especially in light of what Councillor Farr said, and he's quite right. This is not, you know, come too lightly. There's been a lot of engagement on this process. And, you know, the reality is that I think that engagement really spoke to the elements that the proponent and the city had actually put forward in the secondary plan. So I can't support the motion either. I could support a motion that said something in the order of that some are part of the future fund, some are part of the future value, added value, whatever that is, could be or should be apportioned to affordable housing at some point down the road, whether it goes to the future fund or not. I mean, and again, we have done that in the past, and I think it's essentially what the future fund was set up to do, which was to invest in beneficial projects in the city of Hamilton, and I can't think of anything more beneficial at this point than affordable housing down the road. So I won't support this motion, but certainly would support some alternative review from staff as to how we can alternately provide affordable housing opportunities through the sale of these lands.
So will you put a motion in to the alternative or not?
I will wait till we deal with this motion, and if this motion doesn't pass, then I will bring forward an alternative motion.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So I'm clear, the agreement already requires a provision of affordable housing, correct?
So through the chair, affordable housing was identified as one of the things the city would be seeking, and their proposal has identified 5% affordable housing.
Thank you. The only difference between what is in the agreement and what's being proposed here today is a specific definition of affordable housing as geared to income.
Through the chair, that's how I understand the amendment, is it would define and I guess I'd have to ask the mover of the amendment. I didn't read it to suggest that the entirety of the affordability would be through that type. It is one of the types that would be included in the affordability, is the way that I read it.
So part of the 5% affordable would be geared to income. So I guess through you, Madam Chair, the geared to income would be the definition of what most people would consider to be affordable. I think there's a public expectation that when city-owned lands are being sold, that we are using every lever at our ability to provide affordable housing. We are in a housing crisis. The average family cannot afford the average home. This is an emergency. Hamilton is one of the 5 least affordable cities in North America: New York, Mississauga, Vancouver, Hamilton, and Toronto. So defining affordable as 30% of income, which is my understanding anyway from the finance industry of what is recommended to be spent on housing, seems perfectly reasonable. Has been stated that we could either trust the developers to provide that in good faith, or we could actually write it into the contract, which again seems like the job that we as a council have. And you know what? When we're talking about geared to income housing, who benefits most? Artists, creative professionals, food service workers, tradespeople, technicians, production workers. The people who will be working here deserve to be able to live here. And the only way that we can ensure that is to actually write that into the agreement, that there will be a provision of geared to income housing. And I think that is perfectly reasonable for us to do as a council, and not only reasonable, but is the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. And first of all, I want to thank the good councillor from Ward 2, and in fact all the downtown councillors for the incredible amount of heavy lifting that they have done over the years to bring the housing options that we need to be able to help our residents that are so desperately in need. The question I have is, and first of all, I just want to say the term affordable housing is become a catchphrase. It has no definition, and it could be used, for just about anything. I don't like it. I would prefer options, affordable housing options, because geared to income is one option, but there are many other options to be able to meet the needs of the people that will benefit from them. And as was just previously said, it will be the arts and culture, artists, tradespeople that are going to be living and working there that are going to benefit. I have a question through you, Acting Mayor, for Jason Thorne. Is there anything about this amendment that you have an issue with that you feel would, I don't want to say take things off the rails, but would create issues?
So through the chair, with the proviso that we haven't floated this with the actual proponent. We haven't asked them in terms of the details of the types of affordable housing that would be required. I guess the way, and it's on the screen now, that I read option 3 is that we would be getting directed to include within the agreement affordable housing options, and one of those that would be included within those options would be geared to income. So there's not a set percentage. At this point, there's not even a set definition of affordability. It provides a bit more specificity in terms of the types of affordable housing that that council would be asking us to seek out. So we haven't discussed this in any detail with the proponent to get their views on it. But to me, this would provide some specificity as to the type of affordable housing you're looking to have us negotiate into the agreement.
Yes, thank you for that. But it is saying including geared to income. It is not saying only geared to income. It is not specifically specifying, but it is creating, if I can use those words, but it is creating a bit more of a framework to work within. I really, full respect to all the work that has been done on this, but honestly, that's council's role, is to look after our residents. And the affordability issue in our city right now for housing it has people running scared. It has people absolutely desperate. And I'm not talking about people who are on social assistance. I'm not talking about regular people that have jobs. Many of the jobs that are performed at City Hall and at other corporations and organizations. This is a big issue. And I just do not see that it is putting any kind of parameters or restrictions around open discussion on various options. So I am going to support it. And I really ask all my colleagues to please consider exactly who is going to benefit from this. Thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you. And we have Councillor Nan for the third time. Are you on your amendment?
Yeah, I am. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And just wanted to clarify again. So I'm glad to hear that the proponent had brought forward even consideration of the 5% target of affordability. In their documentation, they clearly indicate also that they would be seeking some additional funding in order to make that an actualization, and applying to CMHC, for example. And one of the definitions that makes an application strong from the perspective of CMHC is how many of those units or housing homes will meet the threshold of the definition of affordable housing under CMHC definitions, which states off of their website that affordable housing is defined as below 30% of the net income before tax. So from that perspective, there's, it's already part of the financing model that the proponent would need to be exploring as part of their funding for the residential development. So from that perspective, it really is part and parcel. Thank you to my colleagues that helped clarify that this amendment is not about dictating that it will be only a form of affordable housing, that this is part of the spectrum of affordable housing. And to date, when we only leave it to the developers is to define it, we see a loss. We see an unfortunate exclusion of geared to income housing. And I would disagree with one of my colleagues who said that waterfront properties should be exclusive. I believe that waterfront properties ought to be inclusive and be part of that cohesive social opportunity that every resident, regardless of income, has access to choose housing. And when we think about the larger framework and context of this incredible development and what this is going to bring to the city, and we think about the people who will be living there and working there, wouldn't it be great if a PA could afford to live there? Wouldn't it be great if a craft services worker could afford one of the apartments that are available for rent there? And that's only going to be possible if there is dedicated number of units that are set aside for rent geared to income or housing geared to income. That's just the reality of the wages in the sector as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Farr.
Okay, so I got to go back to this is very last minute. There is already affordability built in, and it's born on many years of conversation with this proponent and prior to the proponent. That's all I'm thinking about here. And I'm thinking about the fact that we have wonderfully planned mixed income communities throughout Ward 2. And you feel a little bit, as the Ward 2 councillor who's behind hundreds and hundreds of rent geared to income, market rent, many affordable projects over my 12 years. You feel a little bit in the box when it comes your way, just 30 minutes before we actually decide on what has been, seems like my life's work. So I get that we're talking about a nominal portion, but the reality is I like to remain consistent when especially it comes to engagement. And what we've engaged upon on this parcel over many years has not been rent geared to income. Nothing wrong with rent geared to income. In spitting distance all around Barton Tiffany, you will find it. Whether we're building it at Bay and Cannon soon, whether you're talking about housing with supports, the hardest to house, over 100 of them, or about 100 of them in Jamesville, in spitting distance. It's all happening. So you feel a bit in the box because you're only talking about this particular parcel because that's what's before us. But believe me, we're doing it in a big way in Ward 2. But what you are doing with this amendment here today and supporting it is taking adding to something that was never part of a conversation. And it, to me, feels like it's not being done in good faith. The delegates were here today. They weren't talked about. This wasn't brought up. This wasn't mentioned. I don't believe it was anyway, or at least no dialogue, and nothing was confirmed. They didn't agree to it. What they've talked about over time and what we've talked about is housing, affordable home ownership, which is on the spectrum of housing affordability. If you think there aren't a lot of young people out there that even work in film and television that would love to buy a home but can't afford it, they're working on a plan to make affordable home ownership happen, which is in the spectrum of housing affordability, a big, big growing problem in Hamilton and across this nation. Young people, young professionals can't buy homes right now. They need incentives. That's what they were talking about here when we put this plan together. Subsidized rental, and especially a lot of conversations on affordable workspaces for artists. There is a community in need that is being well taken care of with what is before us here today. Amending it on the fly to include language that is a requirement, quote unquote requirement in Section K of what is before us. I think at the very least you could have brought that up with the proponent a few hours ago, and it wasn't brought up. It's brought up now. And so I'd rather just be consistent, appreciating, of course, that I will continue to add to the long list of housing affordable options here in Ward 2 as long as I am able. I challenge anybody to compare what they may be doing in their ward to what we've been doing here in Ward 2 for some time.
You've been working hard in Ward 2. I know that. Thank you, Councillor. So there's no more speakers, so we're going to go and vote. Oh, Councillor Marula. All right. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. Just quickly, I just want to support Councillor Farr's position only because, not too dissimilar to the Roxborough file or the City Motor file in Ward 4 East Hamilton, we've went through an extensive consultation. You then come to a conclusion. You essentially shake hands with your community. You move forward, and that builds trust. This It's bad form. You cannot do this at the 11th hour. It's just, it really is bad form. So let me really emphasize how bad of a form it is, because it's literally turning your back on the community. You've come to an agreement. You don't do this at the last moment. So I can never support something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And we have no more speakers, so we're going to go to the vote on the amendment, please.
That vote is defeated, 4-10.
All right, thank you. Mayor Fred Eisenberger. Yes, I want to call you Councillor. I don't know why.
Thank you, Mayor Pauls. I'm going to actually
I am.
put forward an alternate motion to ask our staff to explore opportunities to generate more affordable housing through the sale of these properties. And I think I'm going to leave it vague, because I think there's opportunities in terms of the land value. I think there's opportunities that can be had with in discussion and negotiation with the developer. And so I would say, inconsistent with what the document already says, are there other ways that we can generate more affordable housing in the future, given the added land value that we're going to be capturing here? And I would ask our staff to turn their minds to that and report back to council.
Okay, so that's a direction. It's not a motion for staff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or are you doing a motion?
Better we put it in a motion. Yeah.
Are you going to put it in a motion? Okay.
Just bear with me for a moment. I typed it and then I hit something and lost it. So give me one quick second.
And Councillor Farr will second it. Okay.
Okay, so through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, Mr. Mayor, please correct me if I'm wrong, because I was typing as you talked and then I hit something and deleted it. What I have is that staff be directed to review opportunities for affordable housing through the sale of the Barton Tiffany lands and report back to GIC.
Mayor, thumbs up?
Yep.
Excellent, thank you.
So it's second by Councillor Farr.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, may I interrupt for one moment? May I say, by saying that, we're also suggesting that there's going to be a consultation with the community as well, I presume, unless we want to spell that out. I just want to throw that out as a possibility. We might want to expand upon it to emphasize the consultative part of it. Thank you.
Councillor Farr, did you?
Yeah, just I'm happy to second it, because the way I read it, and I'm sure the mayor will confirm, basically we're looking at the proceeds of the sale of this parcel could benefit anywhere in Hamilton, an affordable housing project. And then at that point, to Councilor Marula's point, you don't just go in and build it. You're going to, whoever that community is, will want to chime in and have a conversation about it. So through you to Ray, our Affordable Housing Site Selection Subcommittee, of which I'm a proud member, and right from the get-go, we still have a number of opportunities there, and we could probably use some proceeds to make some projects work, or your thoughts on that through you.
Madam Chair, you do have a speakers list. Thank you.
Yes, I was on it.
Know, but I know you do. I do, but it's Councillor Farr right now.
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor. There are still some properties remaining on that list that do require some funding to make available for affordable housing opportunities.
And we do know that the CMHC recently, in just the last couple of weeks, and Mayor Fred, the mover of this motion, which I'm happily seconding, kind of reneged and changed some rules on some affordable funding. We're working with MP Collins and others to try to fix that. But having a kitty on standby from this and even other projects certainly wouldn't hurt in the event that something like that were to happen again. And as Ray says, we do have defined sites out there where through, broad public engagement, we can make things happen anywhere in the city. Thank you. I'm happily supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Now we have Councillor Partridge, please.
Yes, thank you. And I agree. The motion is fine. And I agree with the two previous speakers. What I'm just wondering, though, through you to the mayor, is there a time frame that we want to put on this motion for when staff should be coming back? Would it be this term of council, next term of council? Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
That'll be next term of council. We don't know what the value is. We can certainly ask our staff to turn their minds to how we can take a portion of that value, but we won't know ultimately what that value is until it actually we have an agreement with the developer, and then we'll know what's available and how we can apportion that to projects, as Councillor Farr pointed out, other projects that are looking for money that are affordable housing projects that can't be done because the resources aren't there.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. And Councillor Danko.
Thank you. Could I ask the mover to define the word affordable in the phrase affordable housing opportunities? I'm sorry.
I'm not going to do that. We'll ask our staff to do that. So if you want to add that to the motion, that our staff come up with a definition of affordable housing from a city perspective, I'd be happy to include that.
Okay. So we're just adding that to the motion. And while we do that, Councillor Clark, did you want to go next, please?
So we also need to have our staff reconcile the previous council decision with regards to the future fund, wherein we indicated that we would be repaying the amount of money that was taken out of the future fund to purchase this land. And we also need to come to terms with the Auditor General's report on the future fund with all of his recommendations. So if we can make sure that we reconcile all of those things so that we're not offside on anything as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, are we putting...
The amendment that I put forward right now that was accepted by the mayor was I added that staff be directed to determine a definition of affordable housing from the city's perspective in the forthcoming report.
Is that clear to everyone, or?
Call the question.
We're going to call the question. We'll take the vote. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderbeek, are you still with us? No, she's not. Okay.
All right, and it passes. All right, so we're going to move on.
I will move item 1012.
1012, yes. I was going to have you move it. I wrote it down already. Okay, the advisory committee for person with disability report.
Okay, Madam Deputy Mayor, my apologies. We still have to move this report as amended.
Okay, sorry, we're going to.
And I have Councillor Farr and Pearson. Is that still?
Yes, Councillor Farr and Councillor Pearson.
I don't see Councillor Pearson. Oh, Councillor Pearson's there, sorry.
So we have to vote.
Councillor Danko, are you able to vote? You thinking about it, or you want to give me a thumb up or a thumb down?
Were you looking for, Steph?
Councillor Danko, and he has voted now. Thank
Voted?
you.
Thank you. 13-0 passes. Thank you. So moved by Mayor Fred Eisenberg, second by Councillor Jackson, that the advisory committee person with disability report. So can we have, is there any discussion on respecting 10-12? I don't see any, so we're going to e-vote, please. And thank you for all your work you do, Mayor, for the person with disability. Thank you. And I'm going to move on to 11, motions. There isn't any notice of motion. There's none. Oh, the mayor wants to speak.
Mr. Mayor, do you have your notice of motion about the procedural bylaw?
Yeah, no, you know what I'm was I doing that as a notice of motion today?
You were. You asked me to prepare it.
Okay,
but
so let me
certainly put it on the
just
next
kind of-
agenda if you want.
General issues or general information. You know, I would hope that in future meetings we could rearrange our procedural bylaws so that we are more respectful to delegates that are coming to committee and council, or at least committee, GIC. And, you know, an example today was we were dealing with all manner of things when we've got a collection of people sitting in the audience that ought to have a priority, whoever they are. And it's not just today. I think we do this on other occasions as well. Although I am mindful of a previous recommendation that spoke to having our staff deliver a report before we have delegates speak to it, which I think is another issue. And so I'm not sure how to arrange that now, because now somebody pointed out to me and reminded me that we had at some point have said that that should happen as well. So let me take this issue back. I just wanted to raise it today because I thought it was unfortunate the way the whole delegate approach kind of came through today. And whoever they might be in the future, there's always room for consistency, and maybe we ought to let the clerk decide, the groupings of delegates based on the issue so that we're not hopping from one issue to another. Anyway, that's my lament. I'll work with clerks and Stephanie and others and look at the procedural bylaw and then make a recommendation maybe to the appropriate committee to effect a change that would streamline and make that process a heck of a lot smoother and a lot more respectful for any of the delegates that come before us. That was my point, but I think I don't want to do it on the fly either, so I will work with Stephanie and others to come back with something that might be a resolution to that.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think it's very needed to do that. As I looked at the gallery there, I kind of felt sorry for them. They're sitting, listening to what we're talking about. Maybe they don't even know what we're talking about. And I felt kind of sad that they had to stay for, 3-4 hours before we came to, for their delegation. So thank you for bringing that up. And
so the context is that a lot of these folks are taking time off of their regular duties as opposed to city staff that are here to get their work done, and that happens on many occasions when we have delegates that some of them have to leave work for the morning if they want to delegate. And how else do they do it? And if they're willing to do that, then we should take them front and center and let them get back to their duties. Anyway, that's the point. But I appreciate the comment.
I think that's great. Okay, I think I have Councilor Partridge. Did you want to say something?
Not on this, Madam Chair. I just before we go in camera, where appropriate and if appropriate, I'm prepared to move 14.2 for approval, unless others have questions on it. Thank you.
14.2. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on. There's no notice of motion. General information and other business. Oh, we did that? Okay. So, private and confidential. May I please have a mover and a second? No?
Madam Deputy Mayor, Councillor Partridge just indicated that if nobody wants to, before you move into closed session, because you will list the items, that if there are no members of council that require to go into closed session to speak to item 14.2, which is the partial acquisition of land in Ward 15, that she will move that motion or move the direction in open session.
All right.
And that would be seconded by Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
Okay, so we're at 14.2. Okay.
Does anybody want to move into closed session?
Anybody want to move? No, I don't see any, so we'll move on.
So, Councillor Partridge, who was your seconder? I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Who's the seconder? Councillor Johnson, thank you.
So I'm going to open the vote on that one.
Okay, so there's a e-vote for you.
That carries 12-1.
Okay. Thank you. We're going to go 14.3.
Madam Clerk, that was an error. I should have voted in the affirmative. That was my error. My apologies.
I will redo the vote.
Okay.
Just bear with me now.
We're doing 14.2. Revote?
Sorry, just bear with me here. Yes, we're going to revote on 14.2. Give me one quick second.
So we're voting on 14.2.
Councillor Partridge, Councillor Johnson. Yes, if everybody could revote on 14.2, the vote is up.
And thumbs up from Councillor Powers.
Councillor Nian is, there you go. Thank you. Carries 13-0.
Okay, so thank you. We're going to move on to 14.3. Appendix D to report.
No, Madam Deputy Mayor, now you're going to move into closed session.
Oh,
on
okay.
14.1 to 14.5 with the exception of 14.2.
Okay, so okay, we need a mover and a second to go into closed session, please. Councillor Jackson and Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Pearson?
Sorry, folks, I can't.
Deputy Mayor, thank you. I'm okay going into closed session, but I just want my colleagues to know that I do have to scoot out for funeral visitation that I need to catch tonight. It's the only one. So depending how long we go, that I might just have to leave and come back. Thank you.
Farr also has a question.
Okay, Councillor Farr.
Through you to Clerk Paparella. So 14.3 is, well, we don't need to deal with and closed. Is that correct? I thought we had mentioned that earlier.
Correct. I'm sorry. That is Appendix D. Thank you, Councillor Farr. So we would be moving into closed session for items 14.1, not 14.2 and 3, but 14.4 and 5. So 14.1, 14.4, and 14.5 only.
Okay. So we're going in closed session for 14.1, 14.4, and 14.5. We're moving a second.
And with all that fun, I'm sorry, I did not hear moving seconder to move into closed.
It's Councillor Farr and Councillor Jackson. Thank you.
Thank you. Something's wrong. Sorry, folks, bear with me for a second. We're having a technical moment.
Where am I?
Okay, here it comes. Sorry.
Okay. Oh, reading. Thank you. Okay. So I have a mover and a seconder. We're going to close session for 14.1, 14.4, and 14.5 pursuant of section 9.1, subsection B, C, D, E, F, I, and K of the City Procedural Bylaw 21-021 as amended in section 239 to subsection B, C, D, E, F, I, and K of the Ontario Municipality Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertained to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. A proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, labor relations or employee negotiations, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before the administrative tribunal affecting the municipality or local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communication necessary for the purpose. A trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, of labor relation information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be accepted to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiation of a person, group, or person or organization. And a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality or local board. We will require an electronic vote. Please indicate your vote now.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, we have voted on it. I did just want to clarify something since we have removed some of the items, and it is in your roadmap. Subsection I, which is a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information, that one no longer applies, so we won't be moving in for subsection I. So I think we're okay just to go into close now.
Okay, so we'll go close.
Just give us one quick moment and we'll let you
And
know
I
when
have
we're back in
phone-
open.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, 14.1. Okay, property acquisition to exchange to facility parkland and new school, Ward 6 and Ward 12. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the following? Councillor Jackson and Councillor Ferguson. That the direction in closed session respecting report PED 22045, property acquisition and exchange to facilitate parkland and new school be approved. That the budget for the property acquisition and exchange to facilitate parkland and new school as outlined in Appendix E to report PED 22045 be approved. That all costs from the property acquisition and exchange to facilitate parkland and new school be changed to project ID account number 440-135-6300 and real estate and legal costs of $382,000 be debited from 59806 4401356300 and credited to the department ID account number 59806-812036, real estate and amid recovery. That the city solicitor be authorized and directed to complete the transactions respecting the property acquisition and exchange to facilitate parkland and new school on behalf of the city, including paying any necessary expenses, amending the closing due to diligence and other dates, and amending and waiving such other terms and conditions as deemed reasonable. That the mayor and the clerk be authorized and directed to execute the requisite agreement and all associated and necessary documents respecting the property acquisition and exchange to facilitate parkland and new school, and all such documents to be in form satisfactory to the city solicitor, and that the complete report PED 20045 respecting the property acquisition and exchange to facilitate parkland and new school remain confidential until completion of the real estate transactions, except for Appendix E to report PED 22045, which remains confidential. So we will require electronic vote. Please indicate now. It's up. Thumbs up from Councillor Farr.
Councillor, oh, I see it. Thank you, Councillor Powers.
Well, while we're voting, I do have to declare a non-disqualifying interest in that motion since my son teaches in the French school board that's affected here.
Thank you for that, and we'll take note of that.
Thank you.
Okay, 14.2, partial acquisition of land in Ward 15. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the following? Councillor Partridge and the mayor.
Through you, Madam Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, we did do 14.
You've already done that, haven't we?
Oh, 14.2 we did. Okay, we're up 14.4, sorry. We did that on open session. Thank you. Okay, 14.4, Red Hill Valley Parkway Class Action Update Wide. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the following? Mayor Fred Eisenberger and Russ Powers. Thank you. That the direction provided to staff in closed sessions respecting report LS 20014B Red Hill Valley Parkway Class Action Update be approved, and the report LS 20014B respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway Class Action Update and its appendix remain confidential. And we will require a vote, please. On your report.
That carries 9-0.
Okay, thank you. And I guess lastly is 15, adjournment. May I please have a mover and a seconder to adjourn? And everybody said amen. Everybody? All right, there it is. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Deputy Mayor Pauls, an outstanding job overall. Well done.